Chapter 1. He took her from the slums. The Wind Island on the border of Country A is an island and a slum. Elderly people who are unable to take care of themselves and have no one to depend on, the severely disabled, and the mentally ill are all thrown onto this island to fend for themselves. There is no internet, no electricity, and no supplies of any kind. There are no laws and no control. This is a living hell. The dark sky casts a black veil over the island. Under the withered old tree, a young girl huddled on the ground, her pale clothes covering her frail body. Her long hair covered her small, pale face, which was stained with blood. Chumian bit her nails, her black and white eyes staring ahead calmly and indifferently. Some people were running around naked. Some jumped into the sea to escape. Some people, unable to bear it, silently sharpened a stone and cut their wrists. Such scenes have been commonplace since she was thrown here by the Chu family 3 years ago. She is the adopted daughter of the Chu family. 3 years ago, she learned that the Chu family adopted her only because they believed in a fortune-teller's prediction that the Chu family's legitimate daughter, Chu Xing, would have a hard life, be sick and suffer a lot as a child, and die a violent death at the age of 18. Only by finding someone with the same birth date as hers could she escape the fate that had been predicted for her. She, Chu Mian, was the one who took her place. When she was young, the Chu family would give her all kinds of medicine to make her sick. When she was 18, she was forced by the Chu family to get engaged to an old man. She resisted as much as she could, stabbing the nearly 60-year-old man with a fruit knife, but she was unable to escape. Immediately after that, she was sent to Wind Island by the Chu family. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Chumian didn't know when she would die in a foreign land as the Chu family wished. Day. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter came from the sky. Chumian looked up and saw dozens of planes circling above the island. The sound of the propellers spinning was almost deafening, and the momentum was extremely powerful. What's going on? The plane stopped at the beach, and a group of people with mental problems suddenly swarmed up to surround the plane, trying to climb up to it, like a siege by zombies. Bang! 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 After a deafening burst of gunfire, the birds and animals in the forest scattered, and one by one, the people fell to the ground, with huge blood holes in their foreheads. Someone screams. From a distance, it was a group of men in suits and leather shoes, each holding a gun. Chumian slowly tightened her body and pursed her lips. Has the country finally decided to destroy all of them? Is she going to die? Then what is the meaning of her living in this world? Is it really just to protect Chu Xing from robbery? She refused to accept it. She wants to live, she wants to take revenge. Mr. Lee, this area is far from the shacks in the center of the slums. Most of them are mentally ill and have been driven to the beach by the more normal people. The annual mortality rate is as high as 50%. 2 rows of men with guns walked into a yellow forest. Chumian sat stiffly under the tree, with the muzzle of a rifle pointed in her direction. It was as if she were the next soul to die. She looked down and saw a pair of shiny pointed leather shoes stepping on the fallen leaves, making a crisp sound, and walking past her. Suddenly, the sound of the leaves being stepped on stopped, and the leather shoes turned in her direction. The owner of the shoes was facing her. A gaze fell on her. Chumian suddenly felt a sense of oppression and suffocation, as if the sky was falling on her. Is she a mental patient? The man's low, cold voice had an innate sense of superiority, high above the rest, with a penetrating sense of bullets that shot straight through her head and down her body. Chapter 2. How dare you inquire about Mr. Lee? As soon as the words were out, Chumian's hands were grabbed, revealing the electronic lock ring on her slender wrists. Inside were the identity information of everyone sent to the island. In order to meet the acceptance conditions of the slums, Chumian was arranged by the Chu family to be a mentally ill vagrant who was unable to take care of himself. Someone scanned it with a mobile phone and reported that Mr. Lee was mentally ill. Specific information. She was sent here 3 years ago. She is 21 years old and has no specific identification information. She is probably a homeless woman who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. 21 years old. The man repeated the number, his tone gloomy and contemptuous. This woman, who should have been in the slums since birth, was only discovered and sent here at the age of 18. What does it mean to be born in a slum? What kind of bullshit is that? Chumian lowered her head and continued to pretend that she was mentally ill. The man's leather shoes walked towards her step by step, the lines of his straight trousers began to bend and deform, and the man squatted down in front of her, the hem of his dark coat sweeping the yellow leaves on the ground. The next second, her chin was grabbed and lifted. Shumion's pain caused her to jump, and her eyes met the pair of gloomy, cold eyes, and her breathing suddenly stopped. The man in front of her was only 24 or 25 years old. Under his short, sharp hair was a face that would bring disaster to the country and the people. His skin was as white as snow, his features were sharp like a sculpture, and under his raised eyebrows were narrow, slanted eyes. His lips were very thin, and just looking at them gave off a sense of cold blood. He stared at her with a scrutinizing gaze, looking down on her with arrogance. Shumion saw herself in his eyes, expressionless. Staying on the island for too long had turned her into a facial paralytic. All her emotions roared inside her body, never showing on her face. They stared at each other for 2 minutes. Indeed, there are not many people in the entire country above who can look him in the eye for so long without flinching. The girl in front of him had a very simple face, with a wound on her face, probably caused by a branch or something. The deep wound added a touch of pure bloodthirsty beauty to her, which made people's hearts beat. She didn't make a sound or get angry when he pinched her, and a hint of interest flashed in Li Tiang's dark eyes. Interesting. The people around him with guns were quietly standing by, and if a patient rushed up, they would shoot him without mercy. Suddenly, Li Tianke patted her on the face, got up, and took her. Someone standing nearby respectfully handed him a clean towel. "Mr. Li, don't you want to choose again? There are many mentally ill people in the slums." "No." Li Tianke took the towel and slowly wiped his slender hands, as if he were polishing a work of art. Afterwards, he casually threw the towel on the ground and turned to leave. Everyone followed immediately. Shumion was also pulled up from the ground and walked forward with one person on each side. She didn't make a fuss. With so many guns pointed at her, any struggle would be futile. She heard the man on her right ask curiously, "Assistant Meng, why did you have to come to the slums to pick up a mental patient?" The young man called Assistant Meng walked ahead and, upon hearing this, laughed and said, "Don't you dare ask about Mr. Li's business?" A casual remark. The person who asked the question immediately fell silent and dared not say another word, as if the 3 words Mr. Li were a curse that would take his life. "Mr. Li. Who is this important person? Pick her up? So, she's not going to be killed, and she'll be able to leave the island alive?" The crowd walked forward in silence, and no one noticed the light of rebirth in the eyes of the girl who was being taken away. Chapter 3: The Terrifying Side of Li Tianke. On the top of the strange hut in the distance, several heads gathered together to watch the scene. Strange, with Sister Mion's skills, she could easily defend herself by taking a gun and killing a few people. Why would she let them take her away willingly? A boy of about 10 years old was lying on the edge of the rooftop, wearing a white hospital gown and looking blankly in the direction of the helicopter. "First, Shumion really wanted to get out of here," someone answered. "What's the second reason?" the little boy asked. "Second, Shumion is smart and knows that the man who took her away is not someone to be trifled with." Standing on the rooftop, looking out to the sea, Shumion had already been taken away in a helicopter. If one day you can also leave Wind Island, it would be best to avoid the name Li Tianke. He is even more difficult to deal with than the King of Hell. "Oh." The little boy looked confused, then frowned. "But, after Sister Mion left, she had nothing, so how could she survive?" On hearing this, the man laughed. Shumion, who had spent 3 years on Wind Island, was almost the king of the slums. How could such a person not survive? The people who abandoned Shumion here are probably the ones to worry about. The imperial capital of Country A. Large patches of roses climb up the high walls surrounding a retro European-style mansion. This is the Rose Garden. The sun shines down on the courtyard, and the flower branches sway in the wind, making it a beautiful sight. Shumion curled up on the woven rattan swing on the second-floor balcony, biting her nails. When the swing swung high, she could see the roses in the garden. Ever since she was taken off Wind Island, she has been locked up here, cared for by 2 middle-aged maids. Shumion didn't know what Mr. Li would do with her. With no money and no identification information, she had no choice but to wait and see what would happen. Behind her, the 2 maids were chatting while pruning the rose branches that had climbed onto the balcony. "I heard that the young driver, Li, was kicked by the young master for braking improperly, and he was hospitalized with a half-broken body." "What's that?" Last time I saw the boss personally come to beg for funding, but the young master left him hanging. Alas, since the young master took over the family business, he has become increasingly ruthless. Shu Mian was rocking in the autumn breeze. Through the two maids' conversations over the past few days, she pieced together a little information about Mr. Li. Li Tianke, 25 years old, the eldest son of the Li family in this city. At the beginning of last year, he suddenly burst into his father's study with a gun, forcing him to hand over the reins and take over the entire foundation. He acted extremely ruthlessly and decisively, killing off many old people, reorganizing his core team, and becoming the largest and most unprovocative foundation in the country. Many people have made their fortunes by holding his leg, and many people hate him so much that they frequently try to assassinate him. Those who do something wrong by his side will die a miserable death. And those who oppose him will die even more miserably. Even if his own brother was kidnapped, he could calmly watch his brother's bloody fingers being chopped off and still be able to laugh and talk without any threat. Needless to say, he is a ruthless man, and a ruthless man with immense power. It is hard to imagine how terrifying such a person is. Thinking about it, we were lucky to be transferred to the Changyuan, where we only had to take care of a little girl. Although she was mentally ill, she was quiet and didn't make a fuss. She just sat there day after day, which was very easy to take care of. One of them stood there and patted his chest, saying, "That's right. That's right." The other one nodded in agreement, turned to look at Chu Mian, and saw that the swing had already flown into the air. The person inside jumped out like a kite with no strings attached. Chapter 4, Staring at her. The maid's eyes widened in horror, and she was so frightened that she lost her voice. The courtyard gate was pushed open from the outside. Several bodyguards entered first, standing at the door and bowing respectfully. The tall shadow of a man was cast on the ground. Li Tianke stepped into the garden with his long legs, his expressionless face. He had just taken a few steps when a dark shadow fell from the sky. The bodyguards immediately drew their guns from their belts and rushed over. Li Tianke subconsciously raised his hand, and the thin girl fell into his arms. The impact made him take a slight step back, and his clothes fluttered, creating an arc in midair. Petals fell from the wall. He looked down at the person in his arms with a gloomy expression. The girl was wearing a thin nightgown and was huddled in front of his chest. Her pale little face showed no trace of the fear of falling from the sky, and her almond-shaped eyes were staring at him blankly. She was biting her nails, and her thumbnail was completely pitted. "Oh, my little ancestor. You really are sick. That's not how you play on a swing." The two maids rushed out of the mansion and, seeing Li Tianke, they were so scared that they turned pale and stood there trembling. "Young master." Shu Mian quietly and obediently bit her nails. "She is not sick." However, before she could figure out what the purpose of her being taken off Wind Island was, she had to show a little bit of symptoms in order to survive. Otherwise, if the cruel and merciless Master Li saw through her feigned illness, who knows what a miserable end she would be given. After 3 years in the slums, she knew better than anyone how to survive. But it was strange that Li Tianke would hug her, and not only that, but he didn't throw her away right away. She was prepared to fall to the ground and break her bones. "Is this how you take care of people?" A cold and displeased voice rang above Chu Mian's head. The next second, Li Tianke kicked a maid to the ground with one leg, his eyes cold and vicious. The maid fell to the ground and dared not get up, nor did she dare to make excuses. She could only apologize desperately. "I'm sorry, master, I'm sorry, it's all our fault. Don't let me see these two useless trash again." Every word from Li Tianke was offensive. "Yes, I will dismiss them immediately." A voice sounded from the side. Shu Mian remembered this voice, it was that assistant Meng. Li Tianke looked back at him with a stern face and walked in with Shu Mian in his arms. Meng Shu looked at Li Tianke's indifferent back and turned to look at a group of bodyguards. "From now on, when Mr. Li comes over, you will be here to guard him, and you don't need to enter the building to serve him." "Yes." The bodyguards responded in unison, deafening. Shu Mian heard this with her ears pricked. "In the future, when Mr. Li comes." "So, she will continue to be placed here? Why? What does the president of a large corporation want with a mental patient?" Shu Mian bit her nails and couldn't figure it out. Li Tianke carried her into the house, put her on the sofa in the hall, took off his coat, sat down on the coffee table, and sat across from her. Shu Mian noticed that there was a lifelike deer head tattooed on the inside of his right wrist. It was clearly the most docile deer, but on his pale skin it looked ferocious and domineering. His long fingers grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His gray eyes stared at her, viciously, without any kindness. Shu Mian remained expressionless, not daring to show any emotions. It wasn't until her jaw was about to be crushed that Li Tianke finally let go of her, his voice gravelly, just like hers. Like her? Who? An enemy? Or an old lover? Chapter 5. You are my Li Tianke. Meng Shu walked in from outside. Upon hearing this, she looked deeply into Chu Mian's eyes, and after a long time, she said with emotion, "Yes, she is very much like the young lady." When the young lady was ill, she was also very quiet, and even when she was leaving, she was very graceful. She was only 21 when she died. When he said this, Li Tianke's voice was particularly gloomy, as if he was suppressing some emotion. The young lady has already had a general checkup, and there is no sign of any infectious disease or aggression. You should be fine with her, but you should still be careful. Meng Shu reported that, in addition, her identity could not be found. It doesn't matter. What does an imposter need an identity for? Li Tianke snorted in disdain. It seems that the probability of being an old lover is greater. What's going on? An old lover with schizophrenia dies, and you find a 21-year-old psychopath to replace him? Shit. Does she have to be a substitute for the rest of her life? She has to do it for Chu Xing and for this man in front of her. Chu Mian cursed in her heart. Li Tianke sat in front of her, casually took off his coat and threw it aside, and coldly ordered, "You go downstairs first. I want to take a nap here." Yes. Meng Shu lowered her head, took 2 steps back, and then turned and walked out. Eh? What do you mean by sleeping for a while? What is this situation? She was thinking about it when Li Tianke suddenly raised his hand and patted her on the face, like he was patting a small pet. He stared at her, his eyes upturned, lazy and wild. Remember, from today on, you are my Li Tianke's person. Chu Mian felt a chill run down her spine. What does it mean to be his person? She suddenly became nervous. Li Tianke sat in front of her, and his long fingers began to unbutton the sapphire blue button. He deftly worked his way down, lifting the shirt to reveal a clear muscle structure, with perfectly proportioned abs. There was neither an ounce of excess flesh nor was he over-exercising. No way. Is this guy a pervert for undressing a patient with mental disorders? Don't take it off. Li Tianke suddenly stood up, his hand resting on the belt around his waist. With a flick of his fingertips, the belt was pulled off. Chu Mian's breath stopped. Stop taking off your clothes. As if he heard her inner voice, Li Tianke didn't take off his shirt any further, just held it in his hand and walked uninhibitedly towards the bathroom. As soon as the bathroom door closed, Chu Mian immediately got up from the sofa. She had to escape from this place. She walked to the window and looked out. In the courtyard, several bodyguards were still standing there, with their pistols at their waists. Headache. Chu Mian had a headache. On Wind Island, there were no laws or moral constraints, and many people would not be able to restrain their physiological desires and just mess around with anyone, but the idea did not dare to hit her head. She really didn't expect that the president of the first consortium would have a hidden interest in psychiatry. It's just too weird. She knew she couldn't get out through the front door. Chu Mian walked up and down the mansion, found a room, and reached out to push open the window. She looked down and saw that from this angle, it was not difficult to jump over the wall and then jump down, but the difficult part was to not make a sound so that she would not be caught immediately. Never mind, give it a try. Chu Mian gritted her teeth and climbed up the window with her hands and feet. As soon as she climbed up, she heard muffled footsteps outside the door. How could she have taken a shower so quickly? Chu Mian looked at the door in shock. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Chapter 6. I'll only teach you once. She had to slide down the window and close it. The footsteps stopped at the door. Chu Mian didn't have time to think. She sat down on the bed next to her and pretended to bite her nails listlessly. You're here. A gloomy and displeased voice rang out in the room. Chu Mian didn't even look up, her eyes glancing past the crystal crafts on the side, and her heart hardened. 3 years ago, she stabbed the old man in the lower body. At worst, she could stab him again. Thinking this way, her heart calmed down. The devil's footsteps gradually approached her. The aroma of men's body wash followed, and a white bathrobe came into her view. Shumian swallowed and slowly raised her head. Even her dull eyes could not hide the fact that she had beautiful eyes, dull but pure, like a blank piece of paper. Li Tianke stood in front of her, his eyes fixed on her. His short hair was wet, and water droplets trickled down his chiseled face, then slowly dripped onto his prominent collarbone and disappeared into the half-open bathrobe. The sensuality of an adult man almost burst out. "Don't dare run without my order. I'll break your legs. Understand?" He leaned down suddenly, his handsome face right in front of her, staring at her, his thin lips curled into a wicked arc. It looked like he was smiling, but he exuded a strong sense of threat that was chilling. She was sure he wasn't joking. She fell back stiffly, and Li Tianke closed in, pressing his hands on both sides of her body, trapping her in his arms, with nowhere to hide. Shumian held her breath, shifted her buttocks to the side, and moved towards the crystal craft. "Oh, I forgot, you're a psychopath. You wouldn't understand." He suddenly snorted coldly, his eyes falling on her pink lips, long eyelashes sweeping down a fan-shaped shadow, and he slowly lowered his head. "Come on. The fish dies and the net is broken." Shumian reached for the crystal craft. 20 centimeters. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. There it is. I'm going to get it. Her wrist was suddenly grabbed by a man, and the hot temperature and moisture burned her skin, so much so that Shumian almost jumped out of bed in surprise. "It's over." Shumian's eyes hardened, and she was about to push the man when a dry towel was suddenly thrust into her hand. The man in front of her said, "Give me a haircut, sister." He raised his eyes, with a hint of flirtatiousness, and was incredibly sexy. What? What's going on? Wiping hair? Sister? What exactly did he want her to do? Shumian was stunned and dared not show anything, so she could only continue to act dumb. Seeing that she was unmoved, Li Tiang's eyes darkened. He probably couldn't see the reaction she should have had, and his eyes were suddenly filled with disappointment. Then he grabbed her hand and rubbed it all over his head. Shumian was splashed with water all over her face. His palms were hot, burning like fire. After wiping, Li Tianke threw the towel aside, grabbed her slender hand, rubbed her knuckles, and said nonchalantly, "Listen, I'll only teach you once. Next time you don't wipe your hair, I'll cut off your pretty fingers one by one and feed them to the dogs." Pervert. Shumian cursed in her heart, while her brain analyzed the situation rationally. So, the person who died was his sister? She is a replacement for his dead sister. That's much better. A replacement for a sister is better than a replacement for an old lover. After all, one can't have sex, but the other can. After touching her fingers, Li Tianke waved his hand and pushed her onto the bed without mercy. Chapter 7, Mr. Li is a little retarded. Shumian lay straight on the bed. "What is this for?" Li Tianke followed and lay down. The man's sense of presence was terrifying, giving orders and saying, "Hug me." "Hug you?" Shumian silently moved to the side, and her hand was forcibly grabbed again. "You little lunatic are really a pain in the ass. You don't understand a word I say," Li Tianke said in disgust. Then he put her arm on the bed and put his head on it. Then he curled up and lay sideways facing her, with one long leg directly across her body. "If you don't want to bother, don't hug me." Seeing his childish, wild and unrestrained posture, Shumian drew 3 black lines in her heart. This sleeping position is really. When his sister died, he must have been just a little retarded, right? "Sister, my father came to see me today." The man suddenly stared at her and said, "Isn't it ridiculous that he wants me to give him money to play with women? He wants his son to pay for his play with women." The man leaned against her, "And now I'm still leaving him a manor to shelter him from the wind and rain. If he keeps going like this, I'll kick him out to beg for food, okay? It's as if he's saying that if we don't finish the leeks today, we should just throw them away. My father plays with women and asks his son for money. What kind of family is this? When you left, I was 9 years old and I couldn't give you anything. Now I'm 25 and I have everything, but I still can't give you anything." The man suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his eyes became dark, and he was no longer the frivolous and cold-blooded person he had been. Shumian listened with a paralyzed face. Although she didn't know what had happened, she felt sorry for him. But even if she felt sorry, could she not be so heavy on her? She felt like she was going to be crushed by these long legs. "Sister, pat me like you did when I was little," the man ordered. Shu Mian did not move. Li Tianke simply grabbed her hand that was resting on his back and forced her to slap his back. "It's poisonous." Shu Mian was speechless. Her hand was almost bent 180 degrees by his grip. Before her broken arm, she chose to surrender and hugged his neck to pat on his back. The movement was heavy. Very mechanical. It was not like a normal person. Just beat him to death. That's more like it. Li Tianke was satisfied with her performance and leaned even closer to her. She was wearing a skirt that his sister had worn before. It had been steamed with flower buds and dyed with fragrance, which had a calming effect and smelled particularly good. He slowly closed his eyes. Shu Mian patted him over and over. This was the first time she had shared a bed with a man. His hot breath brushed against her neck, tickling her toes. She didn't know how long it had been, but Li Tianke had stopped breathing. She turned her head to look at him, and he was already asleep. His hair was still half wet, his narrow eyes closed, his handsome nose casting a shadow on one side, and his thin lips pursed. He looks like a normal person, but he always talks about blood and likes to reminisce about the past with a mental patient. I don't know if I should call him a pervert or a nostalgic. Shu Mian had patted his head until her hands were sore, but when she saw him sleeping, she stopped and tried to pull her hands away from his head. As soon as she moved, the man's commanding voice suddenly exploded, and he continued to pat her. Shu Mian cried. The snowflakes fell in a fine, fluffy snow, covering the entire manor in a pure white. Soon, this white was destroyed. Screams of agony rang out. The young and beautiful girl stood in the courtyard, her beautiful eyes full of murderous intent, and she stabbed the fruit knife into the body of the man in the servant's clothes, then pulled it out. Chapter 8, The Sister in My Memories. Blood splattered on the white snow, as if it were a field of red roses, blooming seductively. The bodies on the ground were scattered in all directions. The girl stood in the snow, her red skirt fluttering in the wind, playing a mournful tune. "Sister!" The boy's piercing cry pierced the snow-covered night. The young girl was suddenly awakened, her eyes flickered, and she looked at the bloody fruit knife in her hand and then at the bodies on the ground. She realized what she had done only after the fact, and immediately threw her arms around her head and screamed hysterically. "Sister! I killed someone." The girl trembled all over, and suddenly seemed to have figured something out. She turned to look at her younger brother standing in the doorway, her eyes filled with sadness. She muttered, "That's good, Tianke. Now they won't be able to bully you anymore." The fluffy snowflakes fell on the girl's shoulders and skirt. She looked up at the falling snow and smiled, her smile so bright and beautiful it was breathtaking. "Tianke, the snow is so beautiful. It's really beautiful." She whispered softly, then slowly raised the knife in her hand and stabbed herself in the chest. "No! No!" Li Tianke suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. The room in front of him was quiet and still, there was no snow, and it was clear and bright outside. It was just a dream. Li Tianke gasped heavily, his long fingers buried in his hair. This nightmare has been haunting him for years. After a moment, he looked down at the person in the bed. Shu Mian lay there with her eyes closed. Under her long, black hair, her face was almost transparent, with small lips and a small nose. He was clearly a madman, but his eyes were pure and beautiful. Like a handful of pure snow, or a bright ray of sunshine. Li Tianke looked at her, fell to the ground, and grabbed her in his arms, holding her tightly, almost greedily smelling the faint fragrance on her body. He sniffed very hard, and it took a long time for him to come out of that dream. His eyes began to clear. He was about to let go of the girl in his arms when he suddenly realized that his arm was pressing against the girl's delicate curves. Li Tianke looked down and saw that her collar was wrinkled because he was hugging her. The big collar was already a V-neck, and this hug made the spring light completely leak out. The fair, delicate skin was rubbed by the collar, leaving several red marks, which was ambiguous and evocative. Since he was already fantasizing, he didn't hold back and reached out to touch her again. It was so soft. "It's like jelly." Li Tianke stared straight at her, and his body reacted quickly. Damn it. Had he not had a woman in a long time that he had a reaction to a crazy person? This can't continue. Li Tianke pushed her away with all his strength, sat up in bed, and thought it wasn't enough. He reached out and grabbed Chu Mian's cheeks and pulled them apart. He wanted this woman to arouse his reaction. He clearly wanted a substitute for his sister. How dare she sleep so soundly? It hurts. She was very sensitive and alert after living on Wind Island for so many years. She had already woken up at the moment he suddenly sat up, but was just pretending to sleep. This man is really perverted. He suddenly sat up and suddenly pinched her face. What did she do to offend him? Pretend to be asleep. Continue to pretend to sleep. However, Li Tiang's tactics escalated again, and he began pinching her nose. Xu Mian endured it again and again, but finally she couldn't breathe and opened her eyes to look at him. She didn't resist, just looked at him. Her long eyelashes were curled and wet, her eyes were dull and pure, and her long hair lay on the bed like seaweed. Her voice was soft like a lamb, and she was still half asleep. Chapter 9, Will the Young Master Come? Li Tiang's breathing suddenly stopped, and he was tickled by the look and voice in his chest, and he wanted to tear off her skirt immediately. Damn it! I can't stand it! Li Tianke let go of her and turned around, leaving the bed without even putting on his slippers. He left the room barefoot, fleeing in a panic. Finally gone. It hurts so much. Xu Mian rubbed her nose, got off the bed, tiptoed out, and followed her all the way to the stairs. She hid behind an antique vase and looked down. In the living room, Meng Shu stood there with a brand new double-breasted men's coat in her hands. Li Tianke put on a white shirt with arms outstretched and a cold face, his movements smooth and handsome. Today, a few more members of parliament have spoken nonsense in front of the media, saying that you are manipulating the economy of country A and want to destroy it. Meng Shu said, her voice low, not daring to provoke the young master. It is true that I am manipulating, but it is not true that they are wrong. Li Tianke sneered wickedly and said, let's get rid of it. 4 words, so casually. Understood. Meng Shu bowed her head. After Li Tianke had put on his shirt, she respectfully stepped forward and opened her coat to put it on him. The presidential palace wants to connect with you. Don't bother. Li Tianke put on his coat. He was half a head taller than Meng Shu, with long arms and legs and a powerful aura. He was a complete animal in clothes. Suddenly, Li Tianke seemed to think of something, turned his eyes to Meng Shu, and said, find me a woman. He thought to himself, he needed to let off some steam. What kind of woman? Meng Shu was stunned. Li Tianke looked at him with a look of idiocy. He was clean, adult, and willing. Yes, Mr. Li. Meng Shu finally realized what kind of woman Li Tianke wanted, and hurriedly lowered his head, feeling very embarrassed. It was strange. Mr. Li came to see his sister's replacement, and after he was done, he asked for a woman. The logic seemed to be wrong in some way. Meng Shu couldn't help but look up at the direction upstairs. Xu Mian hurriedly hid herself, frowned, and bit her lip. She also felt that the logic was strange. After a while, Li Tianke left with Meng Shu. The Chang Yuan mansion is just a small Western-style house, and it is not a mansion. Soon, new maids came, one was Fang Ma, the other was He Ma. Learning from the previous incident, the two of them looked at Xu Mian with extra caution, afraid that she would suddenly go crazy and do something. But Xu Mian remained sluggish, mumbling all day long, and occasionally going crazy only to smile foolishly at the mirror. Therefore, the two maids' guarded hearts slowly relaxed. After figuring out what she was for Li Tianke, Xu Mian was ready to leave. It wasn't that she was running away. She had food, drink, and people to take care of her, so she couldn't live without being here. But she had to find a time to leave and see the world she had not seen for 3 years, and her family she had not seen for 3 years. Xu Mian sat on the sofa thinking, her eyes cold. The young master hasn't been here for a few days. I wonder if he'll come today. Fang Ma wiped the sofa behind Xu Mian and said. Of course, she wasn't talking to Xu Mian. The maid, He Ma, who was kneeling on the floor next to her, said, I don't think so. I heard that the young master is going to a dinner party in a neighboring city today, so he won't have time to come back to the capital, let alone come back here. Lady Yank won't be back, so that's good. Xu Mian came to life, suddenly stood up from the sofa, and began to do jumping jacks. She jumped once, giggled once, jumped twice, and giggled twice. Chapter 10, Secretly Returning to the Chu family. Fang Ma and He Ma looked at each other in shock and, without saying a word, agreed that she had gone mad. Shumian jumped farther and farther, bouncing back and forth between the two maids' rooms. Mother, he was worried and followed her. Under her watchful eye, Shumian quickly stole Fawn Ma's sleeping pills. Flying, flying, I am a little butterfly, I am a little bee. A little tired from jumping, Shumian ran with her arms flapping, flying through half the house and into the kitchen. Oh, miss, this kitchen is no fun. Mrs. Ho quickly stopped her and said, come on, let's go out with me. I want to collect honey. I want to collect honey. Shumian shouted, struggling to knock herself into the kitchen sink. Seeing this, Mrs. He quickly hugged her. Shuming's eyes flashed, and she took advantage of her inattentiveness to successfully put the medicine into the water bottle next to her. No one knew. After doing all this, she pretended to be pulled by her mother-in-law and walked out. An hour later. The whole house was exceptionally quiet, not a sound could be heard. Shumian came out of her room and saw that Fawn Ma and Hima were both sitting on the wall and had fallen into a deep sleep. She moved them to the sofa and covered them with blankets. With this dosage of the medicine, they would be fine for 5 hours. All done. Shumian raised her lips, clapped her hands, and walked out. She closed the door and then the gate to the courtyard. She looked up at the blue sky and took a deep breath. This is the taste of freedom. A taxi stopped on the side of the road. Shumian resolutely stopped the taxi and got in. She gave the driver an address, 13, Gangzi Street, Huguan District. How long would it take to get there? She needed to be back here before the two maids woke up. She would never forget this address, even if she had spent 3 years in the slums. If there is no traffic jam, it will take an hour. The driver looked back at her. Yes. Shumian replied that a 1-hour drive was acceptable. Throughout the journey, Shumian kept her eyes on the window. It had been 3 years since she had last set foot on this land, and the imperial capital had changed so much. New high-rise buildings have sprung up. Every scene was unfamiliar. The car stopped in front of a private luxury villa. The driver punched in the time and said, Miss, 58 yuan, please. There was no response. The driver looked back and saw the girl sitting in the back seat, as if she hadn't heard him at all. She was staring out the window at the villas outside, her eyes were black and white, and her pure face was cold. Miss? Is this your home? The driver asked casually. Upon hearing this, Shumian smiled, a mocking smile, the home of her enemy. The driver was stunned. It was a joke. Shumian didn't want to scare the driver, so she said lightly, can you wait for me for 10 minutes? I don't have any money with me, so I'll go get some. Of course. The driver nodded. Shumian pushed open the car door and walked down the road. Standing on the side of the road, she looked up at the large iron gate in front of her, which was tightly closed with openwork carvings, and her skirt fluttered in the breeze. The memory box suddenly opened, pouring out like water. Dad, I beg you, I am also your daughter, I will be successful, I will repay the Chu family, please don't give me away, please. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth now. Shumian, you were raised by our family to protect Shaoxing from disaster. You have to sleep in this bed, whether you like it or not. Right in front of this big iron door, she once knelt before Chu Zhengming, clutching his hand and begging him not to give her to an old man. Chapter 11, Taming a Large Dog. Right in front of this big iron gate, she once knelt before Chu Zhengming, clutching his hand and begging him not to give her to an old man. Her meekness was met with Chu Zhengming's ruthless truth. Shumian stood there, her gaze across the door and onto the swing bench in the courtyard. That day, Chu Xing was sitting on it elegantly, wearing an expensive designer dress and playing with her cell phone. Tired of hearing her cry, Chu Xing waved her hand and told the bodyguard to drag her in front of him, kicking her chin with her sharp shoe tip. Shumian, I didn't want you to get involved in this robbery so early, but who can resist Feng Shenzhen's affection for you? He sent you love letters, confessed his love to you, and chased you desperately. Chu Xing said leisurely, look at this face. Do men like you, a fox spirit with a pure appearance? As he said this, Chu Xing lifted his foot and drew a deep cut across her face. Shumian fell to the ground. At that time, Shumian would not resist. She would only beg. She did not care about the bloodstains on her face. She cried and begged Chu Xing, Shaoxing, I am your sister. We grew up together. Sister? You deserve it? Xu Xing looked at her with contempt. Xu Mian, you are nothing but an abandoned baby. We have raised you for 18 years. It is time for you to repay us. It is your good fortune to be able to protect me, Xu Xing. Xiao Xing. Xu Xing sat on the beautiful swing, not looking at her, but at her father. Dad, tell Mr. Qin to record the proceedings. I'll show the footage to the dean and see if he still thinks this bitch is pure and lovely. Okay, you can have whatever you want. Xu Zhangming doted on his daughter. Xu Mian will never forget the image of her father and sister talking about her like a cat or a dog. Pulling herself together, she climbed over the high wall and went all the way to the back, where she climbed up a broadleaf tree. She climbed the tree in no time at all, took a deep breath, jumped straight onto the wall, and then jumped lightly on her tiptoes. Her skirt made a beautiful circle. A perfect landing. With a smile on her lips, she used her memory to find the door from the backyard and entered the large villa. As soon as she entered, she noticed that the Chu family had redecorated and made it more magnificent and grand. There was even a large antique vase that was hundreds of years old next to the solid wood staircase. It seems that Chu Zhangming has become better and better over the past 3 years. Chu Zhangming is a counselor, but one who only listens to the words of the consortium. I wonder which unscrupulous consortium he hooked up with to become even more prosperous. The large villa was quiet, and the sound of the maid came from the kitchen. Xu Mian quietly reached a room next to the maid's room and pushed the door open. This is the room she used to live in. When she entered, she was face to face with a large dog. The big dog, who was squinting, immediately glared at her when she came in, stood up shivering, and opened its mouth to bark. Xu Mian quickly crouched down, picked up a dog toy next to her, shook it, and gave it a gesture accompanied by a hideous expression. The fierce dog looked at her, then suddenly lowered its eyes and wagged its tail at her. Seeing this, Xu Mian smirked with satisfaction. The island is basically full of people who are unable to take care of themselves. God closed the door for them, but left a window open. Before they became unable to take care of themselves, some of them had special skills. She had learned a lot from others over the past 3 years, including climbing trees, acrobatics, and training vicious animals. Xu Mian picked up the dog food next to her and threw it into the dog bowl. She rubbed the dog's head and the big dog obediently lowered its head and began to eat. Chapter 12, Marry the Strongest Man. Xu Mian looked around. Her old room had been turned into a doghouse. The Chu family really hates her to the core. Xu Mian moved the dog tent aside, squatted down, touched the wall with her fingers, counted a few fingers from the bottom to the top, and gently pressed her fingers inward. A brick suddenly popped out. She put the brick aside and took out a wooden box from the secret compartment, brushed off the dust on it, and opened it. Inside were some of the things she had saved, as well as the money she had earned by helping her classmates with their homework and handicrafts, and a button from the swaddling clothes she had been in when she was abandoned. When she was very young, Xu Mian knew that she was not the Chu family's biological daughter, and she was very grateful for the Chu family's adoption. So she always gave way to Chu Xing from a young age. She was like Chu Xing's little maid, always putting up with his bossy behavior. Xu Xing didn't like the fact that she had money left over, and every time she earned a little, she would force her to give it to her to spend. Therefore, Xu Mian didn't save much money secretly. But it was more than enough to pay for a bus ride. Xu Mian put the bricks back in place, making the wall look seamless. She hugged the wooden box in her arms and looked around the doghouse. The sunlight fell on her pure and fair face, but a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. It was hard to come all this way, so she had to leave her family a little gift. 10 minutes later. Xu Mian left the Chu family with the wooden box in her arms, got back into the taxi, and said to the driver as she paid the fare, "Mr. Driver, please take me to the most famous food street." After 3 years in the desolate place of Fengdao, she missed the delicious food outside too much. She must eat her fill today. Night falls. The large wrought iron gate of the Chu family villa slowly opened, and 2 luxury cars drove in from outside. The maid opened the door, and the first to get out were Chu Zhangming and Feng Shui. In his middle years, Chu Zhangming is in his prime, dressed in a suit and tie, even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are full of a proud and triumphant expression. Feng Shui walked beside him, gentle and dignified. "Dad, Mom, you're back at this time too?" On the other car, a young girl got off the car, wearing a college-style blue sweater and a short skirt, revealing 2 straight and slender legs, and like a bird, she flew into Feng Shui's arms. It was the Chu family's precious daughter, Chu Xing. Why are you back so late? Doesn't school finish early? Feng Shui smiled and took Chu Xing's hand and walked in. Chu Zhangming walked into the brightly lit hall, took off his suit and handed it to the maid, walked over to the leather sofa, sat down, leaned back, and looked at Chu Xing. I heard you went to the Li family's mansion today? Yes, but unfortunately I didn't get to meet Li Tianke. However, the person who received me is a fan of mine, and said that he would try his best. Bizarre world. The aromas and the sounds of people mingling together. Shumian sat at a table and watched the people come and go, staring straight ahead. She hadn't seen so many people from the normal world in a long time. The slums were only filled with darkness and decay. It felt good. After a long time, she looked away and looked at the wooden box in front of her while she ate. The only thing in it that could prove her identity was a student ID from junior high school, but it was useless. When she was sent to the slums by the Chu family, Chu Zhangming, in order not to cause himself any trouble, used his connections to erase all her identity information, as if she had never lived in the Chu family. Without any identification information, she could not establish a foothold in Country A. Now she is a black household. Chapter 15. He definitely can't stay around for long. Shumian grabbed a string of grilled squid and took a big bite. The spicy sauce and the tender squid tentacles were a rich combination of flavors that exploded in her mouth. This is much better than the taste of the snake caught on the Wind Island and grilled at random. Shumian ate with satisfaction, thinking of 4 words, it's worth it. On second thought, there are always more ways than there are problems in this world. She would definitely be able to think of a way to survive independently in the mainland and leave the orchid gardens safely and soundly. She definitely couldn't stay by Li Tiang's side for long. It's fine to be a replacement, but she's afraid that one day she'll be found out for faking insanity. With Li Tiang's attitude towards those people on the Wind Island, she's afraid that a bullet is waiting for her. It might be even worse. She might be tortured to death. That man is capable of anything. Brother Chang, the ID cards you make are so good that even the gods can't tell the difference between the real ones and the fake ones. Hey, look, it's an interview with Chu Xing. There was a table of people dressed like college students eating barbecue and chatting enthusiastically. Shumian followed their gaze to the TV set hanging in the air outside the barbecue stall, and Chu Xing's beautiful face appeared on the TV. Shumian took a bite of the bone and looked at it coldly. Chu Xing, you have been working hard for a month to get the donation from the phone group for the children in Africa. What do you have to say about this? The reporter handed him the microphone. Chu Xing stood in the camera, wearing the uniform of the Imperial Capital University. The light makeup made her look like her whole face was full of youthful collagen. Imperial Capital University. It was once the school of Chumian's dreams, but after she turned 18, she stopped dreaming. She smiled modestly. Don't say that, as if it was all my doing. In fact, the Foam Foundation has always done charity work. I just saw that the children in Africa were suffering so much that they couldn't even afford to go to school, so I helped to make a connection. Chu Xing, I heard that you studied fashion design in college. Are you planning to create your own brand? The reporter asked again. Of course I hope I can have my own brand, but one must be down to earth and take things step by step. My current priorities are my studies and charity. Facing the camera, Chu Xing smiled innocently and said that she was a role model for young people. What about love? I heard that many boys at school are chasing after you. Even Feng Shenjun, the third son of the Feng family, said in public the other day that you two get along very well. Is there any good news? The reporter continued to ask. Hearing this, Chu Xing smiled shyly and said, No, it's just friends. Don't write anything else, or I'll sue you. Chu Xing narrowed one eye and made a shooting gesture at the camera, which was extremely cute. Some of the reporters even burst into excited voices, as if they had been flirted with. Ha! It seems that in the past 3 years, Chu Xing and Chu Zhangming have both done very well. At the same time, the table of college students also exploded. One of the boys with silver hair was spitting out fragrance there. Damn, I've been with Chu Xing for 2 years, how come I can't sleep with her? Sleep with Chu Xing? What kind of taste is that? Shumian snorted and continued eating the food in front of her. Hey, Chang, look over there. That girl is pretty. Someone said. The silver-haired man who was staring at the TV screen turned his head and looked over, only to see a girl in a plain dress sitting at the table, quiet and well-behaved, with pure facial features that could drip water. In front of her was a large platter of roasted chicken feet, roasted chicken wings, spicy shrimp and crab, tin foil wrapped chicken, dry pan lobster, 13 spice lobster, garlic lobster, and beef and lamb piled up in thick layers. Chapter 16. The night market is in full swing. There was not enough room for a dining table. She ate slowly and deliberately, paying no attention to anyone else. Soon, a small mountain of sticks was piled up next to her. She can really eat. The silver-haired man licked his lips and said, Chuxian can't sleep, but this girl is okay. As he said this, the silver-haired man threw the sticks in his hand and strode over to Chumian, striking a pose that he thought was handsome. Little brother, can't you eat all this? Little brother, can I help you? Chumian had just finished eating a spicy crab with disposable gloves on her hands. Upon hearing this, she gave him a faint glance and thought, trying to pick me up? Hearing this, the silver-haired man's table of companions all howled and yelled. The silver-haired man's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat down next to her, pressed up against her, and put his hand on her shoulder and rubbed it. He's very good at it. Little brother, I'll take you to experience the jacuzzi in a 5-star hotel later. Chumian glanced at the hand that had suddenly appeared on her shoulder, but she wasn't angry. She just smiled. She slowly took off the gloves on her hands. Seeing this, the silver-haired man thought she had agreed, and pouted his lips and kissed her fair face. Suddenly, his face was slapped away. The next second, his fingers were snapped back by Chumian and pressed hard against the table. Chumian smiled and grabbed a skewer and stabbed it into the back of his hand. She was not the same weak and incompetent Chumian she had been 3 years ago. The silver-haired man screamed in pain, trying to break free but unable to resist. Looking at the girl in front of him, he saw a calm smile on her lips, and her features were still so pure and flawless. It's over. He had picked a fight with someone who was not to be trifled with. What are you doing? The silver-haired man's friends immediately surrounded him. Don't come any closer. Chumian's voice was lazy, but she held the divining rod even more tightly and stabbed it down. The tip of the divining rod sank a little into the silver-haired man's flesh, and blood immediately oozed from the back of his hand. I was wrong. I was wrong, sister, no, little sister, auntie. Great auntie. The silver-haired man looked at the divining rod as she thrust it down so hard, as if she were trying to pierce his palm, and his soul was instantly scared out of him. Do you know what you did wrong? Chumian glanced at him indifferently, as if she were chatting with him. I have the guts to tease you, and I'm wrong. The silver-haired man burst into tears. You're wrong. You have a problem with your eyes. You need to see an ophthalmologist. In Li Tiang's words, it's not a big deal to want to flirt with her, but it's wrong for him to say that he can't sleep with her unless she's awake. After that, she tightened her grip on his arm. Ah! Ah! The silver-haired man was dumbfounded and then screamed in pain. This woman is really ruthless. I just heard you say that your family makes fake certificates. Can they make any kind of certificate? Chumian asked. Ah? Yes. The silver-haired man looked at her blankly. What does she want? Does she want to expose his family for their wrongdoings? Chumian stood there and thought for a moment, then said, Make me an ID card. It was a tone that left no room for discussion. You want to make a fake ID? The silver-haired man looked at her blankly. Why would a young girl like you make a fake ID? Chumian casually held the pen and stabbed it deeper into his flesh. The silver-haired man suddenly turned pale with pain. Female, 21 years old, birthday May 27th, the rest is just made up. Chumian picked up a string of beef with one hand and ate it, while she idly twirled the stick that had been stabbed into the back of his hand with the other. The silver-haired man was shaking in pain. Stop it, Grandma. What about the name? I'll just make it up. A name. Chumian turned her black eyes and looked down at the table in front of her. Her eyes fell on a plate of steaming, aromatic spicy crab. She said seriously, Thank you for the spicy crab. Chapter 17. Li Tianke came to the night market. After that, Chumian took his phone and quickly took a picture of herself for her ID. Ha! The silver-haired man was completely confused. How could such a pure girl have such a ghostly name? What, do you have a problem with it? Shumian asked coldly. No, you are simply a feast for the eyes, ears, and nose. The silver-haired man was in such pain that he almost fainted, and dared not contradict her. At 9 p.m. 5 days later, bring the item to me on the 8th floor of the Diamond Mall. If you don't. Shumian paused here, smiled at him, then pulled out the lot and took the cell phone from his pocket, saying in a calm voice, "You're dead." The cell phone is the item of the transaction. The silver-haired man screamed in pain, Yi Chang, will definitely be there. That's good. Shumian didn't care much about it and cleared the bill for my table. Let's go. Yes, auntie, okay, auntie. The silver-haired man covered his bleeding hand and bowed his back, backing away. Shumian was a little happy. That's good, I've saved a lot of money on food. With a wave of her hand, she said to the boss, bring me 10 caddies of crayfish. Shumian was enjoying her meal when suddenly there was a commotion in the distance. She ignored it and then saw a group of men in suits and leather shoes striding towards her, all of them with guns at their waists, shouting in a cold voice, "Leave immediately. We've cleared the area. We've rented the entire street." A whole street of snacks? The world of the rich is really hard to understand. Shumian looked at the table of food in front of her and really couldn't bear to give it up. She walked up to the barbecue stall and asked for a few takeout boxes. As she said this, she looked to the side and suddenly saw a man in a gray suit standing behind the group of men. Meng Shu. Li Tian's assistant. Could it be that Li Tianke had rented the entire place? Damn. Isn't he the CEO of the A Nation's top conglomerate? Shouldn't he be able to afford 6-star dining? Why would he come to this kind of civilian snack street? Shumian suddenly forgot about packing and grabbed a hat and a disposable mask that were casually placed on the barbecue stand and put them on. She also took a shirt that was hanging nearby and put it on. The zipper went from the bottom to the top. After finishing, Shumian lowered her head and walked out with the crowd. She sensed Meng Shu getting closer and closer to her from the corner of her eye, and couldn't help but hold her breath. It's going to pass. It's over. Just as Shumian saw the light of victory, she felt her shoulder suddenly being pressed down. She was startled and heard Meng Shu's voice fall. The clearing of the market is not for you vendors. Go back to your usual work and bake something delicious. Vendors? Shumian was stunned for a moment, and when she looked down, she saw the words North Barbecue embroidered on the chest of her shirt. In a panic, she put on the uniform of the barbecue stall. Shumian lowered her head in frustration. Meng Shu said, remember to take out the cleanest and healthiest ingredients from your store to grill. If there is even the slightest mistake, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. The most ruthless words spoken in the softest voice. Go. Meng Shu looked down at her and said, is this person not very smart? Shumian could only nod and turn around to walk back to the barbecue stall. She was originally afraid that the owner of this northern barbecue would expose her, but in the end, there was no one in front of the stall. It seems that the boss was scared off by the huge crowd. That's good. We can only take things one step at a time. Shumian walked up to the barbecue stall, grabbed 2 skewers of meat at random, put them on the stove, and pretended to grill them. Soon, the entire snack street was cleared of all guests, leaving only the night market stalls on both sides. Chapter 18. His gaze fell on her. 2 bodyguards stood in front of each stall. The tables, chairs, and floor were cleaned and disinfected in an instant, and elegant tablecloths were laid out. Mr. Li, my sisters all say I'm weird. I don't rob bags or buy jewelry, I just like to come to the snack street. A woman's voice suddenly came from somewhere, so soft that it made her bones go limp. Shumian couldn't help but look up and saw 2 people walking towards them from a distance. The man was really tall, almost 1.9 meters, and his long coat couldn't hide his long arms and legs. He had a handsome face with no flaws, and his eyebrows and eyes were full of fierceness. He had a strong aura, and it was Li Tianke. The woman wearing extremely light clothing was clinging to him like she had no bones, almost completely hanging on his arm. Shumian wondered if this was a disabled person. It turned out that Li Tianke had brought a woman to eat snacks. As if by fate, the 2 of them sat down at the table in front of Shumian's stall. The woman sat across from Li Tianke and said in a sweet voice, Mr. Li, do you think I'm strange too? But I think this place is very lively. Jewelry and things are too cold. Like you, Mr. Li, who works in a high-rise building every day, you should come down and get in touch with the earth. Chu Mian heard this and shuddered, his scalp tingling. Do men like girls who talk like this? She looked at her secretly and saw the woman take off her high heels under the table and climb up on Li Tiang's lap with her toes. Li Tianke sat lazily at the table, raised his hand and turned the priceless watch on his wrist. Sensing the movement on his leg, he glanced at the woman in front of him, and the corners of his thin lips curled into a sly and mocking arc. What are you rubbing? Do you want me to do you right here? Chu Mian was speechless. She was in the best position to see the action. Are these two trying to do it right here? The woman heard this, and instead of feeling that Li Tianke was disgusted by her, she thought it was a hint. Her face turned rosy and she rubbed her feet even harder, crawling up his thighs to the important place. Mr. Li, you're so annoying. You're so slutty. Chu Mian thought to herself, and Meng Shu suddenly leaned over and asked, Is it ready yet? I'll have some first. There are so many stalls here, why are you staring at her alone? Chu Mian put the meat on the plate, sprinkled the sauce on top, and then walked out with the plate. I don't recognize her. She lifted her head slightly and saw that the woman had climbed onto the table at some point, half lying on it, striking a pose, pulling her v-neckline open, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, and looking enchanting. Li Tianke sat there staring at her. He slowly raised his hand and stroked the woman's thigh through her red skirt. The bodyguards all stood with their backs to the wall, ignoring the situation with professional integrity. Taking advantage of the fact that both of them were at the peak of their desires, Chu Mian quickly moved over, placed the tray on the edge of the table, and then retreated. Wait! Li Tianke suddenly stopped her and fixed his gaze on her. Chu Mian swallowed, held her breath, and buried her head even lower. She'd been recognized? She couldn't see Li Tianke's eyes at the moment, but the feeling of being stared at made her feel more suffocated than ever. After a long while, Li Tianke's gaze moved away. Chu Mian quickly raised her eyes and saw that Li Tianke's hand had been withdrawn from the woman's leg. His voice was sinister and sexy. Don't you want to eat? Eat? Chapter 19, Did he recognize her? Upon hearing this, the woman glared at Chu Mian hatefully. Did you send the food? He's not delivering food at the right time, he's really ruining her good time. The woman was very unwilling, half lying there, and then her soft hands directly hooked around Li Tianke's neck, her red lips leaning over, her eyes full of meaning. Li Zong, I just want to eat you now. Hearing this, Li Tianke suddenly stood up and grabbed the woman's red skirt and lifted it up. It was about to get a little bit more explicit. Chu Mian didn't have time to take her eyes off the scene before she saw the woman's entire body being flipped over and flying out. Whoosh! A perfect arc. The dinner plate also flew out. The closest one, Chu Mian, silently reached out and caught a few fragrant meat skewers in midair. All the bodyguards turned around. Bang! The woman fell heavily to the ground, her face pale, her red dress lifted to her waist, a holster strapped to her white, jade-like thigh. The holster was empty at the moment. The small black pistol was in Li Tianke's hand. The woman panicked and tried to reach for the gun. Bang! Li Tianke stood calmly in front of the dining table, swung his hand sideways, and without even looking, fired a shot. The woman was shot in the heart, blood spurted out, and she fainted on the ground. The whole process took no more than 30 seconds. The scene changed from a scene of flirting between a man and a woman to a bloody crime scene. He didn't even raise an eyebrow, as if the person who fired the gun wasn't him. The vendor at the night market screamed in fear. Chu Mian was used to being paralyzed, so her reaction to this scene was to stand still. It was only when she heard the screams and the sounds of people running away that she realized her reaction was not normal, but it would be too obvious to try to learn to scream. So she just continued to stand there, keeping her head down and minimizing her presence. Meng Shu. Li Tianke let out a sound. Meng Shu, who was standing nearby, came over with a dark face and bowed her head. Li Tianke lowered his gun and looked at him with cold eyes, sneering, "You're really something, finding a killer for me to find a woman. If it weren't for my quick hands, would you have come to the underworld to be my assistant?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, it was my fault for not keeping a good watch and bringing this kind of woman to you. I deserve to die." Meng Shu lowered his head and his voice was trembling. He had been by Li Tianke's side for many years, but this was the first time he had ever done such a bad job. At the Chang Garden, when Li Tianke said he wanted to find a woman, he was in such a hurry that he hastily brought a beautiful woman to Li Tianke at the banquet. He never expected that she would be a killer. "Don't worry, I will take your life when it is time," Li Tianke said coldly. "Take him back for questioning and find out who is behind this attempt on my life." "Yes, Mr. Li," Meng Shucheng answered with trepidation. "It's no fun. Let's go back," Li Tianke said with some helplessness and turned around. Shumian suddenly let out a sigh of relief, but before she could fully relax, the man's pointed leather shoes in her line of sight suddenly turned. A chill ran down her spine. Li Tianke stood in front of her, looking at the woman in front of him in uniform, wearing a hat and a mask, slowly pressing the gun in his hand against her forehead, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with a hint of playfulness. "You're a bold vendor, aren't you afraid?" Shumian was startled by the gun, and she pulled her mouth corners and said in a low, hoarse voice, "I know you are Mr. Li. With a great man like you, we ordinary citizens will be safe and sound." Chapter 20, Li Tianke's Standards for Choosing a Spouse. Flattery will get you everywhere. "Oh, is that so?" Li Tianke chuckled meaningfully. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. The pistol spun around his finger, then he put it away and threw it to Meng Shu, who went to the Chang Garden. "Finally, he's gone." Shumian lifted the cap on his head and glanced at Li Tianke's back. The lights of the night market were colorful and chaotic, casting Li Tianke's long, slender back in the illusion of a demon from hell returning to the world. Shumian's legs suddenly went weak. This man is too scary. Wait. Xian Yuan? He's going to the Chang Garden? Shumian's mind went blank. If he went back now, he would find that she wasn't there at all. Would she be wanted by the police? No, even if she can hide, it will be even harder to survive if she is wanted, not to mention taking revenge on the Chu family. She can't put herself in such a bad situation. What should she do? Shumian watched the large group of bodyguards leave behind Li Tianke and Meng Shu, biting her nails and a light flashing in her eyes. She quickly ran behind the stall. She bent low and quickly ran past the stall, ahead of the group, out of the night market. As soon as she got out, 5 or 6 super luxury cars were parked there arrogantly. The drivers all got out of their cars and waited at the doors. Shumian bent down and crept past, avoiding their line of sight. She casually opened the trunk of one of the cars and hid inside, then closed the trunk. After hiding in, she let out a sigh of relief. If she followed Li Tianke's car back to the Chanyuan, she might still have a chance. "Mr. Li, get in the car." Outside, Meng Shu walked in front, opened the door of one of the cars, and respectfully stood by. Li Tianke wiped his hand, which had just fired a gun, with a hot towel as he walked, and when he reached the car door, his gaze suddenly fixed, and he glanced sideways. His thin lips curled into an arc of ambiguous meaning. "I'll sit in that car." Meng Shu was stunned. Why did he suddenly want to change cars? "Yes." Meng Shu dared not ask any questions and quickly ran over to open the door for Li Tianke. Shumian curled up in the dark trunk. When she heard the sound of Li Tianke getting in, she almost broke down. It was the first time she had ever left the Chang Garden, and she had just met Li Tianke at the night market. She had even managed to hide in the trunk of the car that Li Tianke was riding in. She was really lucky. Fortunately, the person in the car did not notice her presence, and the car slowly started up. "Mr. Li, give me a chance to make up for my mistake. I'll find it for you again." Meng Shu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked back at Li Tianke, who was sitting in the back seat. Li Tianke sat in the middle of the back seat, looking lazy, with his long legs crossed and a handsome face that was fierce without anger. He said, "Don't look for this kind of goods tonight, it's too contrived." Shumian was huddled in the trunk and dared not move. "This time I will definitely find someone to your satisfaction." Meng Shu was carefully observing Li Tianke's expression, wondering if he had any special requirements, such as being gentle, having a good figure, or being passionate. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke turned his head and glanced at the direction of the trunk behind him. A dark shadow passed through his eyes, as if he had a nervous problem. "Ah!" Meng Shu froze. Shumian heard this and widened her eyes. This person's tastes are really quite unique. Is she hearing top-secret information from a top-level figure in Country A? Li Tianke slowly withdrew his gaze, lowered his eyes to the tattoo on his hand at the crook of his arm, ran his fingertips over the antlers, and spoke in a low, sinister voice. I find that compared to this woman tonight, I have a greater physiological desire for the woman in the Qian Yuan. Chapter 21, Li Tianke is coming to inspect. Xu Mian was shocked and her eyes widened. What does this mean? The woman he was talking about couldn't be Fang Ma or his mother, could it? But isn't she a replacement for his deceased sister? How could he? Meng Shu, who was sitting in the car, was also shocked by this. She sat in her seat for a while before she said sheepishly, Mr. Li's taste is really unique. Even a psychopath would like it. Beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke chuckled. Do you think I should take her? But if I do, I won't be able to continue to treat her as a substitute. Ha? Meng Shu was a little confused. When had Li Zong ever been so indecisive? Xu Mian listened intently for Li Tianke's decision, but after waiting for a long time, all he heard was silence. Li Tianke didn't say anything again. This left her with a lump in her throat, not quite up, not quite down. Xu Mian curled up in the trunk and didn't move. Li Tianke, please be a human being, don't be too perverted. Xu Mian calculated the travel time, and the car stopped as expected. Mr. Li, we've arrived. Meng Shu got out of the car and opened the door for Li Tianke. He was also waiting for Li Tianke's answer, but Li Tianke just wouldn't say, and he didn't dare to ask. Li Tianke bent down to get out of the car, his leather shoes stepping on the ground, and the corners of his coat blowing in the wind. Inside, Xu Mian carefully distinguished the sound of footsteps as they left, while feeling around in the trunk in the dark. When the time was right, she pushed forward, then pushed the seat in front of her forward, climbed out of the trunk, carefully put the seat upright, pushed open the door a little, and squeezed out. She rolled over and looked at the garden from the side of the car. Li Tianke was already standing at the gate. Meng Shu and the bodyguards were standing by his side. The gate slowly opened, and the mansion was right in front of her. Xu Mian held her breath and darted to the side, like a puff of smoke, quickly passing by without anyone noticing anything unusual. Li Tianke stood calmly, lazily watching the gate open, never turning to look. The light in the courtyard was dim, and the roses on the wall turned a warm color. Li Tianke rubbed his thumb against his tiger tattoo, and his thin lips curled into a half-smile. Then he took a step forward and walked inside. In the living room of the Western-style building, two middle-aged maids were just waking up and sitting on the sofa, looking confused. How could they fall asleep? It must be that I was too tired from watching the mentally ill these 2 days and didn't get enough rest. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside. The two women hurriedly stood up and looked up, only to see Li Tianke striding in. Both Fang and he were taken aback and hurriedly bowed and curtsied. Young master, you're here. Didn't you say you weren't coming back today? Yes. Li Tianke casually replied, his voice low and magnetic. Where is she? It was obvious who she was referring to. The two maids looked at each other in alarm. If the young master found out that they slept during work hours until the evening, he would definitely not spare them. Hima was the first to react, and she pretended to be calm and said, Miss was sleepy in the afternoon, and she's still sleeping now. Li Tianke nodded and turned to walk towards the stairs. Fang Ma grabbed Hima and said in a panic, lowering her voice, how dare you say such nonsense in front of the young master? You could get killed for talking nonsense. Miss, he is indeed asleep. If she is still sleeping now, I am not talking nonsense. Hima whispered in her ear, she couldn't just admit that she had failed in her duty. That's true. Fang Ma didn't have a better idea. The heavy sound of the shiny black leather shoes on the solid wood stairs, one after another, was steady and awe-inspiring. Chapter 22, Moving Around is a Hint. The man walked up the stairs, unbuttoning his sapphire cufflinks. His every move was graceful and filled with an unassailable air of superiority. The two maids stood below, looking up at him with trepidation, their hands shaking involuntarily. Li Tianke walked up the stairs and headed towards Xu Mian's room. When he reached the door, he pushed it open. The room was pitch black and completely silent. Not even a breath could be heard. It was as if no one was there. Li Tianke raised his hand and turned on the light. The bright light suddenly hit the entire room. In the pure European-style bedroom, a large bed was neatly covered with a gray quilt with a small bulge. The young girl was lying there quietly, her hands folded on the quilt, wearing a pure white nightgown. Li Tianke walked to the bed and saw that the girl's jet-black hair was slightly messy, her face was pale and calm, her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow, her breathing was even, her lips were lightly pursed, and her pink lips were alluring. She was really sleeping. Li Tiang's eyes deepened, and he sat down at the edge of the bed, reaching out to pinch her cute nose. For a moment, the girl could not breathe, and she subconsciously twisted, then opened her eyes drowsily. She had very beautiful eyes, black and white, like pure gems, but when she looked at people, they were all dull. He pinched her nose again. Sooner or later, she would be suffocated by his play. Shumian forced herself to calm down and jumped into the backyard. She climbed up to the second floor with her bare hands, breathing heavily, sat up from the bed, and stared at him blankly. "Are you awake?" Li Tiang's lips curled into a wicked smile. "If you're awake, then get up and have dinner with me. Who wants to accompany you?" Shumian sat there, looking dazed. She didn't sit there for more than a few seconds before Li Tianke grabbed her arm and pulled her over. The next second, she was hanging upside down on his shoulder, and Li Tianke carried her out like that. Shumian was stunned. What kind of man is this? Her head was down, and her brain was a little congested, making her feel very uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Shumian simply pretended to be crazy and silly, laughing and twisting, trying to struggle down. "Pop." Li Tianke slapped her round and perky buttocks, his voice evil to the bone. "A woman moving around on a man is a hint, and I don't care if you're a psychopath." His big hand was like a burning hot flame. This blow was more flirting than pain. This man is really poisonous. When she thought about what he had said in the car, Shumian's vision became dizzy. She twisted a little and then stopped moving. She tried her best to calm her breathing and cursed him in her heart. Li Tianke carried her into the restaurant. When she saw Li Tianke carrying her in, Meng Shu froze. What was going on? The restaurant was furnished with a retro French dining table. As soon as Shumian was put down, she saw the elegant rose flowers printed on the shiny tableware in front of her. Li Tianke sat down across from her, his deep eyes looking at her without discerning meaning. She sat there with her head bowed, her white puffed sleeves brushing against the edge of the table, looking particularly obedient. Quiet. The restaurant was very quiet. Fang and he quickly prepared and served dinner, placing a separate portion in front of Li Tianke and Shumian. Li Tianke picked up the chopsticks and saw that Shumian had not moved, so he raised his eyes slightly. Meng Shu reacted, glancing at Hima. How does she usually eat? She eats well, but sometimes she makes a mess. Hima replied, gently pushing Shumian, Miss, let's eat. Chapter 23, Li Tiang's test? She had just eaten so much barbecue, so how could she eat much now? However, this is also a good opportunity. After being pushed by Hima several times, Shumian picked up the silver spoon with the way a child holds a spoon, scooped up a large spoonful of rice into her mouth, filling her entire mouth, and filling her cheeks up. She didn't swallow it, but just chewed it up. The rice grains fell out of her mouth, onto the table, and onto her clothes. You like people with mental problems, don't you? Meng Shu stood by and watched, shaking his head. He wanted to pick up a tissue and cover her gaping mouth. She was such a pretty girl, it was such a waste. Li Tianke sat across from her, staring at her with interest in his eyes, his lips curved in a smile, and his fingertips deftly twirling the chopsticks. Pop. Shumian couldn't hold back, and all the rice came out in one go. Some even splashed into the dishes in front of Li Tianke. Meng Shu stood by the side and almost threw up. What was wrong with Li today? How could he call that cute? Then Fang Ma and Hima must be called charming. Young master, I'm sorry. I'll change it for you right away. Fang Ma hurriedly went up to change Li Tiang's tableware. Mother, he wiped Shumian's mouth and looked at Li Tianke apologetically. Master, why don't you let Miss eat outside? This will disturb your appetite. Shumian acted like a fool. Yes, let her leave quickly. She can't stand Li Tiang's perversion. Does this man have some kind of misunderstanding about the word cute? No. Li Tianke took the hot towel Meng Shu handed him and wiped his hands. His voice was magnetic and his tone was unyielding. Seeing this, Mrs. He didn't dare say anything else, fearing that Shumian would ruin Li Tiang's mood, so she simply picked up the bowl and spoon and fed her, spooning food into her mouth. What does she like to eat? Li Tianke just sat there lazily watching Chu Mian eat. Her eyes were dull and her face expressionless, and she ate mechanically. Mother, he stood there and answered carefully, Miss doesn't picky about what she eats. She eats whatever is served. Really? Li Tianke raised his eyebrows in an ambiguous manner. He couldn't be too picky, but he couldn't eat junk food like barbecue either. His gaze was deep and penetrating. Chu Mian heard her scalp tingle. Why mention barbecue? Did he recognize her at the night market? He didn't know about her inner turmoil, but he couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. The young master was joking. Although we are not as good as the top chefs in the Li family, we are also strict and careful with food, and pay attention to healthy eating. How could we let Miss eat barbecue? Chu Mian bit into the rice, and a chill ran down her spine. Was Li Tianke really testing her, or was he just talking? Li Tianke stood up from his chair and walked over to Chu Mian step by step. He forced her to step aside, looked at her in surprise, and saw that Li Tianke had stood behind Chu Mian, one hand on the back of the chair, slowly leaning forward, his handsome face close to her ear, one hand lifting her chin, and blowing in her ear in an ambiguous manner, his voice hoarse. That's good. I, Li Tianke, decide what my people eat and what they don't. If the little thing doesn't listen and eats whatever it wants, the consequences will be very serious. Do you understand? He said it slowly and deliberately, and the warm breath of his lips filled her ears, with a long, sexy trailing tone full of menace. Chapter 24. She couldn't feel his pulse. Chu Mian's whole body twitched. He must have recognized her. Show your hand. She was about to stand up, but Meng Shu said, Mr. Li, she doesn't understand. It's not worth your trouble to discipline her. Just ask Mrs. He and Mrs. Fong to pay attention to her diet. Meng Shu knew that Li Tianke was a very possessive and controlling person, and that he would not allow anyone to touch anything that belonged to him, but she never thought that he would be like this with this woman. Li Tianke looked down at her expressionless face, pressed his finger on the soft hollow under her lips, and his eyes grew deeper, as if he could see through everything. Suddenly, he smiled and said, How can a psychopath understand? Chu Mian couldn't tell if Li Tianke was lying. He said he didn't recognize her, and he said this in front of her for no reason. He said he recognized her at the night market, and there was no reason for him not to expose her. Forget it. Just keep calm and act normally. Li Tianke took Chu Mian's pale hand and placed it in the palm of his hand. She wore a silver electronic lock on her slender wrist. Could this thing be unlocked? Meng Shu looked over and replied, This kind of electronic lock is made of a special material that is very hard and cannot be opened without a special tool. However, this kind of tool is purchased by the presidential palace and is not available to the general public. Really? Li Tianke raised an eyebrow. There were once people from the slums who tried every means to escape to the city. In order to avoid being recognized, they cut off their hands and removed the locks. Meng Shu added. Those who are sent to the slums are the most worthless people. In the eyes of the public, people in those places are not worthy of being called human beings. If anyone is found in the city with an electronic lock on their wrist, they will be reported immediately and will be subject to extremely harsh punishment. Chu Mian naturally knew about this, so she was wearing a long-sleeved skirt when she went out today. In that case, with this thing on her wrist, she will always be a dirty slum rat. Li Tianke turned the electronic lock on her wrist. It didn't turn because it was too tight against her skin. He said lightly, It's too obtrusive. Let's modify it and make it into a bracelet. Yes. Meng Shu nodded in agreement. He was also standing under the dumbfounded tree, dumbfounded. Is it necessary to disguise this electronic lock? After all, people are always staying in the Qiangyuan and never going out. Who would know that the CEO of the first consortium, Li, is hiding a slum mental patient? Meng Shu had many questions, but he didn't dare to ask them. He only dared to ask weakly, Is President Li going to rest here tonight? Yes. Li Tianke replied in one breath. No way. Is he going to stay? Just because he didn't do anything to her before doesn't mean he won't do anything to her tonight. Chu Mian was panicking, her mind racing with ideas when Li Tianke answered a phone call. He stood there listening, and the smile on his lips disappeared without a trace, and his whole face changed, becoming gloomy. His face changed, and the restaurant suddenly became as quiet as a graveyard. Meng Shu and Hima both lowered their heads. Back to the manor. Li Tianke hung up the phone and walked out without looking back, speaking coldly. Meng Shu hurriedly followed him out. He actually left. Shu Mian was suddenly relieved, and his head was cold after touching the electronic lock on his hand. This day was really thrilling. I was so scared. Hema sat down on the side and patted her chest. This young master needs to come to the Qian Yuan several times, and my life will be shortened by several years. Fang Ma came from the kitchen with a bowl of soup and saw that Li Tianke had already left. She couldn't help but ask, why did the young master leave? He got a phone call and went back to the manor with a dark face. Hema said, with a mysterious look on her face, I think it's probably because the master found a woman again that made the young master so angry. It's always been like this over the years. Chapter 25, Continue to deal with the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Fang Ma sighed and put down the soup in her hand. The master is also to blame. At his age, he still likes to play with women. It is not unrelated to the fact that the young master has become like this. It's true. After the death of the young master's mother, the master married her best friend as his new wife, and brought the young lady, who was in her teens, and the newborn young master to live in the Chang garden. Hema sat there, holding a bowl of food in one hand and feeding Chumian with the other. Li Tiang's mother has passed away? So, his mother and sister are both dead? Chumian mechanically ate the food that Hema fed to him, thinking about the childish actions that Li Tianke made towards her when he was lying in bed, and couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Every family has its own problems. But Li Tiang's business is none of her concern. She just wants to find a way to leave the Chang garden as soon as possible and establish herself in country A. She felt as if Li Tianke had seen through everything about her. She couldn't stay any longer. She must leave. It was late at night, and everything was quiet. Fang and he had already gone to bed. Shumian quietly climbed out of bed, tiptoed downstairs, and entered the kitchen, where she made herself a cup of hawthorn tea. She had eaten barbecue and been fed by Mrs. He that night, and she was full. Plus, she was scared by Li Tianke and had a cold sweat, so she couldn't sleep at all. She took a sip, and the sweet and sour taste immediately made her mouth and stomach feel much better. She carried the cup into the study. During the days she had spent in the Qian Yuan garden, Shumian had already familiarized herself with the rooms. Even in the dark, she could walk around freely and easily made her way into the study. The light in the study was turned on by Chumian, and the interior was still decorated in a retro style. The books on the bookshelves against the wall were stacked to the top, and many of them were professional books on psychiatric disorders. Chumian glanced at it and then turned off the light. She walked to the desk in the dark, sat down, put the hawthorn water aside, and turned on the computer. The computer was quickly turned on. There was no password, so Chumian easily entered it. Her 10 slender fingers flew across the keyboard, pressing the keys extremely fast. Then, a surveillance screen appeared on the computer. It was a surveillance camera in Chu's courtyard. Today she went to Chu's house and saw a box in Chu Xing's room, filled with some electronic equipment that he didn't want. She picked it up and made a few temporary changes. Because of the time pressure, she could only change one of the surveillance cameras. Because it was bulky and would be easily discovered at home, she placed it in the flower beds in the courtyard. And from what she knew about the Chu family, the courtyard would be very lively tonight. Sure enough, the screen showed the courtyard of the Chu family brightly lit, with Chu Xing sitting on a swing back and forth, wearing a beautiful off-the-shoulder dress, with her beautiful curls pushed to one shoulder, her beautiful almond eyes looking forward, and a satisfied smile on her lips. The direction of her gaze was Chu Zhangming and his wife Feng Shui standing there. In the middle of the courtyard, a middle-aged man in a white robe was holding a horoscope and muttering something, then picked up a brush and drew a pattern on the ground. After a while, the servants brought out several ancient basins, some with fire, some with ice, and some with a pile of cold blades. The servants arranged the ancient basins according to the diagram. Shumian snorted. The Chu family believes in superstition and the occult, and must think that her ghost has returned. Chu Zhangming and Chu Xing, this is what you have brought upon yourselves. Shumian reduced the size of the monitoring window, opened the web page, and after a series of clicking sounds, opened the VoIP interface. Chapter 26, A Family and a Half a City. She set up a synthesized voice and dialed all the TV stations, media outlets, newspapers, and magazines in the capital in one go. Hello, I'm reporting to your company that the counselor, Chu Zhangming, is at home setting up a vicious spell to curse people and ghosts. If you hurry over now, you can still get a shot of the scene. If you're a little late, your opponent will get the headlines. Shumian curled her lips in satisfaction and spun around in her swivel chair, listening to the electronic chorus playing in the computer. Perfect. After the call, Shumian hung up all the calls in a hurry, reopened the surveillance screen, and leisurely drank the hawthorn water. The media have the most sensitive noses, even if the call came out of nowhere. 5 minutes later, the media arrived at the scene one after another. A group of people were hiding in the dark trying to take pictures of the courtyard, but when more and more reporters arrived, they finally made a noise. The master was sitting in the center of the formation and still mumbling. Xu Xing sat on the swing, his smile frozen. What was going on? Xu Zhangming looked outside in shock and saw that, at some point, the courtyard had become packed with people. Take the master inside. Hurry! Take the formations away. Take them away. The servants ran out in a panic to clean up the mess. Xu Xing was stunned, realized that it was not good, and turned and ran inside, covering her face with her hands for fear of being photographed. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. News alerts keep popping up in the lower right corner of the computer. Xu Zhangming, a member of the parliament, has set up a sinister ancient formation in his home, suspected of cursing his competitors. With a sinister formation in his home, is Xu Xing's image as a charitable angel difficult to establish? These media outlets are always one step ahead of the others in coming up with headlines. Beautiful. Shumian finished drinking the hawthorn water and stretched. Good, she could sleep peacefully tonight. Tomorrow's news will definitely be even more exciting. The Li family owns the estate that has been named the world's most luxurious mansion. The Li family's estate is the largest in the country, covering half of the city. From a distance, the security guards are everywhere, and from a white jade bridge, you can pass through to the towering castle, which stretches for several kilometers. Along the way, there are countless exotic flowers and plants, and the facilities are complete, including a helipad, parking lot, private golf course, ski resort, etc. The extravagance and grandeur are self-evident. As soon as the first rays of sunlight hit the corner of the castle, the servants were already dressed and ready to go to work. Meng Shu arrived at the Li family, walked through the magnificent hall, took the elevator upstairs, and walked forward. Li Tiang's door was closed, and the housekeeper was already waiting at the door with the maids, all of them respectfully lowering their heads and not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing the people inside. When they saw Meng Shu, they only nodded in greeting. The door was suddenly opened from the inside. Li Tianke appeared at the door, wearing a dark gray dressing gown that was not very tightly tied, revealing a large, sexy chest, and his short hair was slightly messy. Seeing a crowd of people standing in front of the door, he had a sour expression and a gloomy look in his eyes. Young master. The butler immediately stepped forward and served him carefully. Would you like to choose one here or go to the dressing room? Several maids rolled out several movable hangers, on which were hung various men's clothing, with almost every style available. Li Tianke glanced at it coldly, his eyes falling on a black suit. Without him having to say anything, the butler immediately took down a matching series. Li Tianke walked in, and the butler and Meng Shu followed him in, while the maids stayed outside. Li Tianke changed into a shirt and trousers, and his slender hands fastened the top button. The butler unfolded the suit in his hands and put it on for him. Chapter 27. She is not a stray girl. Young master. The butler squatted down again to put on his leather shoes, and while doing so, he said with a stiff upper lip, Master told me to tell you that he promises not to play with women anymore. Please give him another chance and don't cut his expenses. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke kicked him to the ground with a look of displeasure. Meng Shu looked on silently. The butler knew Li Tianke's bad temper well, so he quickly stood up and walked away, keeping his head down and not daring to speak. Working in this family and walking between the father and son, he was also very frustrated. He couldn't not relay what the master said. Li Tianke stood there, his eyes turning a little more gray with anger, looking at him with a gloomy and cold expression, almost gritting his teeth. Tell him that the Li family was built by my mother's hard work, and if he dares to bring another woman back, I will personally perform a castration operation on him. Yes, yes. The butler hurriedly retreated. Li Tianke stood there, his face as bad as it could get, reaching out and pulling at his collar, unbuttoning a few buttons to make breathing easier. Damn, nothing goes right. In the consortium, a bunch of old-timers are thinking about how to bury him and take his place. Back at the manor, there's a bunch of bullshit. Mr. Li didn't sleep well last night? Meng Shu saw the bloodshot eyes under his eyes. In this place, do you think I can sleep well? Li Tianke sat down in a sullen mood. He would rather stay at the Chang Garden than be here. It's less crowded and simpler. Mr. Li, you asked me to look into the lady at the orchid garden. I found out a little bit. Meng Shu said. It's strange. Before, Li Tianke said that a body double didn't need an identity, and he didn't even bother to check it. Last night, he suddenly asked him to check it thoroughly. With the intuition he has cultivated over the years with Li Tianke, Mr. Li definitely has some interest in this silly, dazed woman. But, this is not a normal woman. What does Mr. Li like about her? Upon hearing this, Li Tianke's eyes deepened, and he said with certainty that she was not a vagrant. Meng Shu was very surprised at how Li Tianke had figured it out. He was stunned and said, yes, it took me a little while to find out that it was Chu Zhangming who had sent her to the slums. But there was no information about her in the Chu family's records, so why did Chu Zhangming send an 18-year-old girl to a place like the slums? According to the law of country A, not all mentally ill people have to be sent to the slums. They must be completely helpless and alone, and the relevant departments of country A will carry out the execution. If someone is sent to the slums in such a roundabout way, there must be something wrong. A real homeless woman is not worth the trouble. Chu Zhangming? Li Tianke raised his eyebrows. He is a member of the parliament. He came to the foundation last quarter and wanted you to support him more. Meng Shu reported that his daughter, Xu Xing, is a well-known internet celebrity in China and has helped him gain a lot of support. Miss Xu Xing has been coming to the foundation every day these few days, wanting to meet you and ask you to donate money to Africa. I had someone turn her down. Li Tianke was not interested in the Chu family's affairs at all. He said, continue to investigate. I want to know her background. This she is naturally the one from the Chang Yuan. Seeing that Li Tianke was impatient with the Chu family's affairs, he couldn't help but put the newspaper in his hand back a little. I know. Li Tianke noticed his movements and said in a displeased tone, what are you hiding? It's news about the Chu family. It's a big deal. I didn't think you'd be interested. Meng Shu handed the newspaper to him. Chapter 28. Her name is Chu Mian. Li Tianke took it and opened it. He saw a large photo on the front page. In the photo, a man was sitting in the middle of a courtyard with a closed mouth and eyes, as if he was reciting a spell. Councilman Chu Zhangming set up a ghost-burying formation in his home in the middle of the night. The formation was vicious and cruel. Burying ghosts? Li Tianke said coldly. It's all superstition. Meng Shu was not impressed by this kind of formation. He said that he had heard that this formation was extremely vicious, and that it could send ghosts to the 18th level of purgatory, where they would be tortured and suffer before their souls were scattered and they could never be reborn. The Chu family wants to beat that ghost to pieces? Li Tianke looked at the newspaper and asked. I contacted several media outlets, and only one reporter said that he vaguely heard the master who cast the spell. Say a name. Meng Shu stood there, paused, and said the name, Xu Mian. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke's eyes flashed with a deep, dark look, and his thin lips moved slightly, Xu Mian. He held these two words on the tip of his tongue, and a hint of ambiguity crept into his voice. He had only said a name, but Meng Shu heard it with a strange thrill. After a while, Li Tianke suddenly raised his lips and laughed at himself. Meng Shu, if I die one day, do you think someone will want to send me to the 18 levels of hell? No. Meng Shu said firmly. There are many people in this world who hate me. Li Tianke said. Yes, there are many people who hate you, but I believe that before you die, you will send those people to the 18th level of purgatory. Meng Shu said seriously, standing straight. Well said. Li Tianke said arrogantly, stood up from the sofa, rebuttoned his shirt collar, slightly opened his thin lips, and said in a word, no one can beat me Li Tianke to the point of losing my soul. Similarly, the little thing I raised is not for others to be presumptuous. With that, Li Tianke turned and walked out. Meng Shu stood there, listening with a dumbfounded look on his face. Mr. Li's little pet? Has Mr. Li recently adopted a pet? How come he doesn't know? After a night of sleep, Xu Xing was nearly crazy. She was sitting on the bed in her beautiful silk pajamas, opening her official account, and underneath were all the raging, surging, vicious comments. Some of the comments were so vicious that they were hard to read. Angelic face, devilish heart, so disgusting. Setting up such a vicious array at home, even sparing no ghosts, it's obvious that you've done a lot of bad things. Xu Xing, go to hell. In the past, her official account was clearly only followed by otaku who were crazy about her. Xu Xing was so angry that her beautiful face was distorted, and she threw her phone onto the bed. Bang! A loud noise. Xu Xing was so scared that she jumped out of bed. When she looked up, she saw a rotten egg thrown at the window. These netizens are really. Xu Xing walked out in a rage, and when he got downstairs, Xu Zhangming was sitting in the living room with a long face and Feng Shui, who was very uneasy. Dad, what's going on? Suddenly it seems like the whole country is spitting on us. Xu Xing ran over. I have already issued a statement, putting the blame on that master, saying that we only wanted to pray for blessings and mistakenly believed in this kind of second-rate master. Xu Zhangming sat there with a stern expression on his face and said, I also spent a lot of money on the media, but I don't know why the news hasn't subsided, but has instead intensified, as if someone is deliberately trying to undermine us in secret. It must be your competitors. Xu Xing said. The competition between counselors is particularly fierce because of their different positions. I think so too. Xu Zhengming's face was very bad, a bunch of people who were kicking him when he was down. Chapter 29, Electronic Lock Turns into a Jade Bracelet. Feng Shui sat on the side, looking at the two of them. Her face was pale, and she said weakly, Zhengming, Xiaoxing, don't you think it's Chumian's ghost that's causing all this trouble? We set up a formation at home, so why would we suddenly attract so much media attention? We wouldn't leak the news ourselves. Why don't we burn some paper money to Chumian and ask her to let us go? I'm not going to burn paper money to Chumian. She's dreaming. Xu Xing was so annoyed that he couldn't help but give Feng Shui a cold stare when he heard this. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. How do we solve this? Xu Zhangming sat there, his hand wearing a ring knocking on the armrest of the sofa. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Xu Xing with a grave expression. Xing, it's up to you now. Your image has always been very good. I'll give you a press conference. You go in front of the public and cry. This is really just a misunderstanding caused by believing in a fake master. You also have to find those young masters who hold you up and let them endorse you, and testify to how kind you are. Find those young masters? Aren't you asking me to be a social butterfly? Xu Xing was a little reluctant. Her current goal was Li Tianke, and she didn't want to make her private life too messy. If you can find Li Tianke to escort you, then this matter will be solved directly, and I won't have to worry anymore. Xu Zhangming looked at her, but now Li Tianke cares about you? Xu Xing was dumbfounded and unable to speak. Damn it, everything is going wrong. The Li family's financial group has actually rejected her invitation, and she can't even see Li Tianke. She bit her lip in anger, thinking about the bad reviews on the internet and the people outside throwing rotten eggs at her. She had to compromise and say, I know, I'll find someone to vouch for my character. If this doesn't work, you'll have to take Feng Xingjun and use the marriage contract with the Feng family to overshadow the news. Xu Zhangming said, suddenly thinking of something and asked, have you broken up with Feng Xingjun? No, Li Tianke hasn't even made a move yet, so how could I easily throw away Feng Xingjun as a spare tire? Xu Xingming said with a sharp tone. Her goal is Li Tianke. If she marries Feng Xingjun because of this news, she will be very unhappy. Really? It's all Chumian's fault. Even after she died, she still wants to cause trouble. Xiang Yuan. Xumian sat at the long table in front of the window, wearing a retro green mid-length skirt with sleeveless sleeves, revealing her fair and slender arms. Outside the open window, the wall was covered with blooming roses, and the green leaves cast shadows on the ground, fluttering in the wind and filling the room with a sweet fragrance. She lifted her left hand, and the cold electronic lock on her wrist was gone, replaced by a crystal-clear bracelet. The craftsman Meng Shu hired is really amazing. He can use special materials to delicately wrap the electronic lock, making it look like an expensive jade bracelet from the outside, which makes her skin look particularly white and delicate. The young lady really likes this bracelet. Hema and Fangma were pruning the flowers nearby and looked at Chumian and smiled. Of course she likes it. Now she doesn't have to worry about being recognized as a slum dweller when she goes out, and it's much more convenient. Li Tianke had also helped her out of the blue. At night, Hema and Fangma went to bed early after finishing their daily tasks. The night was cold, and Chumian wanted to find some neat clothes to wear, but as a body double, she wore all of Li Tiang's sister's clothes. The ladies' clothes were beautiful, but they were all skirts. Chapter 30, Chu Xing recognizes Chumian. Chumian looked through the huge wardrobe and finally reluctantly took a cream-colored blouse as a coat to wear against the wind. She put on a pair of sunglasses and called a taxi to go straight to the Diamond Mall. Today was the day she was going to get the fake ID from the silver-haired man. At 9 p.m., the Diamond Mall was brightly lit and bustling with activity. In the 8-story coffee shop, elegant music was playing. A handsome young man sat at a table by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and he politely placed a candy bar and a coffee cup and pushed it towards the girl in front of him. Okay, Xiao Xing, all the news is just a fad. Netizens will get bored after a while. Xu Xingshan sat weakly on the sofa, her eyes red and grateful as she looked at the man in front of her. He was handsome, and it was a good thing that he was there. If he hadn't spoken up for her in front of the media, she wouldn't have known how to get through this. The man is the third son of the Feng family, who had pursued Chu Mian at the beginning, and has been with her for 3 years now. Although he said that, in her heart, she thought that if she had married Li Tianke, she wouldn't have had to cry pitifully in front of the media, looking for this and that to prove how kind she was. If Li Tianke had said a word, which media in country A would dare to pour dirty water on her? Don't say that. I'm your boyfriend. Who else would help you if not me? Feng Shengjun said gently. He is the third son of the Feng family, and he is not a very important presence in the family. Xu Xing is a little bird who can make him feel needed and give him a sense of strength as a man. Upon hearing this, Xu Xing stood up with a look of deep emotion, walked over to him, sat down next to him, and hugged his arm. Thank you, Shenjun. Feng Shengjun reached out and took her into his arms, hesitating for a few seconds and saying, Oh, I heard that Huang He and Zhang Daji spoke up for you in the media? Did you find them? How could that be? Xu Xing leaned against him and said sweetly, They spoke up on their own. I'm actually quite embarrassed. Actually, she came to me and begged me, and I even let her take advantage of me a little. Really? Feng Shengjun believed her without a doubt, and put his mind at ease. Don't have much contact with those people in the future. They are all playboys who are not very good. I know. If it weren't for the donation, I wouldn't have approached them. Xu Xing smiled at him and said sincerely, Shenjun, I'm completely devoted to you. Her gaze was so affectionate that Feng Shengjun was moved to tears. He reached out and touched her face. Don't worry, when you graduate from university, I'll come to your house to ask for your hand in marriage. Mm. Xu Xing leaned against his shoulder coquettishly, picked up a cup of coffee, stirred the milk sugar inside gently, and looked out the floor-to-ceiling glass. There was no smile in her beautiful eyes, and a trace of disgust flashed past. What kind of marriage? After this incident, she realized that she must marry the strongest man, so that no matter how much dirty water is thrown at her, she will not panic. As she thought this, the escalator outside slowly rose into view. A tall young girl appeared in her line of sight, with a great body proportion, wearing a retro green long dress and a cream white shirt. Although it was not a big name of the season, it created a lazy and elegant style. Her long black hair made her snow-white neck even whiter. She was a woman who knew how to dress. She would try to wear something like that next time. She couldn't keep selling herself as a student forever. As she thought this, the girl had already reached the top, looked around, as if looking for something, then reached out and took off her sunglasses, revealing a face of extreme purity. Xu Mian? Xu Xing widened his eyes in shock, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 31, Xu Mian, You're Not Dead? Bang! The coffee fell from her hands and splashed both of them. Her limited edition long skirt and handsome white pants were all soaked in coffee stains. Feng Shenjun hurriedly stood up, frowned at his wet pants, and looked at Xu Xing with some displeasure. What's wrong with you? Xu Xing was still looking outside, his face pale. Feng Shengjun wanted to follow her outside, but Xu Xing quickly stopped him and apologized. I'm sorry, Shengjun. So much has happened in the past 2 days. I'm sorry if I'm distracted. I'm really sorry. She couldn't let Feng Shenjun see Chu Mian. Although she had already decided not to keep this spare tire, she couldn't let Feng Shenjun meet this bitch again. She doesn't want the man Chu Mian, so don't even think about taking him. Forget it. Let's go to the bathroom to deal with it. I'll have someone bring us some clothes. Feng Shenjun said helplessly. Okay. Chu Xing agreed immediately and was led by Feng Shenjun to the bathroom. As soon as Feng Shenjun entered the men's bathroom, she turned around and left, not even bothering to take care of the large stain on her skirt. Under the astonished gaze of a group of waiters in the coffee shop, Chu Xing ran out of the coffee shop in a disheveled state, running all the way to the escalator. There was no one there. Where is everyone? She clearly saw Chu Mian. Chu Xing looked around anxiously. The flashy lights of the shopping mall flashed past her eyes. She clutched her bag tightly and turned around to look for her on the 8th floor of the huge shopping mall. She asked everyone she saw if they had seen a woman wearing a green dress. She couldn't find her anywhere. Did she just see things? Chu Xing began to doubt herself. It was only natural to think that how could Chu Mian have survived in a place like the slums? Or was it a ghost she saw, not a person? Hey, isn't that Chu Xing? Why is she so dirty? Someone nearby recognized her. Chu Xing looked at the stain on her skirt, embarrassed and awkward, and quickly walked towards the coffee shop with her hand covering her face. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned her head instinctively and saw Chu Mian's approaching face. Under the sunglasses that had been removed, his eyes stared at her. Ah! Chu Xing screamed in fright, fell to the ground, and looked at the person who had come in a panic. The girl in front of her had a pure face with clean and beautiful features. It couldn't be anyone else but Chu Mian. Chu Xing was so scared that her face turned pale and her breathing was shaking. Someone next to her took out their phone to take a picture of her, and Chu Xing didn't care about her appearance anymore, staring at Chu Mian in fear. Seeing this, Chu Ming smiled and reached out to help Chu Xing, ignoring the camera of the people around them. Miss, are you okay? Chu Xing was scared and wanted to pull back her hand, but Chu Mian's hand had already reached out to hold hers. It was warm. It was alive. Chu Xing looked at her in shock, and the fear in her heart gradually disappeared, replaced by the sense of superiority that had dominated Chu Ming for many years. Chu Xing stood up from the ground with her hand, looking at her coldly. Chu Ming, you didn't die? Miss, what are you talking about? Chu Mian looked at her with a puzzled expression, her eyes clean and innocent. Chu Xing hated Chu Mian's innocent look the most. She didn't expect that after 3 years, she was still so annoying. She couldn't help but snort. It seems that you caused all those things in my family. You're not bad. How did you get out? Did you swim out of the slums? You probably don't know what happens to people who escape from the slums, do you? Chu Mian stood in front of her, still looking confused. Miss, I really don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand, do you? Chu Xing sneered, fine, I'll have my father send someone over to take you back to the slums. Chapter 32, Green Tea Performance. This bitch hasn't been tortured to death yet. Chu Xing picked up his phone and dialed the number. Just as he put the phone to his ear, a surprised voice came from the other end. Chu Mian? Chu Xing's body froze, and when he turned around, he saw Feng Shenjun standing not far away in a gray suit, staring blankly at Chu Mian, as if his eyes had been stolen, completely unable to see that she was still there. Feng Shenjun. Another old acquaintance. Chu Mian stood there, thinking coldly, but her face was confused. Feng Shenjun came back to his senses and walked quickly to her, looking up and down at her. Chu Mian, where have you been for the past 3 years? Xiao Xing and I have been looking for you for a long time. Looking for me? Chu Mian was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, Chu Xing never wanted anyone to know that they were sisters, so the two of them were never in the same class at the same school. In high school, Chu Xing pursued Feng Shenjun furiously, and Feng Shenjun confessed to her. For this reason, Chu Xing pretended to be her good friend and pretended to help Feng Shenjun chase her, hoping to show Feng Shenjun her own merits. However, Feng Shenjun did not fall for it, and Chu Xing was so angry that she sent her to the disaster area in advance. Right. Feng Shenjun grabbed her hand a little excitedly. 3 years ago, you suddenly left without saying a word. I went to the school to check your information, and the school said that you were picked up by your family. Because of your family situation, your information was hidden and could not be disclosed. I see. The Chu family had let her disappear from the world without a trace. Chu Xing stood aside, watching Feng Shenjun staring at Chu Mian without paying attention to anyone else. His face was so bad that he wanted to pull the man to his side. She endured it, and finally squeezed out a concerned look at Chu Mian. Yes, Chu Mian, where have you been all these years? Shenjun and I have been looking for you for a long time. This is a good performance. Chu Mian looked at her with a cold gaze, then pulled back her hand, which Feng Shenjun was holding. I'm sorry, you might have the wrong person. How could we possibly mistake someone? Feng Shenjun said eagerly. Stupid man. Chu Xing was so angry that she could hardly speak, but she still said, Chu Mian, let's go to the coffee shop and sit for a while, shall we? No need. Chu Ming refused, but Chu Xing grabbed her arm and hugged her like a good sister. Come on, let's go. Let's chat for a while. In the coffee shop. Chu Xing sat Chu Mian down on the sofa and pushed Feng Shenjun to sit across from her. While sitting, she sent a message to her father. Chu Xing, Dad, Chu Mian is still alive. Hurry up and bring someone to the Diamond Mall. I'm on the 8th floor and I'll keep them there for now. After sending the message, Chu Xing turned her head and saw Feng Shenjun staring at Chu Mian across the table. There was an unmistakable look of surprise in his eyes, as if he had just found a precious treasure. He never expected that Feng Shenjun would still have Chu Mian in his heart after the past 3 years. Chu Xing forced a smile on his face, and suddenly leaned in close to him, hugging the man's arm. The fullness in front of him deliberately pressed up against him, and he said with emotion, Shenjun, we finally found Chu Mian, it's so good. Feng Shenjun looked at Chu Xing, who was holding his hand, and then looked at Chu Mian. He thought about how he had chased after Chu Mian and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. That, Chu Mian, I'm with Xiao Xing now. Yes. When Chu Ming went to the slums, Chu Xing had not yet caught up with Feng Shenjun. At this moment, she turned on her late-coming show-off mode, leaned over and kissed Feng Shenjun on the cheek, then looked at Chu Ming with a smile, saying, Shenjun chased after you, but you left without saying goodbye for so many years. Chapter 33, I am Xie Shangla. She was full of pride in her eyes. Chu Mian sat there, calmly watching them, and said lightly, Sir, Miss, I think you've really mistaken me for someone else. I'm not the Chu Mian you're talking about. Are you angry with me? Angry that I stole away Shenjun? Chu Xing clings to Feng Shenjun and acts weak. Then I'll give Shenjun back to you. Upon hearing this, Feng Shenjun couldn't help but frown and look at Chu Xing, and he scolded her softly, What are you talking about? Am I an object? Why not give it back? Besides, Chu Mian never officially responded to him back then. But I know you like Chu Mian, and maybe you still like her. You just saw her and your eyes went straight to her eyes. Chu Xing looked at him, and as he spoke, his voice choked up, and tears welled up in his eyes. This made Feng Shenjun feel very guilty. He quickly comforted her, Don't think about it. You're my girlfriend now. Chu Mian looked at them with a deep love that was quite disgusting, so she picked up her bag and took out a piece of identification. Her fair fingers blocked the information on it, revealing only her photo and name. You two really misunderstood. I'm not Chu Mian, I'm Xie Shangla. She said it seriously. Chu Xing immediately leaned forward to take a closer look, and then his whole body was in a mess. Xie Shangla? Feng Shenjun was thunderstruck. Is that a person's name? That's right, so I'm not the person you're looking for. Chu Mian said calmly. Chu Xing looked at her blankly. Could it be that he had mistaken her for someone else? When had Chu Mian ever been so calm in front of him? She had always been weak and timid. But how could there be two people in the world who look so much alike? Thinking this way, Chu Xing reached out to grab her ID card, but Chu Mian immediately retracted her hand and said guardedly, What are you doing? Feng Shenjun also felt that Chu Xing's action was too aggressive, completely lacking the elegance of his usual self, and couldn't help but frown. I just can't believe there are two people in the world who look so much alike. Chu Xing hurriedly explained. This struck a chord with Feng Shenjun, who looked at Chu Mian carefully and asked, Are you really not Chu Mian? Do you have a twin sister or something? You two are really strange. I'm sorry, I have something to do, so I'll be going. Chu Mian said coldly, and then stood up and walked out. Don't go. Chu Xing stood up excitedly and tried to pull her back. Xu Mian took a step back and looked at her very strangely. Miss, if you touch me again, I'll call the police. What's wrong with you, Xiao Xing? Feng Shenjun noticed that Chu Xing was a little strange. Chu Xing paused for a moment, and her eyes darted around rapidly. She forced a smile and looked at Chu Mian. Miss Xia, you really look like a friend of ours. She has been missing for 3 years, and we miss her very much. It's a coincidence to see you today. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? We must keep this woman under control. Whether she is Chu Mian or not, we can interrogate her twice and find out. Chu Mian stood there, expressionless, but I don't know you two, so what's there to talk about? She acted like a complete stranger. You sit down first. Chu Xing said as he called the waiter to order 3 more coffees. He sat there looking at Chu Ming and asked, Where are you from, Miss Xie? Southern. Chu Mian replied calmly. Chapter 34, Teasing the Green Tea Sister. So how did you end up in the capital? Chu Xing followed up. Are you trying to find out about my family background? Xu Mian looked at her unkindly. Miss Xie, I'm sorry, my girlfriend saw you and our old friend look so much alike and lost her temper. Feng Shengjun handed her a business card, saying, Let's get acquainted. I'm Feng Shengjun, and she's my girlfriend, Xu Xing. I know her, she's a famous internet celebrity. Xu Mian took the business card and glanced at it, and said in surprise, So you are the 3rd son of the Feng family, but didn't she say in public that you two are just friends? Oh, you are each playing your own game? Feng Shengjun looked embarrassed, and Chu Xing glared at him unhappily. What are you talking about? Feng Shengjun held her down and smiled awkwardly, explaining that Xiao Xing was still in college, and in order to ensure that her studies went smoothly and she didn't get too much trouble, they were going to wait until she graduated from college before going public. Why would he be afraid of being a celebrity? Xu Mian was puzzled and said bluntly, Mr. Feng, have you been deceived? Feng Shengjun's face became even more embarrassed. He had thought about this problem, but Xu Xing always had 100 reasons. Xu Xing saw that Xu Mian's words and actions were directed at her, and she got angry and stood up. Her face turned white and then red. You are Xu Mian, aren't you? How could a stranger be so against her? I'm sorry, Miss Chu, I'm a bit direct. Xu Mian picked up her bag and stood up. Since we don't see eye to eye, I'll see you later. With that, Xu Mian walked out. Don't go. Seeing that she was leaving, Xu Xing hurriedly stood up and chased after her. The waiter came over with a cup of coffee. Xu Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation, and she immediately grabbed one of the steaming cups of coffee and said sweetly, Miss Xia, have a cup of coffee before you go. She screamed and stumbled, spilling the coffee in her hand. You don't have to be polite. Xu Mian suddenly turned around, and with a slight lift of her hand, she stopped the coffee cup right in its tracks. Xu Xing was about to stumble, but she didn't hold the cup steady at all. She widened her eyes in horror, watching helplessly as the cup of steaming coffee splashed towards her. It was like a slowed-down shot, with the liquid floating in an arc in midair. The freshly brewed coffee was so hot that Xu Xing jumped up on the spot, jumping up and down in place, causing everyone in the coffee shop to look at her. Oops, sorry. Xu Mian looked apologetic. I didn't mean to do it. Are you okay? Xiao Xing. Feng Shenjun hurriedly followed and looked at Xu Xing with concern. Xu Xing's head was in a daze from the pain. She glared at Xu Mian in a fit of rage. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Xu Mian, you are Xu Mian. The waiter came over and said weakly, I just saw it. It was Miss Chu who wanted to buy this lady a coffee, and this lady accidentally bumped into her when she turned around. Are you blind? Xu Xing was so angry that she wanted to scold him on the spot, but then she suddenly remembered that Feng Xingjun was there, as well as other customers, so she could only hold back and pull her skirt to fan the air to lower the temperature. No matter in front of anyone, she could not ruin her own image. This skirt has been hit by coffee twice. What the hell? Mr. Feng, take your girlfriend to the hospital and see a doctor. I'm leaving first. Xu Mian smiled and said, nodded to Feng Xingjun, and turned and walked out. Xu Xing thought to himself that she had already gotten herself into this situation, so how could she possibly escape? Impossible. Shumian walked out slowly, straight out of the coffee shop, and walked down the escalator to the elevator. Soon after, the sound of high heels stomping on the floor tiles could be heard. Chapter 35, Falling in a Dog-Eating Position. Xiao Xing? Feng Xingjun looked at Xu Xing in shock as she rushed out recklessly. Xu Xing really didn't care about anything else. She absolutely couldn't let this bitch escape, she had to catch her. Shumian walked step by step to the escalator, listening to the footsteps behind her, and gradually raised a sly smile at the corner of her mouth, then walked quickly forward. Seeing that she was about to run away, Xu Xing chased after her more urgently, reaching out to grab her shoulder. Exhausted, she said, Shumian, you're not allowed to leave. Fine, I won't go. Shumian smiled and said, okay, I won't go, and retracted her foot from stepping on the escalator. She gently turned her shoulder and turned her long hair back. Xu Xing never expected her to suddenly stop, and he was still in the process of chasing after her. He stepped on the escalator with one foot, and his hand missed her, so he couldn't stand up at all. Shumian stood there quietly, watching Xu Xing fall in a dog-eating shit position, rolling down the escalator. Accompanied by Xu Xing's shrill scream. Gee! What a graceful pose! Shumian admired it. Many people in the bright and bustling shopping mall were attracted by the scream and looked over. Xiao Xing. It was too late for Fengshen to rush over and catch Xu Xing. Shumian stood there with an innocent look on her face. You should have been able to see it from that angle. I didn't touch her from beginning to end. Your girlfriend isn't trying to trick me into paying for a broken vase, is she? Bang! Xu Xing fell to the next floor, lying on the cold ground like a dead dog, his face black and blue, his skirt floating to his thighs, his whole body covered in coffee stains, in a state of utter disarray. More and more people gathered around, pointing and talking about her. Feng Xinjun looked at Xu Xing and was so anxious to go down that he heard Shumian say, no, she's just too excited. Let's go and take her to the hospital first. If you want to send her, since you can testify that I didn't push her, then I'll leave. Shumian said nonchalantly. She didn't care whether Xu Xing would die or not, and she was afraid that Xu Jingming's men were already on their way to arrest her. It would be stupid for her to stay. As she said this, Shumian was about to leave. Feng Xingjun looked down at Xu Xing, who was completely surrounded by the crowd, and wanted to go down but was worried that Shumian would run away and never see her again. He couldn't help but call out to her, Miss Xia, can you leave me your contact information? My friend really looks like you, and I think you two might be related. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. Shumian didn't even turn her head. I'm sorry, I don't have a cell phone. Next weekend, at 8 p.m., it's my girlfriend's birthday. I'll be hosting a birthday party for her at the Holy Seat Hotel. Please come. I'll pick you up at the door. Feng Shengjun said loudly. Shumian continued walking forward without saying a word, only raising one hand to make a cool, back-to-back gesture, and then walked away. Please come. Feng Shengjun said, and then quickly ran down the stairs, pushing through the crowd. He saw Xu Xing lying on the ground, desperately covering his face with his hands, in a semi-conscious state. A silver-haired boy was kneeling next to her, worriedly pulling on her arm. Xu Xing, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. I'm your classmate. My name is Yi Chang. Xu Xing didn't dare to get up. She knew that many people were pointing their phones at her, so she desperately covered her face while she still had some consciousness. She was really embarrassed. Seeing this, Feng Xingjun quickly stepped forward and picked Xu Xing up from the ground. Excuse me, excuse me. Xu Xing heard his voice and immediately buried her entire head in his arms. Yi Chang followed and chased after him, looking at Feng Xinjuan's eyes with a mixture of jealousy and envy. Xu Xing, are you okay? What kind of a loser is this classmate? Why isn't he dead yet? What are you following him for? Yi Chang followed them all the way to the outside of the mall. It was pitch black outside, but Yi Chang still followed, trying to catch up with the goddess of his heart and talk to her. Suddenly, he said, oh, I just saw you with Xie Xiangla. Do you know each other? He was the college student who had given Shumian the fake ID. After he had given it to her, he was about to leave when he saw Xu Xing chasing after Shumian. As soon as he heard the name, Xu Xing forgot about the pain and put down his hand. He looked up from Feng Shenjuan's chest and looked at Yi Chang. Do you know her? This face is badly bruised. Yi Chang was shocked and took a step back before saying, Oh, right. How do you know each other? Xu Xing stared at him urgently. Her eyes were spinning in his head. She couldn't say that she had been assaulted and robbed after a failed attempt at flirting. She couldn't think of a more convincing lie, so she just said the second half of the story. She came to me to do something. Yes, she came to me to do something. Do something? Xu Xing was stunned, and suddenly realized, I remember your family specializes in making fake documents, right? Xu Xing, you actually know what my family does? Yi Chang was so surprised that he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Making fake documents is not a glorious thing. Xu Xing knew of course that this boy had sent her many love letters through intermediaries. She had heard from her friends that she looked down on such boys. So, she came to you for a fake ID? Xu Xing widened her eyes. Sure enough, Xia Shangla was all made up, and she was Chu Mian. What a Chu Mian, she really came out of the slums. Now that I think about it, she saw a bulge under the sleeve of Chu Mian's shirt. It must have been an electronic lock. Electronic locks in the slums aren't that easy to remove. Yes. The goddess is too smart, and Yi Cheng didn't know how to deceive her. Feng Shenjun carried the injured Xu Xing to the front of his car. The waiting driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door. Feng Shenjun carried Xu Xing into the car. Yi Cheng tried to follow him in, but the driver stopped him. What are you doing? You can't just get into the car of our third young master. Yi Chang was dumbfounded and stood outside the car in a depressed mood. So what if you're rich? You're so arrogant. Feng Xingjun glanced at him coldly and reached out to slam the car door shut. The car slowly started up, and Xu Xing leaned against Feng Xingjun and sobbed softly, looking extremely vulnerable. Feng Xingjun was heartbroken by her sobs and reached out to pat her. Does it hurt? My face is all broken, ooh. Xu Xing sobbed. Feng Xingjun hugged her a little tighter and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you today? You're constantly losing your temper. It's obviously that bitch Chu Mian's doing it on purpose. Xu Xing wanted to scold her, but in the end, she held back and said in a pitiful voice, I think she is Chu Mian. I haven't seen her for 3 years, and I miss her so much. We used to be best friends. Feng Shengjun was a little suspicious. Was her behavior today really because she missed her? You just heard her ask Yi Chang, my classmate, to make a fake ID. She must be Chu Mian. Xu Xing knew what he was wondering and put on an understanding gesture. I know you miss her too. You don't have to go to the hospital with me. Go back and find her. Ask her why she doesn't want to recognize us. Otherwise, I don't know when we'll see each other next time. Chapter 36. He once sold her. This is a beautiful thing to say. First, it shows that she really just misses Chu Mian and nothing else. Second, it allows Feng Shenjun to delay Chu Mian, so that she can wait for her father's men to come. Feng Shenjun listened to her say this, and his heart was indeed much less suspicious. He looked down at the scars on her face and reached out to hold her tighter. What would I go back for if you were hurt like this? What about Chu Mian? Xu Xing asked with a choked voice. I just invited her to your birthday party. Maybe she'll come. We'll ask her then. Feng Shengjun hugged her. Oh. Xu Mian won't come. She ran away this time and didn't even try to escape. Is she trying to send someone to her birthday party? No, we must find Xu Mian. This bitch is still alive. If Xu Mian doesn't die, then she will be the one who dies in the end. I won't let her go. Xu Xian leaned gently against Feng Shengjuan's chest, and a vicious light welled up in her eyes. The night is dark. A bustling city, a lively shopping mall, a strange and colorful world. Xu Mian stood behind a tree, quietly watching Feng Shenjuan's car drive away, and also quietly watching Chu Zhengming lead a group of people to the mall to catch her. The group of people were looking for her with their heads spinning. Xu Mian walked alone in the night, slowly walking along the roadside. The yellowish light of the street lamp fell on her. It was a little cold at night, so she reached out and hugged herself. There was no longer the same joy in her eyes as when she was teasing Chu Xing. She saw Feng Shenjun and Chu Xing in love. When she was 18, she took on almost all the delivery work in the girls' dormitory in order to earn her own living expenses. That day, she was delivering a gift to Feng Xingjun for a girl. At that time, Feng Xingjun was already in college, and she studied his schedule for several days. He was doing experiments in the school's laboratory, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. She snuck into the university with an antique music box and then into the laboratory building. She crouched at the door of the laboratory and fell asleep. When she heard the sound of someone opening the door, she hurriedly stood up from the ground, but her legs had gone numb and she fell to the side. A gentle hand caught her in time. The moment she looked up, she saw a pair of deep, smiling eyes. That person was Feng Xingjun. She handed him the antique music box, explained her purpose, and left. The next day, she saw Feng Xingjun waiting for her at the entrance to her school. He was standing in front of a sports car, his white shirt dazzling, his hands casually behind his back, looking at her and nodding, smiling lightly, like a refined and noble scholar in a costume drama, full of elegance, and then handed her a small bouquet of daisies hidden behind his back. She realized then that Feng Xingjun had fallen in love with her at first sight. Xu Mian asked herself if she had ever been attracted to Feng Xingjun. At first, Feng Xingjun appeared in her world so decently that she had also dreamed of being an adopted daughter of a poor family and a son of a wealthy family. But then Chu Xing found out and made a big fuss. The weak-willed Chu Xing crushed the dream, listened to Chu Xing's words and began a threesome, trying to create opportunities for Chu Xing and Feng Xingjun to be together. Later, the Chu family sent her to the bed of an old man. She stabbed the man and escaped, but she was too useless at the time. When she had nowhere else to go, she desperately found Feng Xingjun. She thought Feng Xingjun would help her escape. But before she could tell Feng Xingjun that she was the Chu family's adopted daughter, Chu Xing called and Feng Xingjun sold her. She could only continue to run away at all costs. In the end, she was found by the Chu family and sent to the slums. She said that she hated Feng Xingjun, but he didn't know anything, so she said that it seemed too serious to hate him. But she had clearly told Feng Xingjun that she could not tell anyone that she was with him, and he still sold her. At that moment, she lost the last bit of good impression she had for him. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Xu Mian took out the fake ID from her bag as she walked. The silver-haired boy said that as long as she didn't go to places where she could be identified online, this fake ID would fool most people. In other words, she could survive in this city with this fake ID. She didn't want to leave the Chang Gardens so soon, but Li Tianke didn't know if he had developed suspicions about her or if he really had other impulses for her besides being a stand-in. If she stayed any longer, the danger in the Chang Garden would be worse than outside, and she didn't want to risk her body. This time, when I go back, I'll pack up my things and get ready to slip away. At that time, she would play the role of a mentally ill person who ran away without a trace, and it should not involve Fang Ma and Hima. Back at the Changyuan, Xu Mian took the wooden box she had buried at night and buried it further away by the lake, ready to take it with her when she ran away the next day. To ensure that she would have the energy to leave the next day, Xu Ming also stole 2 sleeping pills from Fang Ma to help her sleep better and rest up. She slept very well. When she woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Get ready to work. Xu Mian rubbed her shoulders and sat up in bed. She was about to get out of bed when the door suddenly opened. She immediately looked dazed, her beautiful eyes unfocused and staring blankly ahead. "Miss, you're awake." Hima smiled and walked to the bed, reaching out to push her messy hair back. Her fingers were warm and slightly rough. She must have slept really hard. The young master has been waiting for you for a long time. It's rare to see the young master wait for someone so patiently. Is Li Tianke here? Xu Mian's head suddenly became too big. She had no intention of acting like a lunatic and running away in front of that man. Come on, I'll help you get dressed. Hema treated her like a child, finding a white lace dress from the closet and putting it on her. She then led her into the bathroom and taught her how to brush her teeth. As soon as Xu Mian brushed her teeth, Hema was so moved that she thought she had taught her how to brush her teeth. The young lady is so smart, she can brush her teeth by herself. You are really good at flattering people, Auntie He. After brushing her teeth, she pulled her to the side to comb her hair in front of the makeup mirror, trimmed her eyebrows, and applied a simple lotion to her face, exclaiming, "Miss, let's make ourselves look good, so that master will be happy to see us." Is she already Li Tianke's canary? She needs to look even better. After a lot of fuss, Xu Mian was led by her mother-in-law down the stairs. The windows in the living room were open, and the fragrance of roses filled the courtyard. The man was sitting on the European-style sofa, his legs spread wide apart, his body leaning forward, looking lazy and carefree. He was wearing a loose-fitting white shirt, with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his perfect arm lines. He was holding a game console controller in his hand, and his long fingers were deftly manipulating it. His profile is very deep and handsome. The sound of the game fighting came from the TV. It was Lee Tian-K. He actually plays video games. Chapter 37 Buried under the rose vines to make flower mud. Meng Shu stood by in a suit and tie, reporting on business. Lee Tian-K was playing a video game and occasionally chimed in with a comment. The price is no good. Keep lowering it. Still lower? It's already very low. Meng Shu was puzzled. If it doesn't go down, how can it rebound? Lee Tian-K said lightly, his dark eyes always on the game on the TV screen. I'm afraid the shareholders will panic and not know whether to sell or increase their bets. Meng Shu said, with such a frivolous CEO at the top of the largest financial group in country A, the shareholders are also worried. I don't care if they die or not, as long as we make money. Lee Tian-K said nonchalantly. Yes. Meng Shu did not dare to speak out, and continued to report. Also, secretary, he turned to serve the CEO of CA. Upon hearing this, Lee Tian-K raised his thin lips and sneered. I gave him power and a huge bonus, and he ran to someone else. Do I need to teach you how to deal with this kind of trash? Yu Guangzhong glanced at something, and Li Tian-K turned his head and looked up, and saw Chu Mian standing on the stairs, wearing a pure white lace dress, with bare shoulders, and her vacant eyes still couldn't block the sense of purity that came through. Li Tian-K stared at her intently, then pointed at her with his index finger, his fangs bared. His tone was casual, like calling a puppy. Chu Mian naturally did not respond, and her mother, Hima, took her downstairs and pushed her in front of Li Tian-K with a smile. Li Tian-K grabbed her thin wrist with one hand and pulled her onto his lap. He wrapped his long arm around her and took the handle again. His chin rested on the side of her forehead, and his dark eyes stared at the screen as he continued to play. Chu Mian was about to explode. What does this sitting on his lap mean? Forget it. As soon as he leaves, she will escape from here. Just bear with it a little longer. Chu Mian forced herself to be patient, but Li Tian-K still wouldn't let her go. He shoved the controller into her hand, then grabbed her hands to control the controller. He chuckled, your hands are so small. In his palm, it's like a child's hand. His low, deep voice was almost in her ear, like a thin current of electricity that penetrated her brain, making her momentarily confused. Seeing that Li Tian-K was obviously more interested in teaching people to play games, Meng Shu sensibly put away the documents in his hand and stepped aside. Chu Mian was uncomfortable being hugged by Li Tian-K, and his hands were playing with her hands. He pressed her index finger and pushed her thumb. His palms were so hot that she felt as if she were on fire. Bang! Li Tian-K suddenly hugged her tightly, and whispered in her ear in a low and muffled voice, which was ambiguous and magnificent. Chu Mian's heart beat furiously, almost jumping out of his lap. When she looked up again, she realized that it was just a game victory, and he was imitating the sound of bombing in the game. Pervert. It's too perverted. Chu Mian thought to herself. Li Tian-K hugged her and started a new game. Fang Ma walked in from outside, carefully holding a few cut roses in her hands. Li Tian-K glanced at them and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing cutting down such beautiful flowers?" Fang Ma did not expect Li Tian-K to care about such a trivial matter, and she was suddenly flustered. She lowered her head and replied meekly, "Young master, these flowers have grown over the fence and are not beautiful enough. I cut them back and wanted to make a decoration for Miss to enjoy." Li Tian-K had already said that the roses could grow in the rose garden, but they could not grow outside. Upon hearing this, Chu Mian sat on Li Tian's lap and clearly felt the man's aura suddenly sink. Pop. Li Tian-K threw the handle aside and said coldly, "How can there be such things that eat from the inside and climb from the outside every year? People are the same, and so are flowers. A few roses, is it really that serious to say they are eating their own flesh?" Fang Ma stood by with her head bowed and dared not speak. "It's already climbed over the wall, why keep it intact?" Li Tian's tone was extremely cold and indifferent. "Mash it into a pulp and throw it in the trash can." "Mash it right here." "Yes, young master." Fang Ma dared not disobey, and hurriedly placed the few flowers in her hands on the coffee table in front of Li Tianke, then took a small stone scoop, squatted on the ground, and threw the roses into it and pounded them down hard. Bang, bang, bang. With each blow, Shumian felt as if it had hit his own forehead. This Li Tiang's control is really terrifying. A few roses that grew beyond the wall became traitors and ended up in a messy state. What if her? His hot palms suddenly clamped down on her head. Li Tianke looked down at her, ran his finger along her chin, and a look of gloomy paranoia flashed in his eyes. His lips curved up in a half smile. Little thing, don't you dare learn from these traitors. I feed you and clothe you, but if you dare to run away, I'll. He suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his sentence. Shumian heard her scalp tingle. What? Li Tianke pinched her chin, stared at her from close range, his eyes slanted upwards, his lips almost touching her nose, his breath blowing across her face, his words full of evil intent. I'll bury you under the rose vines and make you a flower bed. Shumian's eyelids twitched. Don't think you can hide in the far corners of the world. In country A, there is no one I don't want to find, no one I can't find. Li Tianke stared at her, his eyes full of threatening arrogance. Shumian sat stiffly on his lap, and she unconsciously leaned back. If it weren't for the hand holding her back, she would have fallen over. She really suspected that Li Tianke had seen through her. He even knew that she wanted to escape. But why didn't he just say so? Shumian looked at the man's almost demonic pair of dark gray eyes and swallowed involuntarily. Li Tianke looked at her deeply, and suddenly chuckled softly. He lightly touched her nose with his finger. Is she scared? Does the little thing understand what I'm saying? It doesn't seem like she's that crazy. Shumian's mind went blank. She had no idea how to deal with the man in front of her. This person is more difficult to deal with than the Chu family. After saying these words, Li Tianke acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to play the game with her in his lap, looking at her with a calm expression, as if he had seen through her, or as if he had seen nothing. Shumian sat numbly on his lap, unable to focus on the game on the TV screen. All she could see were the petals being pounded by Feng Ma. Bang, bang. The sound was not loud, but it had a thumping rhythm. Shumian felt like the rose in the stone scoop, being crushed into mud and juice little by little. After Li Tianke left that day, Shumian decided not to run away for the time being. Whether or not Li Tianke had seen through her, she had to prepare for the worst. If Li Tianke had seen through her but had not exposed her, it meant that he would not do anything to her for the time being. If she ran away, it would be even worse. She couldn't afford to make a powerful enemy like Li Tianke. She had to save her energy for dealing with the Chu family. Chapter 38, Chu Xing's Birthday Party. The Chu family. Shumian sat on the sofa, reading the new newspaper in her hands. She was reading it upside down, which in the eyes of Feng Ma and Hima was a sure sign that she had a problem with her brain. But even if she reads the newspaper upside down, she knows exactly what it says. The Chu family has been in the headlines for a few days, and now there is a new hot topic, and the heat of the Chu family's display has subsided. People are the most forgetful. After a while, no one will remember what the Chu family did, and there will still be a lot of confused Chu waking up otaku. Shumian realized that all she had done was to serve the Chu family an appetizer. It seems that I need to add more ingredients. Next weekend, at 8 p.m., it's my girlfriend's birthday. I'll be hosting a birthday party for her at the Holy See. Please come. I'll pick you up at the door. Shumian thought of what Feng Xingjun had said and had a new plan in mind. Just as he was thinking, he heard Feng Ma's cheerful voice coming from the other room. The young master had sent someone to bring new clothes. In fact, the clothes in the Qian Yuan are enough to wear. Shumian looked up and saw that Mrs. He and Mrs. Feng were standing in the living room, carrying out a beautiful dress, looking left and right, exclaiming in wonder, "This is too beautiful. The lady will look good in it, but it's a pity that she doesn't have the opportunity to wear it out." Shumian looked over and indeed they were all very exquisite fashions, including dresses. This Li Tianke said he was interested in her, but he never really touched her. He bought her clothes and shoes, but I don't know what he was thinking. To him, was she a stand-in or a plaything? Would he really go to such lengths to find her after she escaped and then bury her? Shumian really couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, she realized that she was thinking about Li Tianke again, when she should be thinking about the Chu family. She patted her head and forced herself to stop thinking about that man. Before she knew it, it was the weekend. The Holy Throne Hotel stands in the center of the imperial capital. The dressing room was brightly lit, and Chu Xing was helped by the staff to put on a more complicated evening dress. Today is her 21st birthday. She had ordered this dress 3 months ago. It was a very elaborate design, with a nude color that made her look very young and fair. The strapless design was very sexy, with lace on the chest and a floor-length skirt. It was gorgeous. Wow, it's beautiful. Several of her friends stood there watching her and all exclaimed in unison. Chu Xing was very proud. One of her friends, Xian Nannan, said, "Chu Xing, your family is really generous. You've booked an entire floor of the Holy See. You should know that the Holy See is the most prestigious hotel in Country A, there is no other. Ordinary people can't get in with money alone, they have to have a background to qualify for a reservation. This kind of extravagant behavior is unique in Country A. There are many rich people with explosive personalities who desperately want to stay at the Holy See for one night to prove that they are upper class." Chu Xing not only made a reservation, but also directly booked an entire floor. This is not something that can be done with an ordinary background. That's nothing. Chu Xing smiled. In fact, it was Feng Shenjun who had arranged everything. He was the third son of the Feng family, and he must have used some means to get his father to appear and book a whole floor for her birthday. Feng Shenjun was quite good to her. Unfortunately, he won't be her final choice. I heard that many rich young men will be coming today. Chu Xing, with so many rich young men surrounding you, which one will you choose? Another friend asked. Chu Xing sat down in front of the makeup mirror, opened the jewelry box in her hand, and said, "They're all friends. They're just here to celebrate my birthday. Why would I have to choose? I really envy you for having so many powerful friends." Xian Nannan sat on the side enviously, "Or else, introduce me to one of them." Chu Xing smiled and put on a pair of pink pearl earrings. "Which one do you want me to introduce?" "The third young master of the Feng family. I think he's the most handsome of all the young masters of these families." Xian Nannan put his hands on his face and indulged in romantic fantasies. "Oh, I just saw him outside. Will you introduce him to me at the dinner party later?" In order to constantly improve his personal value, Chu Xing always claimed to be single, even his friends didn't know. Chu Xing glanced at Qian Nannan and thought to herself, "He's so average-looking and yet he still dreams of being with Feng Shenjun." She smiled and didn't answer, asking, "Feng Shenjun? What is he doing outside? It seems like he is waiting for someone," looking left and right, quite anxious. Qian Nannan looked at the jewelry on the table and was jealous. "Waiting for someone?" Chu Xing's gaze turned cold. Feng Shenjun must be waiting for Chu Mian. How could Chu Mian dare to come to this place? The birthday party began. The stage was soft and the lighting was warm. The venue was decorated with flowers everywhere, even on the ceiling, as if a large, exquisite garden had been moved into the venue, making it extremely romantic. From a distance, it looked like a dance hall with a moon palace and a hall of clouds. Chu Xing invited only young people today, but although they were young, they were all either rich or noble, all dressed in extraordinary clothes and looked aloof. Suddenly, the music stopped and the lights dimmed. The dinner officially began. Everyone looked up and saw Chu Xing slowly descending on a white swing in the air, wearing a long nude pink dress with long trailing ends, suspended in midair. The lights behind her created a pair of light wings, making her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Chu Xing adjusted the headset on her face and sang a beautiful song with her red lips. She has a beautiful voice that is described by many as heavenly. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was clear and beautiful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chu Xing sat on the swing, looking down at the envious looks of the people looking at her, and she was very pleased. The swing slowly descended. Her toes touched the ground. Feng Shenjun, dressed in a white tuxedo, walked towards Chu Xing step by step, stepping on the light on the ground, and the gentleman gracefully extended his hand to her to invite her to dance. Chu Xing smiled and placed her hand in his. The two began to dance. The combination of handsome man and beautiful woman is very eye-catching. The guests all gathered around them, and the feeling of being the center of attention made Chu Xing feel proud. She should live in the limelight. "You are beautiful tonight." He held her in his arms, his fingers on her waist as he danced the waltz, looking at her with admiration in his eyes. "Thank you for giving me such a wonderful birthday party." Chu Xing leaned into his ear and whispered. If it was Li Tianke dancing with her today, she would be the envy of all the women in the entire country. I have another surprise for you. Feng Xingjun lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his voice as gentle as water. Did he buy her some precious jewelry? Or that limited edition bag she mentioned last time? Xu Xing was guessing, and the short dance music ended, and the two stopped. Xiao Xing, look who's here. Feng Xingjun said as he turned his body sideways. Xu Xing smiled and looked behind him, but her smile froze on her face. Chapter 39, What makes you think I'm here to eat and drink for free? In front of the crowd, a young girl stood there, her long black hair flowing freely, wearing a knee-length white gauze dress and a long-sleeved jacket with the zipper pulled all the way up to the collar. Even though she was dressed so casually, her face was still pure and beautiful, making it impossible to take one's eyes off it. Several young men were secretly looking at her, their faces full of interest. Xu Mian. She actually dared to come? Is she looking for death? Seeing her looking over, Xu Mian stood in front of the crowd and smiled at her, her smile faint and calm, but clearly provocative. Xu Xing's breathing stopped suddenly, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Feng Xingjun was completely unaware of this and continued to ask, Are you happy? Happy as hell. Xu Xing's smile couldn't hold on, and he only managed to nod. I had given up hope, but I never thought she would still come. It seems that she still cares about us. Feng Xingjun smiled and said, Let's go. Don't you have a lot to ask her? I'll take you there. After saying that, Feng Xingjun took her hand and was about to leave. Wait. Xu Xing grabbed Feng Xingjun and frowned, saying, Xingjun, my uncle called me and said that you haven't finished the Xiangxing project yet, and asked you not to just play around. On hearing this, Feng Xingjun's face suddenly fell. He was the third son in the family, and was not valued. His father was never satisfied with what he did. Look, you've already accompanied me to the dance. I've reserved a suite for you here. Go and work first. After you've finished, you can come back and pass it on to your father. Xu Xing held him back. But this project may not be finished in 2 hours. Feng Xingjun turned his head and glanced in the direction of Xu Mian. Today is your birthday, and it's not easy for the three of us to meet. So you want to disappoint your uncle? By then, uncle will think I've corrupted you. Xu Xing lowered his eyes and his voice was muffled. Xiao Xing. You go ahead. I'll be here. I won't let your Xu Mian run away. Xu Xing said in a sullen voice. What do you mean, my Xu Mian? That's all in the past. Seeing her like this, Feng Xingjun had no choice but to compromise and coax her. Okay, I'll go do my business first, and I'll come over after I'm done. Xu Xing immediately smiled. Okay, then you go, I'll talk to her about Xu Mian. Okay, ask her why she won't use her real name. Feng Xingjun said, glanced in the direction of Chu Ming, and then turned and left. Xu Xing immediately called a waiter and told him to follow Feng Xingjun. If he came out of the suite, he should stop him and not let him come to the dinner party. She wants to treat Xu Mian while here. Okay. The waiter obediently followed Feng Xingjun and left. As Feng Xingjun left the venue, Xu Xing's eyes changed, and she looked at Xu Mian coldly. Xu Mian stood still, surrounded by a few young men asking for her phone number. What a slut. She was like this when she was 18, and she's still like this at 21. Xu Xing walked over to her best friend, Xian Nan Nan, and said, Nan Nan, did you see that woman? Men always pay the most attention to beautiful women. Xian Nan Nan had noticed Xu Mian early on, and said sourly, I saw her. She was brought in by Feng Xingjun. Is she your friend? She's not respecting you at all. She's wearing a dress that's not even properly buttoned, and she's wearing a jacket. She's so ugly. It's good to be sour. Xu Xing raised his lips and whispered, I heard that Feng Xingjun seems to be chasing her. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I've already sent Feng Xingjun away, and this woman doesn't even have an invitation to my birthday party. On hearing this, Xian Nanan's eyes lit up. What you mean is that this is not good, right? After all, it's your birthday, and I can't mess it up. Every banquet is the same. Occasionally there is a clown show, and I'm quite happy to watch it. Xu Xing smiled and nodded vigorously. Okay. With this, Xian Nan Nan and his friends went up. Xu Mian was standing next to the buffet table enjoying the food, and several rich kids were following her around like flies. Beauty, how come I haven't seen you in this circle before? What family are you from? Beauty, let me introduce myself. This is my business card. My family owns Hatian Electronics. Shumian had no intention of talking to them, and reached out to pick up a macaron from the exquisite plate on the buffet table. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from somewhere. I haven't seen this beauty before. The rich kids turned around at the sound. Xian Nan, wearing a champagne-colored evening dress with a sloping shoulder, came over and looked at Shumian defiantly. Shumian stood there lazily, not even raising her eyes. Xian Nan stood in front of her with an arrogant attitude. I have met all of Chu's friends, but I haven't met you. I'm sorry, can you please show me your invitation? Upon hearing this, Shumian shook her head and said in a faint voice, I don't have an invitation. It was Miss Chu's boyfriend, Mr. Feng, who led me in. Miss Chu's boyfriend? Xian Nan sneered. Now you don't even need to do your homework to get free food and drinks. Feng Shenjun only danced the first dance with Chu Xing. He is not Chu Xing's boyfriend. What are you talking about? Cheat to eat and drink? The rich sons next to him immediately changed the way they looked at Shumian. They thought that they would be able to meet a young lady of similar status in this circle, and if they were to meet a scoundrel who was a freeloader, they would not want to provoke him, as they could not afford to lose face. Shumian noticed their gaze. And didn't care. She calmly lowered her head and took a bite of the macaron in her hand. I say, you really have a thick skin. You still dare to eat and drink here after I exposed you? Shumian calmly finished the rest of the macarons, put his hands in his jacket pockets, and looked straight at Chen Nan with a cold voice. What makes you think I came here to eat and drink for free? Still pretending? Chen Nan snorted, fine, you say you're a friend of Chu Xing, let's go, I'll take you to find Chu Xing. With that, Chen Nan grabbed Shumian's hand and walked out. I can walk by myself. Shumian broke free of her hand and followed her calmly. Several rich kids immediately followed her, and the scene attracted the attention of others. Not knowing what was going on, everyone followed to see what was going on. More and more people followed Xian Nan to the entrance of the venue. Chu Xing was standing at the door holding a bottle of champagne and talking to someone. Yu Guangzhong had been watching the situation over there. Chu Xing. Xian Nan called out to her. Chu Xing turned her head and looked at the crowd with a look of surprise. What's going on? So many people? Xian Nan pulled Xu Ming to the bright lights at the door, deliberately raised her voice, and said loudly, Chu Xing, this person says he is your friend. What kind of friend is this? Chapter 40, Stealing Clothes Off to Check. Chu Xing held a glass of champagne in one hand and looked at Xu Mian gracefully. Her beautiful eyes were full of unfamiliarity. Miss, we don't seem to know each other, do we? There was an immediate burst of boos from the crowd of guests. The rich kids who had just talked to Chu Mian wished they could disappear on the spot. Did I slap your face? Xian Nan looked at Chu Ming with a smug smile. Hit your sister's face. Chu Mian casually put his hands in his jacket pockets and rolled his eyes. What's wrong? Chu Xing asked in a fake surprised tone. A friend immediately said, Chu Xing, you don't know. This person has infiltrated the Holy Seat Hotel and even infiltrated your birthday party to try to eat and drink for free. It's hilarious. Yeah, he's still eating after I exposed him, not afraid of getting sick. Xian Nan said sarcastically. It's surprising that someone like that could get into the Holy See Hotel. What a shame. I don't dare eat anything that she has touched. There were many comments. Shumian stood in the center of the rumors, her expression unchanged, quietly watching Chu Xing perform. Chu Xing stood there, waiting for everyone to say enough, and then said apologetically, Okay, today is my birthday party, and I've let everyone down. I'm sorry, waiter, please replace all the food today with new ones. What about this rascal? Xian Nan asked, what should we do with him? Chu Xing looked at Chu Mian kindly and said with a smile, Miss, you must have had a good reason for coming here. I'll have someone pack you some food to take home. This is humiliating her like a beggar. Chu Mian's lips curled, and her eyes were full of coldness. Chu Xing, you can't be so kind. This kind of scoundrel can mess with your family, but not others. Yes, Chu Xing, you are too kind, aren't you? You can't let this woman go. There were murmurs of agreement all around. Chu Xing stood in the middle, enjoying everyone's praise. In a VIP suite upstairs, glasses were clinking and people were toasting. On the long table covered with a golden tablecloth, the men in suits on both sides were flattering the man in the main seat. Under the dim yellow light, Li Tianke sat expressionlessly in the main seat. His black shirt outlined his well-defined lines, and under his short, sharp hair, his face was young and strikingly handsome. A man with a smiling face held a glass of wine in both hands and said to him, "Mr. Li, I would like to toast you. We all know that if you don't give your approval, no one can do big business in country A. Please continue to look after us in the future." Li Tiang's fingers rested on the rim of the wineglass, idly rubbing the edge of the circle, and he never seemed to want to pick up the glass. The man was left hanging, his face turning ugly. He was offering me a toast, but he also wished I would die. Li Tiang's thin lips curled into a mocking arc, and his eyes swept over everyone present, creating a solemn atmosphere. Everyone was shocked. What did Mr. Li mean? Last time I was almost killed by a female assassin in the night market. Who was it? Tell me yourself. Li Tianke said nonchalantly. Meng Shu stood aside, holding Li Tiang's coat, and looked at everyone coldly. What? Mr. Li was attacked by a killer? How could this happen? Who did it? Mr. Li, I have always been loyal to you. Everyone looked panicked and tried to distance themselves from the incident. Li Tianke sat there, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes raised slightly, and the table was silent. Everyone looked at each other nervously. It was quiet. Li Tianke slowly stood up from his seat, his attitude was condescending. It's too stuffy here, I'm going for a walk. When I come back, if that person still doesn't admit it, I'll personally point him out, and then it won't be pretty. After saying that, Li Tianke picked up the glass on the table and casually spilled the red wine in the glass. The deep red wine arced in the air and finally splashed onto the table, like blood spilling, making people panic. After splashing, Li Tianke threw the glass in his hand directly and turned around and left. When someone saw this and tried to stand up and follow him, Meng Shu immediately came over, stopped the person, and then followed Li Tianke out. The Holy See Hotel is designed in a circular shape, and from the winding corridor, you can see the lobby at a glance. Li Tianke walked forward, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned around, put his hands on the handrail, and looked down with lowered eyes. The temperature in the Holy See Hotel is relatively low. Meng Shu walked over and draped the thin coat she was holding over Li Tiang's shoulders. Seeing him in a daze, she couldn't help but follow his gaze down. He saw two huge lightboxes at the entrance to a meeting room on the next floor. The person in the photo was Chu Xing, the daughter of the Chu family that Meng Shu had investigated. Looking again, she saw a group of well-dressed people gathered at the entrance to the venue, surrounding two girls. One of them seemed to be Chu Xing, and the other. Meng Shu was shocked and almost popped out of her eyes. Wasn't she the one from the Chun Yuan? He looked at Li Tianke, and saw that Li Tiang's face did not show the slightest surprise. How could this be? Isn't this woman in the Chun Yuan? Meng Shu looked carefully at the scene. Under the strong light, Chu Mian stood there with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm and composed, with a faint sneer on his face. There was no longer the dullness in his eyes that she had seen in the Chun Yuan. She is not mentally ill. Meng Shu was so shocked that she stuttered. This woman is not mentally ill, how dare she lie to President Li? Meng Shu was so shocked that her voice was high-pitched. She turned her head and saw Li Tianke standing there, still with no hint of surprise on his face. He suddenly realized, you knew about this? It's too late to see through everything. Li Tianke snorted. Meng Shu was ashamed. He really hadn't noticed that the woman was pretending to be mentally ill. Well, this woman is already a dead person in his eyes. Dare to lie to Mr. Li, the consequences will be tragic. Meng Shu was very surprised that he had not heard Li Tianke's order to go down and arrest the woman. Could it be that Li was not angry that the woman had lied to him? Meng Shu stood there and looked down, only to discover that something was wrong. A woman was holding Chu Mian's hand arrogantly and loudly, and their voices were so loud that they could be heard upstairs. You can't leave, you must have stolen something, I want to check. Chu Mian stood at the door, her hand tightly grasped by Qian Nannan, who was squeezing it so hard that it hurt. Let go. Chu Mian was a little displeased. Take off your clothes. I want to check if you stole anything. Qian Nannan said loudly, and looked at the people around him. Everyone looked to see if they were missing anything. It was not uncommon for people like this to sneak into banquets and steal things. Xu Mian looked coldly at this lackey of Chu Xing. He really is dedicated. Xu Xing didn't say a word, but he pushed this dog out to bite people. What are you doing wearing such a big coat? It must be to hide stolen goods. Take off your clothes. Xian Nan Nan said in a fierce voice, still firmly holding Xu Mian's hand. Chapter 41. What, from the slums? What if I don't take it off? Xu Mian calmly asked in return. If you don't, you won't be able to leave here today, thief. Country is the extremely arrogant Holy See Hotel. Chapter 43. Dare you touch me with a finger? However, its background is not to be underestimated by anyone. It is said that the Xia family is so wealthy that it is almost as powerful as a country. Xu Xing looked at Xu Mian in shock. How dare you say you are a member of the Xia family? Is Xu Mian out of her mind? Does she think that by saying this, she will have a new identity and no longer have to go back to the slums? Xu Ming stood there, looking at Xu Xing without a hint of guilt. No, look, the dress she's wearing is the style of designer Abby. How could a reporter be wearing Abby's clothes? Someone whispered in the corner. Could it be a fake? No way, the stitching and workmanship don't look like a fake at all. Could she really be a member of the Xie family? I said that her temperament was not like that of an ordinary person. Then we just asked her to take off her clothes. The more they talked, the more uneasy they became, and they all took a few steps back, afraid that Xu Mian would remember their faces and take revenge. These rich kids usually talk about being rich, but in reality, they can't even afford to book a room at the St. Regis Hotel, so how dare they offend the Xie family behind the St. Regis? This bunch of idiots, they actually scared themselves by guessing. Xu Xing looked at these people and wanted to scold them. He smiled and said, You say you are a descendant of the Xie family? This is the Xie family's Holy Seat Hotel. Nan Nan, go and ask the manager to come over and let him see if the Xie family has such a young lady. Xu Mian, you're the one who came here yourself. Why pretend to be a descendant of the Xie family? Do you think it's that easy to pretend to be? The manager is not qualified enough. Find someone with the most authority at the Holy See. Xu Mian's voice was cold and indifferent, and there was no fear in her eyes. After that, Xu Mian turned and walked towards the venue. Meng Shu looked up at the building and was very puzzled. Is she really a descendant of the Xie family? After all, he still hasn't found out the exact identity of Xu Mian. There are no daughters in the Xie family. Li Tianke said coldly. His father had once thought of marrying him to the Xie family, but after some inquiries, he found out that the Xie family had no daughters. Meng Shu was shocked. How could she dare to tell such a lie? This lie is too easy to expose. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke snorted. If she dared to lie, she had to be willing to take the consequences. What did it have to do with me? With that, Li Tianke turned around and walked back, clearly in a bad mood. For some reason, Meng Shu felt that Li Tianke's displeasure at the moment was purely because the one in the Chang garden would rather tell a big lie than use him as a backer. Meng Shu followed him in silence. Li Tianke suddenly stopped, turned around and glared at him coldly. What are you following me for? Meng Shu was puzzled. He is Mr. Li's assistant. Who else would he follow if not Mr. Li? Keep an eye on her. If anything happens to her, you won't be able to show your face in front of me. Li Tianke said with a stern face and left. Meng Shu felt more confused than ever. Mr. Li is not very happy with that person, so why does he have to help him? I don't understand. Mr. Li's humanity is really complicated. The romantic and gorgeous venue was no longer the atmosphere of a birthday party. Everyone stood together whispering, all guessing whether Xu Mian was really a descendant of the Xia family. Xu Mian stood there nonchalantly. Xu Xing, on the other hand, was confident. Meng Shu quietly mingled with the guests to observe the situation. After a while, someone hurriedly walked in from outside, followed by a large number of security guards, quickly taking control of the entire venue. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out from behind the guests. He was probably the most powerful person in the hotel, and he said with a stern expression, I have received a report that someone is impersonating a descendant of the Xie family here. Which one is it? Xu Xing smiled and walked over to the side, glancing at Xu Mian. Mr. Huang, do you recognize this person? Is this the Xie family's eldest daughter? Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang looked at Chu Mian with a cold stare and said, "Are you kidding? The Xie family is used to living in the south and would never come to the imperial capital. I haven't heard a word about this. How dare you pretend to be a descendant of the Xie family?" Chu Mian stood there, twirling the bracelet on her wrist, her voice cold and slow. "I am indeed not a descendant of the Xie family, I am the savior of Xie Aoran. Xie Aoran, the current head of the Xie family." When Huang heard this, he laughed directly. "You are getting more and more out of line. How dare you claim to be Mr. Xie's savior? Guards, take this liar away." Several security guards immediately rushed forward on hearing the order. "Don't you dare touch me." Chu Mian glanced at him indifferently, languid and arrogant. "You're just pretending." Mr. Huang glared at her and went to grab her. Meng Shu looked at her from the crowd, frowned, and was about to go forward when she saw Chu Mian standing next to the 6-story cake tower, slowly grabbing the delicate Princess Barbie doll on top and throwing it to the ground in front of Mr. Huang. Bang! The Barbie doll was thrown so hard that its head and feet were separated, and the scene looked like it had been torn apart by 5 horses. "What are you doing to my doll?" Chu Xing screamed, not caring about her elegance. This doll was made according to her image, and Chu Xing felt as if her head had exploded. This Chu Mian is doing it on purpose. Huang was furious and about to lose his temper, but Chu Mian stood there, looking at her with a half-smile. "Huang, if I were you, I would call Xie Aoran to play it safe, so as not to have to pay for it with my future. My future is also in your hands." Huang was about to scold her, but suddenly froze. The Xie family has always been mysterious. No one outside the family knows how many generations the Xie family has developed to, and no one knows the names of the people inside the family. How could this girl be able to say the name of the current head of the Xie family, Xie Aoran, right off the bat? He had not even reacted yet. Could it be that? Mr. Huang looked at her steadily and saw that she was calm and composed, not like someone who was out of their depth. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Huang still picked up his phone and dialed a number. He didn't have the number of the head of the Xie family, so he could only dial the number of a senior assistant within the Xie family. "Tell Xie Aoran, I'm here to repay the favor of saving my life." Chu Mian looked at him and calmly turned the bracelet on her wrist. Mr. Huang looked at her strangely, but still said this to the other end of the phone. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, his face suddenly changed. After a while, the other end of the line was actually Mr. Xie Aoran himself. He looked at Chu Mian with unbelieving eyes, and after a long pause, he said stiffly, "Miss, Mr. Xie would like to see you on video." The audience was in uproar. Chu Xing was even more shocked and had a lot of questions. "Yes." Chu Mian's voice was firm, and she looked at Chu Xing again, but none of the people here were allowed to leave. "The birthday party isn't over yet. Chapter 44. You saved my life, but I can't save you from the slums." "I understand. I'll have security surround the venue immediately." Mr. Huang was too cautious to let this slip, and immediately sent people to surround the birthday party venue. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Chu Xing was confused. What was going on? Did this Mr. Huang really believe Chu Mian's nonsense? Chu Ming was ushered into the dressing room that originally belonged to Chu Xing by Mr. Huang. The large projection screen was lowered and connected to the video. Mr. Huang then led the others out. Only Chu Mian was left in the dressing room. The lights gradually dimmed. The projection screen gradually brightened, and in the luxurious study, a young and handsome man in his 30s sat at a mahogany desk. It was Xie Aoran, the head of the Xie family. As soon as he saw her, Xie Aoran laughed heartily. "I knew it was you, Chu Mian. You actually left Wind Island." The Xie family is extremely secretive to the outside world, but in fact there is constant internal strife. Last year, Xie Aoran was tricked by his uncle into falling into the sea and was saved by Chu Mian just as he was about to die. The slums are almost always a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people who are unable to take care of themselves. Without any resources, the spoiled young master of a large family would have died if he hadn't been helped by Chu Mian. Later, on Wind Island, where there was no network coverage, he was able to contact his trusted men and return to the Xie family to sweep away the enemies and take the position of the person in charge, all thanks to the satellite phone assembled by Chu Mian. Therefore, Chu Mian saved his life. Xu Ming stood in front of the makeup mirror, and the table was full of makeup that belonged to Chu Xing. She picked up a lipstick and threw it into the trash can without even looking at the man in the video. She casually said, "I told you, I'll leave Wind Island sooner or later." Hearing this, Xia Aoran felt a little uncomfortable. He stood up from his desk, bowed with both hands, and respectfully made a traditional bow to her. "Xu Mian, you saved my life, but I can't save you from the slums." He was ashamed. The Xia family is a powerful family in the south of the country, but Fengdao is a border island that is under the highest level of state control. On Wind Island, anyone with an electronic lock is hard to get in, but easy to get out. The Xia family has always followed the rule of not making friends or enemies, and keeping to themselves. Rescuing Chu Mian was a transgression, and they could only use some sneaky means to help her escape, but they were always blocked and never succeeded. Chu Mian put a bottle of lotion in the trash can next to her, looked up at him with a faint smile, and said, "I don't blame you." "You don't need to blame yourself." She is still the same, lazy, absent-minded, not particularly respectful to anyone, not particularly disdainful of anyone, and never thinking of leaning on anyone, relying only on herself. Xia Aoran was used to her behavior and didn't care. He sat down at his desk again and carefully observed Chu Mian. Seeing that she now had delicate skin and looked surprisingly good, obviously she had been well nourished, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you escape?" "When you left, didn't the Wind Island gang cry out in despair?" Chu Mian had been on Wind Island for 3 years. In the 3 years that had passed, Chu Mian had become the backbone of the people in the slums. How could they survive without her? Upon hearing this, a look of anger flashed in Chu Mian's eyes, and her voice turned cold. "If I stay, won't they still jump into the sea or slit their wrists? There are no resources in that place, and everyone there is living a life worse than death." If she didn't harbor a grudge against the Chu family, she wouldn't have survived either. Hearing this, Xia Aoran couldn't help but sigh, resting his head on one hand and saying, "This is true. Only if you can establish yourself in country A will you be able to save those people in the slums in the future. The hope of the Wind Island rests on her alone." Chu Mian opened another bottle of Chanel perfume and sniffed it at her nose. It smells like green tea." She threw it away. "Okay, let's not talk about that." Xia Aoran was worried that the topic was too heavy and would upset her, so he smiled and said, "Now that you've escaped, you're a normal person, and you won't be under as much control. I can finally repay you for saving my life. I'll send someone to the imperial capital to pick you up. I'll give you whatever you want." Xia Aoran was full of gratitude and appreciation for Chu Mian. Except for matters involving the overall interests of the Xia family, she would give him whatever he wanted. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Chu Mian smiled faintly and swept all the messy cosmetics on the dressing table into the trash can. "Why?" Xia Aoran was puzzled. Chu Mian looked at him in the dim light, her almond-shaped eyes pure and clear, and said, "I've offended Li Tianke." On hearing this, Xia Aoran's face changed drastically, and he stood up from the table. "What? How did you get involved with this living fossil?" She didn't want to provoke him. "He is the one who rescued me from the Wind Island," Chu Mian said calmly. Xia Aoran was even more shocked. It took him a while to sit down. "I said how did you get out, it was him. In Country A, I guess only Li Tianke has the ability to take people out of the Wind Island in such a grand manner." "So he was helping you?" "He just used me as a decoy." After sweeping everything off the dressing table, Chu Mian took a lap around the dressing room, then picked up a macaron on the coffee table and began to eat it. She asked, "How much do you know about Li Tianke?" The Xia family started out as spies. A ruthless character that is rarely seen in 100 years. Xia Aoran said, his father, Li Qinson, was such a powerful man back then, but he was forced off the stage at gunpoint. Now he can only stay in the Li family estate and wait to die. If he can do this to his own father, what can he do to others? Chu Mian paused in her biting of the macaron, and upon hearing this, Xia Aoran also dared not provoke Li Tianke. She could not use the Xia family's power to leave Li Tianke. "Forget it. I have to rely on myself." Chu Mian swallowed the macaron. It is also said that the Li family seems to have some hereditary family disease, but this kind of large family business conglomerate will not let this kind of secret leak out, so I am not very clear about it, and it is not important. Xia Aoran asked with some concern. "The important thing is, are you his enemy or friend? This is a matter of her safety." So far, everything is fine, but who knows what will happen in the future. She couldn't read Li Tianke. Therefore, she still felt that it would be best to leave the Chang Garden safely. Then, Xia Oren, who was willing to help her, said, Shumian, with your abilities, it's not difficult to escape from Li Tianke. As long as you escape and come to my border, within the Xia family's sphere of influence, I can protect you for the time being in front of Li Tianke. If he sends someone to the imperial capital to rescue her, he will be declaring war on Li Tianke. Li Tianke is extremely powerful, and he doesn't care about his own life, but he can't drag his entire family into it. I haven't finished my revenge yet, so I can't go to the border. She has to stay where the Chu family is, and make them jump up and down. Chapter 45, I'm sitting in your seat. What can you do about it? Shumian, Xia Aoran felt guilty again. He had a huge family, but he couldn't save her from the fire and water. I will take care of my own affairs. You owe me a life-saving favor, so pay it back today. Shumian clapped her hands and stood up from the sofa. She was so straightforward in asking for favors, without any kindness of repaying favors. Xia Aoran smiled, not at all annoyed. He likes Shumian's personality, which is straightforward and direct, and never pretentious. Xu Xing and the others waited in place, while Chen Nannan was over there, clasping his hands together and muttering a prayer, praying that she wasn't the Xia family's savior, praying. Shumian definitely wasn't. Shumian had spent 3 years in the slums, a place of filth and dregs, so how could she be Xia Aoran's savior? While everyone was speculating, Xu Ming finally came out. Meng Shu followed the crowd and looked over. She saw Shumian walking towards them, her embroidered roses swaying with her skirt, like delicate flowers blooming for a lifetime, beautiful and romantic. President Huang followed her, bending over the entire time, as if he wanted to pave the road she walked on with a red carpet. Seeing this, everyone understood. It seems that Chu Mian was not lying. She really is Mr. Xia's savior, and this favor is no small matter. In this way, if she goes to the border, she can do whatever she wants. Chu Mian sat down on the chair in front of the 6-layer cake tower, sitting in the birthday chair that originally belonged to Chu Xing, which was decorated like a princess's throne. Chu Xing was so angry that she smashed her Barbie doll and sat in her place. Chen Nan and the others looked at the situation and dared not approach. Chu Xing was so angry that she could only speak up herself, looking at Chu Mian coldly and saying, "This is my seat." Chu Mian sat on the chair, moving her feet that had been standing on high heels for a long time, then smiled with a crooked lip and looked at her defiantly. "Yes, your place, I'm sitting in it. What can you do?" "You." Xu Xing was so angry that she turned to Huang Zong and said, "Mr. Huang, don't be fooled by her. She is not Mr. Xia's savior at all." Mr. Huang stood aside and looked at Xu Xing coldly. "Miss Chu, do you know better than I do whether Miss Xia is Mr. Xia's savior?" "Of course I know," Xu Xing said loudly. No one knows better than her that Chu Mian is the adopted daughter of the Chu family. An adopted daughter who saved her from disaster. A useless person who should have died in the slums. "Oh?" Chu Mian sat back in the birthday chair and smiled at her. "What do you know?" Xu Xing naturally couldn't tell the truth about the adopted daughter of the Chu family blocking the disaster, and for a while she was suffocating there. It took a while before she said, "You must have done something. Where is the electronic lock on your hand? What did you use to get rid of it? You dirty thing from the slums, what did you do?" Xu Mian sneered. "I've really been enlightened today. I never knew that the daughter of a counselor could be so brazen." Seeing that Chu Mian was dissatisfied, Huang's face was covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly said, "Hold this crazy woman down and listen to Miss Xia's orders." On hearing this, 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, one grabbing one of Chu's arms and pushing her down. Seeing this, Chen Nan hurriedly stepped back, afraid of being affected. Everyone looked at the situation and dared not speak. Xu Xing suddenly became anxious, and she couldn't even think about being elegant. She desperately struggled, but she couldn't break free. She could only cry out in embarrassment. "Mr. Huang, have you gone crazy? You're listening to a liar. I'm Chu Zhengming's daughter. I'm your guest." Ridiculous. Counselor Chu needs to win over the support of various forces. How dare she offend the Xia family? Mr. Huang said coldly, "Besides, there are surveillance cameras at the venue. It's clear who is bullying who. Even if you go to the presidential palace, Miss Chu, you will still be in the wrong. Xu Xing was speechless. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Xian Nan pounced out and fell to his knees, facing Chu Mian, his face pale. Miss Xia, I was blind and didn't recognize the mountain. I was wrong. I'm sorry. It was all Xu Xing who made me do it. I didn't want to question you. I apologize to you. I admit my fault to you. Xian Nanan's family is even worse off than the Chu family, so he dares not offend the Xie family. This time, he really made a huge mistake, and he even offended a big shot in the Xie family. She was kneeling on the ground, her evening dress pulled taut and looking very awkward. She looked at Chu Mian with fear in her eyes. Ha! Chu Mian sat lazily, smiled, looked down at Chu Xing, and said, Miss Chu Xing, your friend has already given you a good example. You're dreaming. You're not even a benefactor of the Xie family, and you want me to kneel to you? Are you worthy? Xu Xing couldn't stand such developments at all. In her eyes, Chu Mian had always been under her feet, and she would never dare go north when she was told to go south. Now she is being asked to kneel before Chu Mian, which is like having her scrape off her self-respect and pride inch by inch, like scraping off bone. She couldn't do it. Chu Mian sat there lazily glancing at Mr. Huang. Huang immediately gave the 2 security guards a wink. The 2 security guards were about to press down on Xu Xing when they heard a flurry of footsteps outside. Everyone looked up and saw Chu Zhengming, dressed in a suit, enter the venue with a menacing air, pushing the guests aside to look forward. As he looked, he saw Chu Mian sitting there, looking lazy and comfortable, dressed in a gorgeous outfit. Chu Zhengming was shocked, staring at Chu Mian with wide eyes, wishing he could poke a hole in her face. She was still alive. She's still alive in those slum conditions. She's really tough. Chu Mian also looked at him, smiling and frowning. Oh, her former father, long time no see. Dad. Xu Xing was unable to break free from the guards, but when he saw Chu Zhengming, he was like seeing a savior, and shouted excitedly, Dad, save me. This bitch wants me to kneel. Who are you calling a bitch? This is our family's benefactor. Mr. Huang then came forward and kicked Xu Xing in the leg, causing him to almost fall to his knees in pain. He had been instructed by Mr. Xie to make sure that Miss Xie got her revenge today, so he dared not be negligent. Moreover, he guessed that Miss Xie's identity was probably more than that. Xie Aoran's surname was Xie, and so was hers. Perhaps she was the daughter of the Xie family, so he served her even more carefully. He could never have imagined that Chu Mian had chosen that name simply because of a plate of spicy crab. Ah! Xu Xing screamed in pain and looked at Chu Zhengming for help. Chu Zhengming then looked away from Chu Mian with a shocked expression and looked at the embarrassed Xu Xing. He couldn't help but frown and looked up at Huang Zong, politely saying, Huang Zong, is that right? I don't know what my daughter did wrong to make you angry. Chapter 46, Xu Xing kneels to apologize. Your daughter didn't offend me, she offended Miss Xie. Mr. Huang said. Miss Xie? Xu Zhengming looked at Chu Mian suspiciously. This face looks like Chu Mian no matter how you look at it. Miss Xie is the savior of Mr. Xie, the head of our Xie family, and has done great favors for the entire Xie family. But your precious daughter publicly humiliated her, and she didn't even say sorry. Mr. Huang said with a threatening tone, with his chin up. Great kindness to the entire Xie family? Xu Zhengming looked at the expression on Mr. Huang's face and was obviously convinced. This should not be wrong, but how could? Xu Zhengming looked straight at Chu Mian, his eyes falling on her pale, slender wrist, which was adorned with only a jade bracelet. Back then, he had personally seen the authorities put an electronic lock on her wrist, which no one could open. Could it be that the person in front of him is not really Chu Mian? Is it just that their faces look exactly the same? If that's the case, it's bad. If he offended the Xie family, which had a history of several hundred years, he would undoubtedly make himself an enemy. Things must not be allowed to deteriorate. Thinking about this, Xu Zhengming immediately bowed his head towards Chu Mian and sincerely said, Miss Xie, I have failed to discipline my daughter, and I am embarrassed to have made you laugh. He really can bend and stretch. Xu Mian smiled. After that, Xu Zhengming looked at Xu Xing, who was being held captive, and said, You haven't apologized to Miss Xie yet. What are you messing around for? Dad? Xu Xing was stunned and looked at Xu Zhengming in disbelief. Are you crazy? I'm apologizing to this bitch? Chumian has always been the one to hold her shoes. Pop. Without thinking, Chu Zhangming slapped him hard on the face. Xu Xing screamed and was slapped so hard that she turned her head away. Several deep finger marks appeared on her fair, white face. She stared at Chu Zhangming in anger, but was met with even more terrifying eyes. You still haven't repented? Do you want to completely disgrace the Chu family? Dad. Xu Xing was so angry that her eyes turned red, and then she reluctantly said to Chu Mian in a hurry, I'm sorry. That's it? Chu Mian sneered. I remember that Miss Chu said that if she misunderstood me, she would kneel down and apologize. You're dreaming. Xu Xing glared at her. How could she possibly kneel down in front of this little bastard? Chu Zhangming is also a well-known figure in the imperial capital. It would be a disgrace to his face to have his daughter kneel down. So after observing Chu Mian, he lowered his head and said, Miss Xie, is it that? Do you have a say in this? Chu Mian interrupted him, looking at him with contempt in her eyes. Or is it that Counselor Chu is going to kneel down and apologize on behalf of his daughter? Xu Zhengming's face froze. The person in front of him could not be Chu Mian. Chu Mian wouldn't even dare to look at him, let alone speak to him like that. Why is Miss Xie so aggressive? Xu Zhengming's face twitched as he smiled. If you insist on getting involved, then I'll have to let Xie Aoran come out. Xu Mian did not back down. Then there is no room for discussion. As a member of the council, one must be able to deal with all sides. To involve the head of the Xie family is to completely turn against them. Xu Zhangming didn't want to fight the Xie family head-on, so he turned his gaze to Xu Xing and said, I can't help you anymore. You made your own mistakes, so you have to clean them up yourself. Dad? Xu Xing was stunned and couldn't believe that Xu Zhangming would just abandon him like that. Kneel. Mr. Huang glared at Xu Xing. Xu Xing looked at Qian Nannan, who was kneeling on the ground with no dignity, and then looked at the many rich children around her. These people had once all held her up, and how many of them had tried to please her and pursue her in every way possible. In the end, none of them came to her aid. She looked at Xu Zhangming again, seeing him staring at her with a look that wanted to devour her alive. Xu Xing withdrew her gaze and looked at Xu Mian, who was sitting there. Xu Mian sat in the seat she should have been in, looking at her with contempt in her eyes and a smile on her lips. Once, this position should have been reversed. Xu Xing watched her struggle to hold back her emotions, her tears welling up in her eyes and her lips trembling. Slowly, Xu Xing bent her knees. Xu Xing knelt on the ground, her voice shaking uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Miss Xie. Be sincere, Miss Xu Xing. Xu Mian chuckled, reached out and took the plate of birthday cake that Huang had cut for her, and took a bite of the cream. Xu Xing knelt on the ground, feeling like a dog with no dignity. She took a deep breath, opened her mouth, and the tears ran into her mouth, full of saltiness. Miss Xie, I was blind and let you suffer at my birthday party. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Xu Xing knelt down, her clenched fists trembling violently. Everyone looked on in silence. There was not a sound in the entire venue, except for the sobbing of Xu Xing, who was overcome with grief. Miss, do you see? Are you feeling better now? Huang stood by the side, cautiously asking Xu Mian. Xu Mian tasted the cake in her mouth, looked up at him with a smile, and said, I was questioned by this Miss Chu as a rascal, a thief, and someone who escaped from the slums, and she even took off my clothes in public. Do you think that's enough? What? This Miss Chu has done such a stupid thing? Huang stared at Xu Xing, and Xu Zhangming was shocked to see that Xu Xing had actually done so much. He couldn't help but glare at her, signaling her to continue apologizing. She really couldn't hold her temper. Even if she suspected that Miss Xie was Chu Mian, she couldn't just wait for him to arrive and then secretly kidnap him and take him away, then go back and humiliate and beat him? Xu Xing was forced to cry, and as she lowered her head to continue apologizing, a pair of beautiful diamond-studded high heels appeared in her line of sight. She was stunned. The next second, the tip of the shoe was pressed against her chin. Xu Xing shuddered, and her chin was slowly lifted by the tip of the shoe. Her face also lifted, and in her tearful eyes, Xu Mian looked down at her from above. A scene from the past flashed through her mind. But I can't remember the details, only that it seems like this scene has happened before. Xu Mian sat there, using the tip of her shoe to pick up her chin, with a cruel and contemptuous smile on her lips. Miss Chu Xing, I came to your birthday party with all my heart, and I don't want you to humiliate me like this. Since that's the case, then you don't need to hold a birthday party, she said lightly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang immediately understood, and he ordered the security guards to tear down the venue. Chu Xing knelt there, her pupils constricting. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge light box set up in the venue was pushed over, and the sound of glass breaking echoed throughout the venue. No! This is her birthday party, the birthday party she has been looking forward to for a long time. She personally designed all the decorations and supervised the people who set them up. Chu Xing cried out and tried to get up. Where are you going? Xu Mian sat there, grabbed her hair with lightning speed and pulled her back. Chapter 47 I was wrong. Let me go. Let me go. Chu Xing was grabbed from behind and fell backwards, her scalp numb with pain. What is Miss Chu Xing so agitated about? Oh, it's because you haven't eaten your birthday cake yet. Come, I'll treat you. Xu Mian smiled innocently and then smeared the cake she had not finished eating on her delicate makeup, slowly spreading. It's... Xu Xing was covered in cake and screamed uncontrollably, frantically wiping the cake off her face with her hands. Isn't Miss Xie going too far? Xu Zhangming approached with concern. Xu Mian looked up at him and said slowly, Oops, my hand slipped. You call this a slip? Xu Zhengming's face turned ashen, but he had no choice. Since he had decided not to make enemies with the Xie family at the border, he could only continue to swallow his anger. Never having been so humiliated before, Xu Xing's tears fell down her face. The tears washed off her makeup and slid onto the sticky cake. Her face, which had been radiant, was now a mess. Xu Mian refocused her attention on Xu Xing and squeezed her hair tightly with her fingers, forcing her to look up and open her eyes wide to take a good look. Xu Xing had no choice but to open her eyes. She saw that the entire venue had been destroyed and dismantled, all the flowers smashed to the ground and trampled into mud, and all the food and wine on the tables swept to the ground. Even the 6-story cake tower was pushed to the ground. It was a mess. The luxurious and romantic birthday banquet was being smashed little by little. Does it look good? Xu Mian looked down at her. Xu Xing was trembling all over and looked at Xu Mian with tears in her eyes. What do you want? I want to see you lose face and make you feel bad. Xu Mian smiled very frankly, grabbed her hair and forced her to look at Qian Nannan and the others. You must have been adored by everyone in this group, right? Can you still have such a good life in the future? Xu Xing looked over and saw that Qian Nannan and his friends all backed away, not daring to even look at her, for fear of being associated with her. Xu Xing closed her eyes and didn't want to look. She didn't want these people to see her in her current state. Open your eyes and look. Xu Mian's eyes were full of anger. Her voice was soft, like the sound of water in a mountain stream, very clean, but cold to the bone, freezing to the point of being outrageous. Xu Xing was so startled by the yelling that she had to open her eyes to see the most embarrassing and humiliating scene of her life. Bang! A loud noise. Several dresses that Xu Xing had prepared to change into that night were thrown in front of her, and the skirts were torn into pieces of cloth and stuck to the food and drink on the floor. Xu Zhangming stood by the side, watching his daughter being treated like this. His heart was very uncomfortable. He forced a smile and said to Xu Mian, Miss Xie, today my daughter really did something too much. I will definitely prepare a gift and bring her to your door to apologize in person some other day. Xu Xing looked even more shaky and choked up as she said, Miss Xie, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will give you a gift to apologize. Every moment she stays here, her dignity is insulted for another moment. Can't stand it? Xu Mian chuckled, staring at her with her eyes. Do you also feel trampled on and humiliated? Xu Xing was speechless. Xu Mian lowered her head slowly, and her cherry lips touched her ear. Xu Xing, you brought all this on yourself today. You could have had a perfectly smooth birthday party, but you had to tease me. I was wrong, Miss Xie. Xu Xing apologized with tears in her eyes. Do you think you're very clever? I know that the boy with the silver hair likes you. I deliberately asked him to be a witness, and I deliberately provoked you to come and provoke me. Xu Mian whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, Xu Xing sat on the ground in a daze, staring at her with wide eyes. What do you mean? Who are you? Guess. Chu Mian smiled, her smile pure and moving, her eyes like stars embedded in them. Chu Xing was confused and looked at her blankly. What does it mean? Who is she? Chu Mian? Xie Xianla? Chu Xing knelt on the ground and grabbed her hand with some excitement. You are Chu Mian, right? Xie Xianla wouldn't have gone to such lengths to deal with me. Chu Mian? Who is Chu Mian? Chu Mian looked at her with a puzzled expression and then at the group of rich kids present. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Zhengming lifted his leg and kicked Chu Xing. You retard, in front of all these rich kids from the imperial capital, in front of the descendants of the Xie family, you dare to talk about Chu Mian? Do you want the whole country of A to know that you have a foster daughter to take the blame for your daughter? Chu Mian took the opportunity to let go of his hand. Chu Xing was kicked so hard that he fell to the ground, his hair messy. When he looked up, he saw Chu Zhengming, who was furious, and his mind went blank. She didn't dare to speak again. This person has already been humiliated enough today. Seeing this, Chu Mian understood that if she tried to trick Chu Xing again, he would not dare to speak. The entire venue was in a mess. This birthday party is probably the last thing Chu Xing will remember before she dies. That's enough for today. Chu Mian stood up slowly and saw Chu Zhengming. He said, Counselor Chu, you should take better care of your daughter. If you can't even educate your own daughter, how can you be a counselor who fights for the people? Chu Zhengming's face turned pale and then red. Afterwards, Chu Mian looked down at the disheveled Chu Xing and said with a smile, Anyway, the cake is still very good today, so I wish Miss Chu Xing a happy birthday every year and every year. The last sentence, she said as slowly as possible, as sarcastic as possible. Chu Xing's face turned purple. After she finished speaking, Chu Mian turned and walked out. The rich kids who had been standing in a group hurriedly divided into two lines to make a path. Chu Mian walked out calmly on the empty path. All eyes were on her. At this moment, the pure white dress she was wearing looked like a battle uniform. The mechanism set up on the top was suddenly opened, and pink petals and balloons fell from the sky. It was like a rain. The petals fell on Chu Mian's shoulders, hair, and dress, making her look incredibly beautiful. But she didn't even stop for a second, didn't even brush them off, and continued to walk forward, stepping on the balloons under her feet and disappearing into the doorway of the venue. The entire venue was silent for 10 minutes. Chu Zhengming went to help Chu Xian with a sour face. Chu Xian suddenly realized something and grabbed him, saying, Dad, who is she? She just told me. Don't say anymore, Chu Man is not like this. Chu Zhengming stopped her from talking and picked Chu Xing up from the ground. But Dad, if she were Chu Mian, she wouldn't have died in a foreign land, and I would have died instead. Chu Xing said excitedly, You see how much suffering I've had since she appeared? Chu Mian was born on the same day as her, and was born to protect her from disaster. Chapter 48, The Battlefield between Li Tianke and Feng Xingjun. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhengming's face darkened. After thinking for a while, he told the bodyguard who had followed him to secretly follow Miss Xie and see where she went, what she did, and who she met. He must find out if this Miss Xie is Chu Mian. Understood, Mr. Chu. The bodyguard hurriedly left. Chu Zhengming then left with Chu Xing. Meng Shu, who had been observing the situation in secret, slowly walked out of the crowd, opened his phone album, and in the short time it took, he took hundreds of photos and recorded a dozen videos. This one in the Chang Yuan is amazing. One is the general manager of the Holy See, the other is a member of parliament from country A, and she also has a daughter who is a popular internet celebrity. They are all being manipulated by her. This is not some bronze from the slums, this is clearly the king of the imperial capital of country A. His mouth did not close for a long time, and it was only after a long time that he thought of going back to report. In the suite of the Holy See Hotel high-rise, a man who had already been identified as the mastermind behind the attack at the night market was lying on the ground, his body beaten to a bloody pulp, his shirt soaked in blood, and he was barely breathing. The rectangular dining table was still covered with delicious food, but now it smelled of blood. A group of people who usually thrive in their respective fields are now huddled against the wall, not daring to move. Li Tianke never hesitates to kill. Forcing them to watch this man's fate here is clearly a warning to others, but they really don't dare to offend Li Tianke. In front of the dining table, Li Tianke sat lazily in a high-backed chair, with one leg crossed, leisurely and carefree, as if he were not in a place with a strong smell of blood, but in an elegant place where he could enjoy tea and flowers. His long fingers were holding a cell phone, and short videos were playing on it. They were all of Chu Mian's words and deeds at the venue. His eyes darkened. He never imagined that a small thing he picked up from the slums could do such a good job. Li Tianke suddenly got up and walked out, still watching the phone as he walked, and the videos continued to play one after another. Meng Shu followed him out of the suite and walked down the corridor, observing Li Tianke's expression and asked, "Does Mr. Li appreciate her? Admire her?" Li Tianke put away his phone and glared at him in a gloomy manner. "Stupid thing, you have to use such a complicated method to play with people, and I still admire her? You're angry because the lady at the Qian Yuan didn't mention your name directly, right?" Meng Shu thought to herself. In fact, he could understand the lady at the Qian Yuan. That lady was pretending to be crazy, and if she moved out, she would have to prove it. If she proved it in front of Mr. Li, how would she know if her fate was good or bad? Li Tianke walked forward, threw the phone back at random, and sent me the photos and videos. Meng Shu quickly reached out to catch it. "Yes. You said you didn't appreciate it? If you don't appreciate it, why do you need photos and videos? After sending it, delete everything on your phone. Don't keep a single photo." "Yes." Mr. Li's possessive desire is starting to act up again. Meng Shu Black Line suddenly thought of something. "Yes, Mr. Li, it's strange, how could that lady in the Qian Yuan garden be Xia Aoran's savior? How many faces does she have? One moment she is a pariah from the slums, the next she is a vengeful person with a grudge against the Chu family, and now she is the savior of the Xia family. Find out for me within 3 days." Li Tianke spoke in a low voice. In other words, he also wanted to know what the situation was. Meng Shu wanted to slap himself in the face. How did he manage to find himself work again? A magnificently decorated elevator appeared before them, and Meng Shu walked up to press the elevator button. "Why didn't you tell me about this important matter earlier?" An anxious voice came from behind. Meng Shu turned his head and saw a young man in a white suit and tie walking quickly towards them with a frown on his face, accompanied by a chauffeur-like man. The man who came was Feng Xinjun. He was in the hotel room doing some work when the driver suddenly knocked on his door. He then realized that something big had happened at the venue and couldn't even care about his work. He hurried out to see what was going on. He stood behind Li Tianke and waited for the elevator. The driver said, "Young master, I was waiting by the car and only realized something was wrong when I saw Counselor Chu holding Miss Chu. That's why I came to find you. I only know that the venue was smashed to pieces, but I don't know anything else." "Xiao Xing has already left?" Feng Xinjun frowned and said subconsciously, "What about Chu Mian? Have you seen Chu Mian? The venue was smashed, will Chu Mian be injured?" Ding! The moment the words fell, the elevator door slowly opened. Li Tianke stood there with one hand in his trouser pocket, a cold look in his eyes. He lifted his leg and walked into the elevator. The driver behind him was still wondering, "Chu Mian? Who is the third young master talking about? Who is Chu Mian? Forget it, I can't explain it to you. I'm going to go find her." Feng Xinjun was worried about the fragile Chu Mian and was anxious to get into the elevator. Suddenly, a cold light fell on him like a killing blow. Feng Xingjun was startled, and when he looked up, he met Li Tianke's gaze. The elevator was spacious, but Li Tianke stood in the middle of it, not giving up his position at all, acting extremely arrogant. For some reason, Feng Xingjun felt the pressure on his shoulders double. Meng Shu felt the air stagnate, and carefully rubbed the elevator door to go inside. Feng Xingjun walked in, and just as he stepped on the edge of the elevator. "The elevator is full." Li Tianke stood in the elevator, his voice cold and thin as he spoke, his eyes, which were gray and almost demonic, staring at him slowly and clearly unkindly. "This person is hostile to me." Feng Xingjun sensed it almost instantly. He looked up at Li Tianke and thought that the face looked familiar. The driver on the side started to complain, "What's so full? This elevator is clearly not full at all." Upon hearing this, Li Tianke's thin lips curled in a contemptuous smile, and he still stood there without moving. Seeing this, Meng Shu immediately understood, and looked coldly at Feng Xinjun and the driver. "Mr. Li said it was full, so it was full. Why are you being unreasonable?" The driver was exasperated. What kind of people are these? Reason? Meng Shu sneered, then you'd better go back and check what the reason is in country A. The 3 words Li Tianke are the truth. Who are you to be so arrogant? The driver was so angry that he wanted to go forward and reason with him, but Feng Xingjun quickly stopped him with a raised arm and said politely, Mr. Li, we'll wait for the next bus. Feng Xingjun recognized him. There's someone who knows what's going on. Meng Shu laughed and reached out to press the elevator button. The elevator door slowly closed. Feng Xingjun stood there, shivering, not for any other reason than that Li Tianke in the elevator kept staring at him until the door closed completely. Third master? Why are you letting them do this to you? You are the third master of the Feng family. The driver spoke up for him. Chapter 49. You just asked me who I was? Your man. How many people in the imperial capital would dare to provoke the Feng family? He is Li Tianke. Feng Xingjun only said his name, and the rest of the introduction is unnecessary. What? The driver was stunned. The man who just spoke was Li Tianke, a man of immense power who never blinked when he killed? Soon, the driver's legs went weak. Feng Xingjun was a little puzzled. He and Li Tianke had never met before, so why was Li Tianke looking at him with that kind of look? Not far from the hotel, Xu Mian saw Chu Zhengming carrying Chu Xing out of the hotel. Chu Xing was in a terrible state, leaning against his chest and still wearing his suit. Xu Mian looked at him twice, then smiled wryly. In this world, some people are born lucky. No matter how unruly or disheveled they are, there will always be someone to take them home. She turned and left. On the quiet road at night, only the streetlights and their warmth remained. Xu Mian walked down the road in a long dress. The cool night air was refreshing. A car was following her at a distance. Xu Mian knew from the tip of her toes that it was Chu Zhengming who was still suspicious of her identity and had sent someone to follow her. She smiled and turned into a 24-hour convenience store, bought a large bag of food and came out, then turned into a small alley with little light. Cars can't follow her into the alley. But soon, there was the sound of footsteps in the middle of the night. Xu Mian walked to the side of the alley next to a few large trash cans and meowed like a cat. Several pairs of sharp, glowing eyes immediately appeared next to the trash cans, and 2 stray cats also appeared from the trash cans. She stood there, ripped open a packet of dried fish and scattered it on the ground. Several dirty stray cats immediately rushed out and began to fight over the food. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Xu Mian smiled and tore open a few more sausages. The stray dogs nearby immediately rushed out, fighting and biting each other, unable to separate. It was just like when she was in the slums. People live like cats and dogs. A little food obviously wasn't enough for them. The stray cats and dogs stood there, their teeth grinding, staring straight at the bag in her hand, their eyes glowing with cold light. Seeing that it was almost time, Xu Mian grabbed a bunch of food and threw it into the alley. Go! The food all fell on the bodyguards who were following her. The sight of the stray cats and dogs all lit up their eyes, and they rushed over there without regard for anything. Some even flew at the food, jumping directly onto the person and biting them. Where did these stray dogs come from? Ah, they're biting me! Screams came one after another. Xu Mian glanced at them, smiled indifferently, and turned to leave briskly. Ignoring the group of people who had followed him, Xu Mian did not return to the Qian Yuan garden, but instead went to an open-air soccer field nearby. The football field was large, and at the moment, the seats were packed in a tight arc, but there was no one there. Only a circle of street lamps illuminated the lonely football field. Xu Mian sat down in one of the seats, put the plastic bag in his hand on the seat next to him, and took out a can of beer from it. Today is not only Chu Xing's birthday. It's also her birthday. According to the Chu family, when she was found, she had a note with her birth date and time, and even the time of birth was the same as Chu Xing's. Every year on her birthday, the Chu family would throw a big birthday party for Chu Xing, and as an adopted daughter, she could not ask for much more than to hide in her room and quietly eat a piece of the birthday cake that belonged to Chu Xing. Today, she finally ruined Chu Xing's birthday party. But she still didn't get to eat her own birthday cake. Xu Mian, you still have a long way to go. Happy 21st birthday! Xu Mian raised her beer in the air and shouted loudly into the cold, damp, empty air. After shouting, she laughed at her own stupidity and drank the beer down in one gulp. The can of beer was soon empty. Before she turned 18, Xu Mian was a good girl who had never drunk alcohol. She had no way of drinking alcohol during her 3 years in the slums, and did not know that beer had such a strong aftertaste. She soon became a little disoriented, leaning back in her chair with her hands on the back of the chair, looking up at the dark night sky. The moon was hiding behind the clouds, and there wasn't even a single star to keep her company. It really is lonely. Shumian laughed to herself, then picked up another can and started drinking. One can after another. In the end, she couldn't drink anymore, so she put her legs up on the cold seat, her head resting on the back of the chair, her eyes half open, and she was already dizzy. The muffled footsteps of her companion came down the stone steps and stopped behind her. Shumian didn't even care. The man in the black coat sat down in the seat behind her, slightly raising the corners of his eyes and looking at her flushed face with a blank expression. "Shumian?" he asked tentatively. In a daze, Shumian felt someone talking to her, and she responded, "Huh?" Her whispering tone was very seductive. "It really is her name. Why would you have such a name?" Li Tianke sat behind her, his voice was magnetic. The outline of his handsome face was even more profound in the dim light of the street lamps, and his eyes were dark. Upon hearing this, Shumian closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, laughing. "Maybe I've been asleep for a long time, but someone can stay awake for a long time. She died, and Xu Xian was able to borrow her life to live well." Li Tianke listened to this and his eyes darkened. Long sleep. Long wake. Suddenly, she turned her head, resting her chin on the back of the chair, and looked at him with her eyes half closed. "Who are you? Can't you recognize me after drinking so much?" Li Tianke sat there, looking at the girl in front of him. Her pure face was flushed with a hint of intoxication, adding a touch of charm. She stared at him straight on, wearing the long skirt and high heels he had bought for her, and the bracelet he had made. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Li Tianke looked at her with a deep, almost demonic expression on his face. His throat tightened and his Adam's apple rolled up and down twice. The next moment, he slowly leaned towards her, placed his palm on her hair, and slowly stroked it down, his long fingers all the way to her delicate neck. His fingertips gently caressed her neck, his eyes unfathomable, his lips slightly parted, and he asked, word by word, "Do you have an ambiguous relationship with Feng?" After getting out of the elevator at the Holy See Hotel, Meng Shu told him that it was the third son of the Feng family. Li Tianke asked, his voice was magnetic, his tone was very light, but his long fingers were already holding her snow-white, slender neck. If she answered yes, he didn't promise what he would do. "Feng what?" "Feng Shenjun." He pronounced the name word by word, and his fingers tightened around her neck. Just one touch. The slender neck would snap in his hands. "What is Fengshen?" "I don't know." Shumian looked at him in confusion, and saw a deep furrow on his protruding eyelid. It was very sexy. Very good. He liked this reaction. Li Tianke raised his lips, and the hand on her neck changed from a grip to a gentle stroke. He looked down at her clear eyes and said, "You just asked me who I was, so I'll tell you now." "Right, who are you?" Shumian really couldn't recognize him. "Your man." Chapter 50, How did she end up sleeping next to him? After saying that, Li Tianke grabbed her head with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her lips, kissing her aggressively and forcefully. Her mouth was full of the bitterness of beer, but it was like it was mixed with poppies, making him addicted. He had intended to just taste it, but after this kiss, Li Tianke couldn't let go, and he kissed her lips even more wantonly, as if he were swallowing her whole. Shumian looked at his sharp eyebrows and eyes, her mind a blank, as if she should resist, but she didn't think it was that bad. His lips were cool and comfortable. Shumian unconsciously licked it, and in return, she was treated even more violently. In the end, Shumian's neck was sore from being kissed, and she struggled to break free. Li Tianke sat behind her, staring at her unevenly, his thumb running over his lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "She's the one." Li Tianke heard the voice in his heart. Shumian sat in front of him, not thinking as much as he did. After a while, she turned her head and looked at him with her chin resting on the back of the chair. "You said you were my friend, so do you want to wish me a happy birthday? I'm your man." "What kind of friend?" Li Tianke said unhappily. "Forget it." Shumian didn't care, turned her head, looked at the deserted football field, and picked up a can of beer. She couldn't find the opener after searching for a long time. "Thinking about your birthday?" Li Tianke looked at her small, thin back and slowly pursed his lips. Shu Mian mumbled in response. Li Tiang's eyes darkened. Soon, the lights from cars flashed around the soccer field. One after another, supercars drove to the outer edge of the football field, with their headlights all turned to one side. Looking down from the sky, the entire football field was surrounded by a huge circle of light, round and bright. The people in the sports cars got out one after another, all holding large fireworks in their hands, and they all lined up in a circle around the perimeter in unison. They ignite the fireworks. The man's low, deep voice came through the phone. Bang! The deafening sound of an explosion rang out. Shu Mian, who was inside the football stadium, was startled by the explosion. The beer can in his hand fell to the ground, and his vision, which was already blurred by the alcohol, was suddenly stabbed by the white light in the sky. Shu Mian looked up in surprise and saw countless silver fireworks flying in a circle above the football field, like a beam of magical light cutting through the sky. Bang, bang! The sound of fireworks followed one after another. Fireworks of all shapes and sizes exploded in the night sky, alternating between gold and silver, and the bursts of color seemed to light up the entire night sky. It's beautiful. Bang! Another loud bang. The fireworks spelled out the words Happy Chu in the night sky above the football field, and they didn't go out for a long time. Shu Mian looked up at the sky, almost as if he were in a trance. Is it beautiful? Li Tianke sat behind her and watched her. It's beautiful. Shu Mian nodded and then said seriously, it seems that someone nearby has the same birthday as me and also has the same name as me. What a coincidence. Shu Mian was a little bit drunk, so she didn't feel that the fireworks were being set off around her. She just thought that someone was setting off fireworks on the football field, and she just happened to see it. That's for you. Li Tianke looked at her speechlessly, and the outline of her beautiful face was illuminated by the fireworks. As long as you stay by my side and are good, I will give you whatever you want. Shu Mian didn't listen at all, only muttering, that's great. This person is really happy. He didn't take the blame for Chu Xing, and someone else even set off fireworks for her. Unlike her, no one will set off fireworks for her, and no one will carry her home. Li Tiang's face turned a little dark, and he was too lazy to say anything else. He just sat behind her and watched the fireworks with her. After a long time, there was no sound at all. Li Tianke looked over to see that she had already fallen asleep, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow, and her small face changing color from time to time as it was lit up by the fireworks. The next second, Meng Shu came out of the shadows with her bodyguards. Mr. Li, it's late. Shall we go home? Meng Shu asked, holding a man's coat in her arms. Let's go back. Li Tianke stood up. Meng Shu immediately took out the coat in his hands and prepared to put it on for him, but Li Tianke took it away from him. Li Tianke spread his long legs, walked around to the front row, put the coat over the sleeping Shu Mian, and picked him up from his seat. Meng Shu was stunned. Mr. Li, who has always been moody, would actually care about someone like this? Putting on a coat and carrying him? The heavy curtains blocked the bright light outside. My head hurts. On the large European-style bed, Shu Mian squirmed in the soft quilt, reached out and pressed her temple, opened her eyes and looked at the crystal chandelier above her head. Her mind was a mess. She shouldn't have drunk alcohol. She was now living under someone else's roof, and what if she had done something wrong because of the alcohol? Shu Mian pressed her head and was about to sit up when she suddenly remembered that her last memory was at the football stadium. How could she? She turned her head in alarm and saw the man lying next to her, his long narrow eyes closed, his handsome features showing signs of laziness, his long eyelashes moving slightly, as if half awake. Li Tianke. Why is he here? Shu Mian gasped and was about to retreat, but the man pulled her into his arms. His bare arms embraced her, and his long legs were placed on top of her, pressing her down and preventing her from moving. Where are you going? Li Tianke slowly opened his narrow eyes and looked at her with a drowsy expression. His pupils had a little bit of an unusual gray color, and his eyes were slightly upturned, flirtatious. This kind of charm is not feminine beauty, but a completely unique flavor that belongs to him. What happened last night? Shu Mian now only had this question. Li Tianke stared at her pure eyebrows and eyes, then leaned over and kissed her on the lips. His voice was lazy. I said, if you run around without my order, I will break your legs. Don't you understand? Shu Mian did not move. It seems that she cannot escape her fate. She slowly clenched her fists, calculating the probability of successfully knocking him out and escaping. Li Tianke suddenly smiled at her. Of course, you didn't understand. Huh? What's going on? Get up. Li Tianke sat up straight from the bed without doing anything to her. Xu Mian was led out of the room by Li Tianke. She was wearing a loose nightgown and was led behind Li Tianke like a small pet. It was already bright outside. In the living room, Ma He and Ma Fong were kneeling on the floor, their faces pale and bloodless. Meng Shu and a few bodyguards stood aside. Meng Shu said coldly, "I told you to keep an eye on the young lady, but you fell asleep instead." The young lady ran hundreds of meters to the football field alone, picked up beer cans from the trash can and got drunk without knowing it. If I hadn't happened to be going to the football field for business, the young lady would have been lost by now. The two maids were too scared to utter a word. Chapter 51, Leg broken, thrown out. Miss, there is a problem here. You should keep a better eye on her. If she runs into the lake one day, how will you explain it to Mr. Li? Meng Shu pointed at his head and scolded again. Xu Mian followed Li Tianke down the stairs step by step. It seems they think she has a disease and wandered into the football stadium, where she picked up beer cans and drank them. She remembered that there were some beer cans thrown by the audience next to the trash can in the football field. This kind of speculation was logical. But Xu Mian looked up at the man in front of her, who was leading her by the hand. His back looked like a fog to her. He is Li Tianke, the president of the A Nation's top conglomerate. Can he really not see through her? In the living room, when Li Tianke saw Xu Mian coming down the stairs with him, both Mrs. He and Mrs. Fong almost crawled forward, crying, "Master, it's all our fault. We didn't take good care of Mississippi. Please forgive us this time. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us this time." The two begged desperately. Li Tianke sat on the sofa in the center of the room with Xu Mian in his arms. She was like a flower in his arms. "Master, we will definitely watch over Miss 24 hours a day from now on." Hema trembled with fear. Li Tianke casually placed his hand on Xu Mian's shoulder, looked down at the two kneeling people, his eyes dark, and after a while, he opened his lips and said, word by word, "Little thing is crazy, doesn't understand human language, I won't punish her, but you two maids." The two maids were so scared that they hit their heads on the ground. Li Tianke leaned back, not bothering to say anything else. He waved his hand lightly, and said, "Break her legs and throw her out." As if he was throwing away flowers and trees. Xu Mian turned her head in shock. Li Tianke was sitting there, with his godly facial features especially deeply and strikingly outlined, like a flower of the other shore growing in the river of forgetfulness. It was beautiful, but full of the aura of a ghostly bloodthirsty spirit. Yes. The two bodyguards did not hesitate, immediately swinging the rattan sticks that had been prepared next to them. They swung them left and right, aiming for the legs of the two maids. Ah! Both of them were old, and the blow sent them to the ground, screaming. Li Tianke, however, did not even raise his eyebrows, but looked at them leisurely. She had heard a lot about Li Tianke's ruthlessness, but today she had a real taste of it. "Ah! Young master, please forgive us. We know we were wrong." Another scream, and Hema crawled forward, reaching out to grab Li Tianke's pant leg. Li Tianke glanced down, his eyebrows tinged with displeasure at being offended, and kicked her away. The bodyguard mercilessly beat him with a stick after another, and Meng Shu stood by silently watching, as if he had already become accustomed to it. The two maids screamed one after another, and their trouser legs were beaten upwards, exposing their skin, which had quickly turned blue and purple. Xu Mian's eyes grew cold, and without hesitation, she stood up and rushed over to them. She knelt in the middle of the two, protecting Hema and Fong Ma under her arm. She was trembling all over, her eyes darting around like a crazy person, and her mouth was spitting out words like a crazy person, "Don't hit, don't hit." The two bodyguards had become so used to it that they raised their canes and were about to strike again. Xu Mian screamed at the top of her lungs, filling the entire living room with her shrill, terrified voice. The two bodyguards almost dropped their canes. Li Tianke was so startled by her screams that he covered his ears. She really can scream. Xu Mian clung tightly to the two maids, her body shaking uncontrollably, her pale little face full of fear, like a frightened fawn. When the two maids turned to look at her, they saw that she was so scared that she was protecting herself. Their eyes welled up with tears. "Miss, don't stay here. You might get hurt. She is already schizophrenic, and if she becomes disabled, what will happen to her in this life?" Chu Mian did not let go. Meng Shu looked at Chu Mian's silly and nervous appearance in amazement. What was she pretending? She didn't utter a word last night when she was surrounded by a large group of people from the Holy See. She didn't show the slightest hint of fear in her eyes, and she even forced the two girls to kneel down and apologize to her. Now she's pretending to be weak and helpless. The two bodyguards were at a loss, looking up at Li Tianke, not knowing whether to continue. Li Tianke sat on the sofa, crossed one leg, and looked meaningfully at Chu Mian. "It seems that the little crazy person I picked up is not completely crazy. Do you want to protect them?" "Unfortunately, what I said has never changed." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard understood the meaning and went forward to pull Chu Mian away. Chu Mian immediately fell to her knees in front of Li Tianke, grabbed his trouser leg, looked up at him with a pleading expression, and mumbled, "No, no." Her innocent face was full of foolishness, and she was so convincing as a person who was not normal. However, what she was thinking was that if she really couldn't do anything, she would have to fight and escape with Fangma and his mother. She couldn't let them get hurt because of her. Seeing this, Li Tiang's lips curled into a half-smile. He looked at her small hand clutching her pants, and a trace of interest flashed in his eyes. "Is this how you beg for help? How else should I beg? How should a mentally ill patient beg?" Chu Mian couldn't figure out what Li Tianke meant, so she kept pulling his pants and begging him, "No, no." Li Tianke put down his legs and slowly leaned over her, lowered his head, pointed to his side face, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Do you understand?" "I don't understand." Chu Mian cursed in her heart, lowered her eyes, and a murderous look flashed in her eyes. Seeing that she was unmoved, Li Tianke glanced at her, and then spat out 3 words from his thin lips, and continued to beat her. The bodyguard immediately swung his cane. Chu Mian clenched her hand at her side. "I'll endure it. It's just a kiss, right?" She gritted her teeth and pecked him on the cheek, then quickly left. After the kiss, Li Tiang's eyes flashed. He stared at her straight on, his eyes exceptionally deep, like a dark purgatory hidden within. There was a deathly silence in the living room. Chu Mian didn't know what he was looking at, but she felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. After a while, he suddenly laughed, reached out and pinched her chin. His voice was magnetic. "That's good. Okay, I'll let you go today because of your face." When he said this, not only were the bodyguards stunned, even the beaten-up maids were shocked. For the first time, someone who had made a mistake was forgiven by the young master. "Thanks to Miss, she is their lucky star." Meng Shu stood by and watched the scene in disbelief. No wonder Li didn't want to expose Chu Mian. Was this Li's special hobby? Forcing a girl who has killed 4 people to pretend to be a little fool and kiss him, will the kiss taste any better? This time, Li Tianke stayed in the Chang garden for many days. In the courtyard, the high walls were covered with roses, blooming delicately. The leaves danced in the wind, like waves, and the breeze was very refreshing. Chapter 52, Is the little thing bored of staying in the Chang garden? The steps in front of the main entrance of the Western-style building were covered with a thick white carpet. Light pink petals had fallen on it. Li Tianke sat on one side of the carpet, wearing a dark shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing his snow-white skin. He stretched out his long legs and held a tablet in one hand to read information, while resting his hand on the person next to him. Chu Mian lay on the long steps, her head resting on his lap, and she was reading a newspaper upside down in her hands. His hand would occasionally caress her face. But they didn't disturb each other. The sun shone down, and in front of the retro Western-style building, the two of them were lying and sitting in front of the doorsteps, with rose petals at their feet, giving off a sense of quietness and peacefulness. But Chu Mian was forced to do it. She was forced by Li Tianke to lie on his lap with her head down. Strong and shameless. This time, Li Tianke stayed for several days, and Chu Mian was trapped in the Chen Yuan garden and unable to leave. Fortunately, Li Tianke now treats her like a little pet, playing with her and teasing her, but not really doing anything to her. Now, she should continue to plan for herself. Revenge and establishing herself are her 2 primary concerns. As for revenge, she had asked Xia Oren to send someone to keep an eye on the Chu family so that she could keep abreast of their every move. As for establishing a foothold, it all comes down to money. Xia Aoran wanted to give her money, but she refused. It's more fun to make money on your own. How to make quick money? This is a problem. Shumian looked at the newspaper with all the words upside down in her hands, and suddenly saw a huge headline. The Obsidian Award is here again. The International Art Association is looking for talented artists and is inviting painters from all over the world to participate in an online exhibition and competition for the grand prize. She looked at the prize money. It was no wonder that it was the highest association, with the first prize being 3 million yuan. Shumian suddenly had an idea. Is it because the little thing is bored in the Qiangyuan that it wants to run away? Li Tiang's deep, magnetic voice suddenly sounded above her head. Shumian was startled and resisted the urge to look at his expression, continuing to stare at the newspaper blankly. Li Tianke didn't expect her to say anything, so he just put down the tablet and said, Meng Shu. Meng Shu immediately came out of the mansion. Mr. Li. When is the Obsidian Award finals? Li Tianke asked. Shumian suspected that Li Tianke had planted a bug in her body. Otherwise, how could she have thought of it and he have mentioned it? 2 weeks later, on Wednesday, the organizers rented the Destiny Art Museum, which is owned by our Li family, as the venue for the finals. Meng Shu immediately replied, I've already received the invitation. Are you going? Mr. Li has never liked these boring events. He was going to decline. I'll take the little one to see the sights, so she won't run around when I'm not around. Li Tianke said, reaching out and pinching a handful of Shumian's soft face. He didn't like her being out of his control. She would rather run around blindly than follow him, okay? Shumian's head ached just listening to this. Yes, Mr. Li, I'll make the arrangements right away. The organizer also invited you to be the guest of honor at the award ceremony. Do you want to accept? Meng Shu asked again. I'm only going to accompany my little thing. He's not interested in being an award presenter. Yes. Meng Shu nodded and then stepped back. Shumian lay on Li Tiang's lap, looking at the newspaper in her hands again. The finals would be held in 2 weeks, and the deadline for submissions was this weekend. She pursed her lips. The Chu family. Chu Xing has not left the house for a week, not even going to school. The incident at the Holy Seat Hotel had left a deep psychological scar on her. Now, everyone who came to her birthday party knew that she had offended the Xie family's savior, and none of them would contact her. It's as if she were a virus, and they all want to stay as far away from her as possible. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Feng Shui stood outside the door, calling her name with concern. Xiao Xing, you'll get sick if you stay in your room like this without eating or drinking. There was no sound in the room. Your counselor has called your home several times. You are the top student at school, the hope of the school. You can't keep skipping school. Feng Shui continued, holding a tray of food. Chu Xing buried himself under the covers, listening to Feng Shui's chatter outside. He grabbed a pillow and threw it on the ground, shouting, I'm not going. Everyone knows that I had to kneel down and apologize. Why would I go to school and be a disgrace? I'm not going. I'm not going at all. You child. Feng Shui was very worried. It's okay, I'll do it. Chu Zhangming approached Feng Shui, knocked on the door with his hand, and said calmly, Xiao Xing, come out. I have something to discuss with you. I'm not going out. I'd rather die in my room. Xu Xing shouted. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such humiliation, so she let it go. She could clearly feel that Xie Shanglo was Chu Mian, but she couldn't find any evidence, and she couldn't even find the person. The bodyguards who went out to follow her were all in the hospital getting rabies shots. There was no way to vent her anger. Why would she go out? She had been spoiled to the point that she couldn't stand the strange looks from others. Xiao Xing, Dad has a way to solve your problem. Do you want to hear it? Xu Zhangming said. Upon hearing this, Xu Xing stuck her head out of the quilt, turned her eyes, pulled back the quilt, got out of bed, put on her slippers, ran to the door, opened the door and looked at Xu Zhangming. Dad, are you going to send someone to Wine Island to see if that little bastard Chumian is still there? Or have you found her and killed her? Xu Xing has been at home for several days, and she hasn't washed her face or combed her hair. At the moment, her hair is messy and looks like a monster, which frightens Feng Shui. Chu Zhangming frowned at her. I told you, it's hard to get out of Fengdao, but not to get in. I also sent someone to check it out. Are you afraid that your competitors won't find any dirt on me? This is really not a sensible question. This Wind Island is not their backyard, otherwise he would have sent someone to see if Chu Mian was dead or not. On hearing this, Chu Xing hung her head in depression. How can you solve my problem? How can I make her hate me go away if I don't drag Chu Mian out and beat her to a pulp? Li Tian Ke. Chu Zhangming looked at her and said word by word. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing immediately widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Dad, what do you mean by that? What does this have to do with Li Tian Ke? Get yourself together before you come out. A little setback like this makes you act like this. How can you be my daughter, Chu Zhangming? Chu Zhangming glared at her coldly and then turned and left. Chu Xing stood there in shock. The name Li Tianke was like a spell that captured her soul. She immediately turned around and ran into the bathroom to start cleaning up. After a lot of fuss, Chu Xing finally managed to tidy herself up and quickly walked into the living room, sat down next to Chu Zhangming, grabbed his hand and asked, Dad, what do you mean by Li Tianke? Chapter 53, I will win the Obsidian Award. Chu Zhangming sat there, a look of cunning in his eyes. After this incident, I have seen clearly that no matter if Xie Shangla is Chu Mian or not, she was able to cause this commotion because of the power of the Xie family on the border. Therefore, as long as our Chu family is even more prestigious, what are we afraid of the Xie family? What is the best way to deal with an enemy? It is to raise yourself first. I understand this principle. At my birthday party, there were so many children of high officials, but none of them came forward to help me. They were all afraid of the Xie family. Even Feng Xingjun, who she told her grievances to in front of him, was powerless. Therefore, my father has decided to help you realize your dream. You want to marry Li Tianke, don't you? Chu Zhangming looked at her. Fang Shui was sitting on the side, eating grapes, and swallowed the seeds when she heard this. These father and daughter are both so reckless. Is Li Tianke so easily provoked? Dad, do you have a way? Chu Xing's eyes lit up completely. You are a small-time internet celebrity, and although you have a bit of fame online, you are not worth mentioning in the eyes of a man like Li Tianke. He only deals with the daughters of wealthy families or princesses of royal families, so the idea of you going to him to ask for donations for impoverished areas is completely impractical. Chu Zhangming said. Then what should I do? Chu Xing asked. I have received news that Li Tianke has been invited to attend the Obsidian Award Finals. He has never attended such non-financial activities in the past, which means that he has a certain interest in painting and art. Chu Zhangming sat there looking at his daughter and said, if you can arouse his interest in this area and start to get in touch with him, then with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you are favored by Li Tianke. Chu Xing listened in bewilderment, but Dad, I only draw some clothing design drawings. The Obsidian Award is for oil paintings. This is not a genre. So, I've already thought of a way for you. Chu Zhangming said, raising his hand and clapping twice. Two servants carried an oil painting with a gold frame, depicting sunflowers burning in a blaze of fire. The sketch was simple but sophisticated, and there was a strong sense of vitality. At a glance, it catches the eye. Chu Xing stood up and walked to the painting. Even though she didn't understand oil paintings, she still thought it was especially beautiful. Dad, this painting is beautiful. I bought it from the previous winner of the Obsidian Award at a great price. I had him change the style and now it's signed with your name. Chu Zhangming stood up and walked over to her, his eyes full of calculation. I asked a professional master of the painting world to take a look at it. This sunflowers in the blaze can be said to be able to lock in the Obsidian Award. None of the other paintings can compare to it. At the finals, you will have the opportunity to contact Li Tianke as the new winner of the Obsidian Award. Hearing this, Chu Xing was overjoyed. Not only would he be able to get in touch with Li Tianke, he would also be able to become famous with this painting, and the incident at the Holy See Hotel would be forgotten. Chu Zhangming smiled. So you think that Dad is untying your knot? Thank you, Dad. Chu Xing happily threw himself into his arms and said excitedly, Dad, I will definitely seize Li Tianke. By then, even if you want to be president, it will be fine. This really touched Chu Zhangming's heart, and he laughed heartily, hugging Chu Xing tightly. He had a weak sperm count, so it was very difficult for him to have a daughter like Chu Xing. Therefore, he had used all his ingenuity to love her since she was born, and he had specially raised Chu Mian to protect her from harm. Their success is linked to each other. No matter what, he wants Chu Xing to become the wife of the first consortium. In the Chan Garden, Fang Ma and He Ma were overjoyed to learn that Li Tianke was taking Chu Mian to the Obsidian Award finals. "Miss, how about wearing this? This is nice, simple, and elegant." Fang Ma stood in front of Chu Min holding a dress. Chu Mian sat at the table with a blank expression on her face, resting her chin in her hands and not responding to them. "It's too plain. You're still young, you should wear something brighter." "This is good, it's a custom-made dress, there's only one like it in the world." "Mrs. He said, if you wear this dress, it will definitely dazzle everyone's eyes." After comparing the dresses for a while, the two of them sat down next to Chu Mian again, worried. "Miss, if you go out with Master, you can't look so stupid and dumb anymore, it will make Master lose face." "Yes, the young Master is moody. He may like you today, but tomorrow he may just kick you out." Hema pressed her mouth corners upwards and said, "Come on, be a good girl and smile for me. When you smile, you look pretty and don't look like a mental patient. It's really a waste of time." Since Chu Mian rescued them under Li Tiang's command, they have treated her like a daughter, chattering incessantly, giving her a headache. He. Chu Mian pulled at the corners of her mouth, smiling with her lips but not her heart, and she was completely foolish. Fan Ma and He Ma were very desperate. After nagging for a long time, the two finally left to go about their business, and Chu Mian was finally able to catch her breath. She ran upstairs to the study, turned on the computer, and used an internet phone to call Xia Aoran. Xia Aoran was very excited when he heard her voice. "Chu Mian, you finally found me. I thought you were killed by Li Tianke and I haven't slept for 2 days and nights. This is not like the head of a family. He is still the same silly young master who was rescued from the Wind Island and is not used to life in the slums." Chu Mian sat down at the desk and spoke directly to the point. "I've been under close surveillance these past few days, so I haven't been able to make any phone calls. How are you keeping an eye on the Chu family? I was just about to tell you this news." Xia Aoran was talking enthusiastically on the other end. "This Chu Zhangming is doing everything he can to make his daughter famous. He had the previous winner of the Obsidian Award draw a picture of a sunflower in the flames for him, signed it Chu Xing, and entered it in the competition, hoping to directly put the halo of the Obsidian Award winner on Chu Xing's head." Upon hearing this, Chu Mian snorted in derision. "I really have a connection with the Chu family. The Chu family is also involved in the Obsidian Award." Xia Aoran immediately understood what he meant. "You entered the competition too?" "Yes. She has already uploaded her painting online, and it has received high scores online, comparable to sunflowers in the blaze of fire." "Then you probably won't win the award. She got her painting done by the previous winner of the Obsidian Award, and it's really good. Even if Chu Xing is exposed in public, Sunflowers in the Blaze will still be the best painting. She has no chance. I'm determined to win the Obsidian Award." A glint of light flashed in Chu Mian's eyes. "So confident?" Xia Aoran was puzzled. "She has the previous winner of the Obsidian Award as a ghostwriter, and I'm not weak either." "Do you know why the Obsidian Award is called the Obsidian Award?" Chu Mian asked, speaking slowly and deliberately. Chapter 54, If you don't smile, I'll throw you off this bus. Xia Aoran naturally knew that Fang Shiling's paintings were unique in the world, and no one could imitate them. She was recognized as the most outstanding oil painting master in the world, and there was no one else like her. She had initiated the Obsidian Award competition in its first year, and named the grand prize after her favorite stone, obsidian. 2 years ago, she suddenly disappeared, and there was no one else like her in the world. Her paintings were even more valuable than they were marketable. "You're right." Chu Mian said indifferently. "Do you still remember the old lady with disfigured face and broken hands on Wind Island?" "Yes, I heard that she was in an accident and became a member of the slums on Wind Island because she had no children and was alone." Xia Aoran's voice came from the computer. "She is Fang Shiling, who forced me to study oil painting for 3 years." Chu Mian said. "So, she is not afraid of the previous winner of the Obsidian Award. The founder of the Obsidian Award is her teacher." "What?" Xia Aoran was shocked. "She is Fang Shiling?" She is a great artist of her generation, with a strong character. How did she survive without her hands? And didn't she say that she would never take on any students? How did you manage to get her to teach you? On hearing this, Chu Mian thought of the incident in the slum. When she first arrived on Wind Island, the old lady Fong Shiling was indeed waiting to die, but she wouldn't let her. She forced the old lady to eat and drink. The old lady was so angry at her that she couldn't die, so she forced her to learn oil painting. She studied for 3 years. Maybe because I saved her life, she was grateful to me, Chu Mian said with a smile in her eyes. Although the old lady said she hated her, she taught her everything she knew, without holding back a single bit. That's why she was confident enough to win the Obsidian Award. Hearing this, Xia Oren couldn't help but ask at the other end, another one you saved? How many people have you saved? How many people have you saved? Chu Mian thought about the past 3 years, her eyes flickered, and her voice was as light as water. She forgot. After that, she hung up the internet phone, deleted the record, closed the computer, and left the study. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Obsidian Award finals. Chu Mian was leaning out of the balcony, looking out. Her painting had made it to the finals, and today was the day the winner would be decided. From a distance, she saw luxury cars approaching the building. The cars stopped in front of the mansion. The gate to the courtyard was opened, and 2 rows of bodyguards with guns at their waists walked in, standing with their hands on their hips. Li Tianke and Meng Shuyi walked in one after the other. It was a hot day, and Meng Shu held a black umbrella for the person in front of her. Li Tianke walked in with his umbrella held over his face, so his face was not visible. He could be seen walking with one hand in his trouser pocket, looking a little careless, but his aura was so strong that it could not be ignored. His long shadow was cast on the ground. Fang Ma was waiting at the door. When she saw him, she beamed and said, "Master is here. The young lady has been waiting for you upstairs all morning." Chu Mian's black thread. She wasn't waiting for Li Tianke, she just found the 2 of them too noisy, so she came upstairs to get some peace and quiet. The people below stopped. Li Tianke raised his hand to block Meng Shu's umbrella, and the tattoo of a deer's head on his forearm flapped proudly. Under the scorching sun, Li Tianke looked up and straight at the person on the balcony. Chu Mian was lying on the balcony, looking at him with a blank expression. She had changed into a black and gray dress in the same color scheme as his, and her bare shoulders were so white that they almost reflected light. Her small face had pure features and was exceptionally clear. Like a delicate rose, she was clinging to the balcony, waiting for her master to return. Li Tianke looked at her, and suddenly felt something fill his chest. He raised the corner of his mouth, as if to greet a small pet, and said, "Come down, good girl." Chu Mian looked at him blankly, faithfully playing the role of a mentally disabled person. Seeing that Chu Mian did not respond, Fang Ma hurriedly said, "I'll go get the lady to come down." Fang Ma and He Ma helped Chu Mian down the stairs. She was wearing a halter neckline dress with a small V neckline, black as the main color, with a gray patch from the waist down, simple yet grand. The 2 maids had carefully chosen this dress for Chu Mian. The finals would last a long time, so a dress that was too complicated or too formal would not do. Chu Mian might feel uncomfortable in it, and if she had a fit and tore it off, that would be a big deal. The simple and comfortable material is just right, and the skirt does not drag on the ground. It is clean, generous, and elegant. Li Tianke stood in the courtyard, watching the maids supporting Chu Mian as she walked down the steps. Meng Shu put away her umbrella and looked at Li Tianke silently. Seeing him staring at Chu Mian, she thought that the scene looked like a bride being welcomed. "Young master, Miss Chu is not very bright, so please bear with her." Heima handed Chu Mian's hand to Li Tianke's hand and said anxiously, "Please be patient with her. No one can tell when a mental patient will have a psychotic episode." Meng Shu was even more speechless when she heard this. "This is more like a wedding scene, right?" And she even told Li to be careful. Li Tianke was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 maids, and took Chu Mian's hand and walked out. Chu Mian sat in the car and was as usual, with a blank expression on her face. Li Tianke sat next to her, holding her hand and pressing it against his leg. He rested his head on the window and looked at her. How come she didn't even have a smile on her face? Didn't she want to come out? He's been to the night market and the hotel, isn't he busy? Now that he's personally taking her out, isn't she happy? Chu Mian made a face of paralysis. Li Tianke suddenly pinched her hand, bending her delicate fingers. The pain made her look at him. What does this man want? Smile. Li Tianke pinched her chin and gave her an order in a low voice. Is she selling a smile? What's so funny? Shumian refused to smile and continued to look dazed. If you don't smile, I'll throw you off this bus. Li Tianke threatened. Is he sick? Can't he just sit in the car? Shumian felt disgusted, but Li Tianke suddenly leaned over towards her, his chest close to hers, and she subconsciously leaned towards the door. But Li Tianke stretched out his arm and pushed open the door on her side. He wasn't joking at all. The car was moving along the road, and a strong gust of wind blew in, nearly blowing Shumian off her seat without her seatbelt on. As if that wasn't enough, Li Tianke ordered, in a cold voice, to drive faster. Faster? That's going to kill someone. Meng Shu sat in the passenger seat, keeping her eyes on the road and her mind on her thoughts, not daring to question Li Tianke. The driver dared not question him, so he stepped on the accelerator and deliberately made the car shake. The tires quickly crossed the white line on the road. Suddenly, the hurricane outside was like a whirlpool, ferocious and wantonly trying to suck people out, and the open car door swayed in the wind. Li Tianke grabbed the armrest by the window and watched her tossing back and forth in the car seat with a calm expression. Shumian felt her body being sucked out by the wind vortex involuntarily. From time to time, a car flashed by outside, and if it flew out, it would be killed or maimed. Chapter 55, A Kiss in the Wind. She reached out to grab the handrail, but Li Tianke pushed her away. Damn it. Okay. If we're going to die, let's die together. A cold look flashed in Shumian's eyes. At the moment when she was about to be sucked out, she turned around with all her might and threw herself into Li Tianke's arms, holding him tightly around the waist with both hands. Li Tianke was shocked by her impact on his chest. He looked down and saw Shumian's little head buried tightly in his chest, her soft curves fitting perfectly against him. The car swayed and she crashed into his arms. Li Tianke's body tightened up from the impact, and the look in his eyes became deep and ambiguous. This woman always knows how to seduce him at just the right time. The next second, he raised his hand and pressed her head back, forcing her to look up. Immediately, in the car with the door shaking and the hurricane blowing, he lowered his head and covered her lips without explanation, sucking her extremely soft lips strongly and domineeringly, swallowing them, and his eyes did not hide his desire for her. Shumian was completely stunned, but he wouldn't let her struggle. He kissed her wildly, and when he sensed that she was trying to back away, he bit her, biting her so hard that she winced, and he only softened his grip when she was in pain. He held on to the overhead handrail with one hand and pressed her down with the other, keeping her steady in the car that was about to flip over. After a long time, Shumian's face was cold from the wind, and her lips were bitten by Li Tianke to the point where the color of her lipstick was gone. Only then did Li Tianke let her go. He stared at her swollen lips, lifted his leg and kicked the back of the seat in front of him, and ordered, "Slow down." The driver quickly slowed down. The car no longer jolted, but the wind kept blowing. Li Tianke stared straight at Shumian's little face and slowly leaned down towards her. He wouldn't want to mess with her in the car again, would he? Shumian fell onto the leather seat, slowly bending one leg, with her knee pointing at the fatal spot under him, about to push up. However, Li Tianke raised his hand and closed the door that had been swinging back and forth. The car was finally quiet. Not even a breeze could get in. The temperature rose. Shumian lay there, her legs temporarily frozen. After closing the door, Li Tianke did not leave, but stared at her with a sullen expression and a quizzical look in his eyes. Shumian stared at him. After a few seconds, she forced a silly smile and laughed at him. Isn't it just because he wants to see her smile? Go ahead and laugh, you silly fool. Li Tianke was obviously not fooled, but instead raised his lips and pinched her chin, saying, "It seems you like it too. Do you want to do it again?" This smile of hers is not a sign of liking. Shumian was so depressed that her chest was about to explode. She really wanted to fight him. "Mr. Li, we've arrived at the art museum." Meng Shu's voice saved her in time. Li Tianke slowly got up from her and sat down on the side. Shumian touched her lips, which had been taken advantage of, and sat up silently, leaning against the car door. "Come here. Don't stay so far away from me." Li Tianke glanced at her. Shumian pretended not to hear. "Do you really want to do it again?" Li Tian's tone became serious, and his long, slender fingers locked her wrist. Thinking about the crazy scene just now, Chu Mian was irritated, so she obediently let him pull her over. Li Tianke took her into his arms, rested his head in one hand, closed his eyes and took a nap, waiting to enter the art museum. Chu Mian was forced to lean against him, biting her nails, and she really wanted to get sick in the art museum and embarrass him. The center of the imperial capital has the largest art museum in the country, called Destiny, which displays art collections that amaze the world. The finals of the Obsidian Awards will soon begin here. At this moment, countless luxury cars are parked in front of the museum, which is both majestic and beautiful. The contestants and invited guests will all walk down the red carpet and enter the museum. There are not only security guards, but also police officers on site to maintain order. The media reporters have already moved in on the news, and they are all outside setting up their positions. They rush up to interview any celebrity they see and send the first-hand news to the online platform. Xu Xing sat in her car and deliberately asked the driver to park the car within the journalist's field of vision after seeing the reporters, then got out of the car and walked over to them, holding Chu Zhengming's arm. Today she is here as a contestant, and she is also responsible for contacting Li Tianke, so of course she can't choose Feng Xinjun as her male companion, and instead let her father be her male companion. Sure enough, as soon as she appeared, the complicated and high-end black off-the-shoulder dress she was wearing immediately took everyone's breath away, and the reporters swarmed over. Chu Zhengming quickly reached out to block her with a smile. Xu Xing, you look so beautiful today. Are you here to watch the competition? A reporter asked. Xu Xing smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. Chu Zhengming stepped forward and said to the dozen microphones, "My daughter is not talented, but she painted a picture in her spare time and was lucky enough to enter the finals, so I also came along for the ride." Xu Xing can also paint oil paintings? The reporters were all excited. If they knew that only 5 paintings had been shortlisted for the Obsidian Award finals, they would have realized that the finalists were already very talented and had great accomplishments in oil painting. I just painted it on a whim. I didn't think I would win, I just came here to learn from the masters. Xu Xing said modestly. Wow! A male reporter exclaimed. Xu Xing, what else can't you do? You can sing, dance, and now even paint. You're so versatile. I knew you were innocent before, but now you can sing and dance, and even paint. How can you have so much time for all that? The scene was almost surrounded by Xu Xing's fans. Xu Xing was satisfied with the situation and smiled sweetly. While he was being interviewed, a large group of security guards in uniform came rushing out of the art museum and ran to the side of the road, using a human wall to separate the onlookers. Then, one after another, luxury cars drove up, passing through the track formed by the crowd. The car at the front stopped on the red carpet, with its front end already touching the steps. Reckless and arrogant. Who is that? What is the big deal? A reporter asked in surprise. Someone else shouted, "It's Li Tianke. Li Tianke is here." Xu Xing's heart began to race. Hearing this news, all the reporters present were shocked and, without caring about Chu Zhengming and Xu Xing, they jumped up and ran towards the motorcade. Unfortunately, they couldn't even touch the car window, and were stopped by the security guards hired by the organizers. Xu Xing stood still, holding onto Chu Zhengming's arm, staring straight at the car in front of the art museum. He saw someone from the organizer run down and bow low to open the car door. A pair of long, slender legs appeared first in everyone's line of sight, and the shiny leather shoes on the ground reflected light. Li Tianke got out of the car, his face with its deep features showing no expression. That face, that posture, was like a god. Chapter 56, Let Go, If You Don't Want to Die. Xu Xing looked from afar, feeling as if her heart had stopped. She unconsciously held onto Chu Zhengming's arm. Xu Zhengming looked at her and smiled. Girls have to hold their own value. After winning the Obsidian Award, you can contact him. Maybe you don't even have to take the initiative, he will come to you himself. Xu Xing nodded vigorously. When she wins the crown and stands in the limelight, Li Tianke will naturally be able to see her. Suddenly, Li Tianke turned around and reached into the car. Xu Xing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and sure enough, a snow-white, slender hand appeared and was placed on his palm. Li Tianke led the person directly out of the car. It was a slender and tall figure, and the back was a perfect match for him. The media were even more frantic to take pictures. Xu Xing tilted his head to see who the figure in the back was, but Li Tianke had already embraced the person and walked towards the art museum. Behind them were a number of people from the organizer, blocking them tightly, making it impossible to see clearly. All they could see was that she was wearing a black dress. Even the reporters didn't get a good look at her. Who is she? Does Li Tianke have a girlfriend? How come I've never heard of her? Xu Xing was both nervous and worried. It's just a girlfriend. There's no need to be nervous. In other words, Li Tianke, has a girlfriend. So what? Xu Zhangming once again reassured his daughter, "You are so beautiful. How many people in a country can match your appearance?" As long as he is not a Taoist monk, it is difficult for him not to be tempted. Xu Xing reached out and touched her hair. Yes, she had carefully dressed up today and would definitely outshine Li Tiangstate. I'm not nervous. Shall we go in? Xu Xing took a deep breath and walked with Xu Zhangming. The air in the art museum was cool and refreshing, with an open view and a wide variety of collections. The first floor is for sculptures, the second floor is for paintings, and the third floor is the venue for today's finals. Xu Mian was speechless as she was led by Li Tianke. The other male and female guests were all holding each other's arms, but Li Tianke was holding her hand, like an adult holding a child. That was fine, but there was also a group of onlookers nearby. The organizers and the director of the art museum were all surrounding them, introducing them to this and that, and talking too much. However, Xu Mian now understands why Li Tianke dared to bring her out. With his power and status, even if she caused a fuss, who would dare say a word? She was led by Li Tianke, and the people around her were so curious that they wanted to strip her naked, but they didn't ask a single question. Shall I take Mr. Li to the third floor? The group took the elevator to the third floor, where posters about the competition were posted everywhere. The venue was large, bright and clean, with not a speck of dust. But probably because there were not many events held here, the stage was not as large as a large performance stage, but it was not small in size either. It was even more artistically decorated. This is the Temple of Art. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry, because of the special venue, it's not easy to arrange a separate area for the guest seats, so you'll have to sit in the first row. The person in charge apologized repeatedly. Li Tianke was annoyed by their noise, and glanced at Meng Shu. Meng Shu immediately stepped forward and said, "Please go ahead and get started." The crowd dared not insist, and they all retreated. Xu Mian was led by Li Tianke to the front row of seats, where she sat in the center, facing the stage at close range. The view from this position was really good. As soon as she sat down, Li Tianke naturally raised his hand and placed it on the back of the chair behind her, as if he were holding her in his arms. Xu Mian made a dazed expression. Li Tianke looked at her, and suddenly seemed to think of something. He leaned down to her, his lips almost touching her ear, his voice low and muffled. "Relax, even if you break down here because of your illness, I will take care of you." Xu Mian was unmoved. Is she a second-rate student? She even tore down the art museum? She thinks too much. Seeing that she didn't react at all, Li Tianke didn't mind, and just pressed her head. Meng Shu suddenly walked over to this side, stood to the side, and bent down, saying, "Mr. Li, there is an important overseas call that needs to be answered." Upon hearing this, Li Tianke pinched Xu Mian's face and said, "Wait for me here." Xu Mian didn't even look at him. Li Tianke stood up and walked out, going out the main gate of the venue and bumping into Xu Zhangming and Xu Xing, who had just walked in. Xu Xing was overjoyed, looking at him with shining eyes. He ignored Xu Zhangming's admonition and walked up to him. "Mr. Li, I am Xu Zhangming's." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Tianke walked past her with a cold expression. Because she had suddenly moved closer, he bumped into her shoulder. "Ah!" Xu Xing was knocked off balance and exclaimed, reaching out to grab his arm. Li Tianke stopped in his tracks, looked down at her with dark eyes, and his flawless face showed no color. Even the sky darkened in an instant. Xu Xing, however, only felt drawn to his deep eyes, and her cheeks involuntarily turned red. "Let go, if you don't want to die," Li Tianke said in a stern voice, his eyes full of displeasure, as if covered in ice. Xu Xing, who had never been ignored by a man like this, was suddenly stunned. It was Xu Zhangming who was smart enough to pull her away, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, my daughter." Li Tianke turned and left, not even listening to an explanation. The two were left hanging there, and Chu Xiangming awkwardly patted Chu Xing on the back, saying, "When you win the award, he'll look up to you." Chu Xing looked at his back and was extremely disappointed. "Let's go." Chu Xiangming led her into the venue, which was almost 70% full at this point. Chu Xing stared at the women in black dresses, looking at each face, and only when she saw that none of them were prettier than herself did she feel relieved. The next second, she saw Chu Mian sitting calmly in the front row. This bastard adopted daughter is really elusive. Dad spent a lot of money looking for her and couldn't find her, but she ended up at this art palace competition? Chu Xing was furious and reached out to pull Chu Xiangming. Chu Xiangming had obviously seen Chu Mian too. His eyes darkened, and he walked forward with Chu Xing, sitting down on either side of Chu Mian. Chu Ming was sitting there in a daze when she suddenly smelled a green tea-scented perfume on the tip of her nose. She looked up and saw Chu Xing. She looked sideways, looking in the direction of Meng Shu. Meng Shu, as Li Tiang's assistant, also had a seat, but not in the front, but in the back, and was looking down at her phone at the moment. "How did you end up here?" Chu Xing looked at Chu Mian and bit her teeth, asking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chu Mian laughed softly, full of sarcasm. Miss Chu Xing has a terrible memory. She doesn't remember anything from the Holy Throne? Chapter 57. Li Tiang's face suddenly changed drastically. The words Holy See are now the source of allergy for Chu Xing. As soon as she hears them, her hair stands on end, and she feels as if 100 insects are biting her body. She glared at Chu Mian angrily. "Don't pretend to be someone you're not in front of me. I know you're Chu Mian, not Xie Shangla. I'll expose your fake identity sooner or later." "Really?" Chu Mian gave her a cold glance. "I'll wait and see." "Ahem." Chu Xiangming sat on the side of Chu Mian with a serious face, coughed twice, and said with a smile, "Xiaomian, you don't even know to call out to your father when you see him?" "Dad?" Chu Mian looked at him, confused. "Who are you? In this world, would a father send his daughter to a place like the slums?" Chu Xiangming's face froze, and then he looked at her. "Xiaomian, no matter what, I have raised you for 18 years. I don't expect you to repay me for 18 years of nurturing, I just hope you can come home to visit when you have time." "Dad." Chu Xing was depressed. Why was he being so polite to Chu Mian? Chu Mian curled her lips and placed her hand on her lap. "Mr. Chu, are you trying to get me to go to your house so you can grab me and make me disappear without a trace? You're thinking too much. Dad just misses you, and your mom misses you too." Chu Xiangming said gently. He didn't have the face to say such things. "Mr. Chu, people do things, and the heavens watch. There will always be retribution for doing bad things too much." Chu Mian smiled and said, keeping his eyes fixed on the stage. Chu Xiangming's face became even more rigid as he listened. Two staff members walked over to them and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, Miss Chu, the finals will begin soon. Please return to your seats." They were being chased away. Chu Xing's face was a bit ugly, and he looked at Chu Mian and said, "Why didn't you let her sit back in her seat? Does Chu Mian deserve to sit in the first row?" The staff member said with a straight face, "This VIP's seat is right here." "What?" Chu Xing was shocked and glared at Chu Mian hatefully. "Chu Ming's seat is in the first row? What's her qualification? She's a VIP?" Chu Mian sat there smiling, not even looking at her. "Xiao Mian." Chu Xiangming was very calm, and he said to Chu Mian with his head bowed, "Don't leave right after the competition. I want to catch up with you." This time, he must secretly catch Chu Mian and get things clear. After that, he took Chu Xing and walked back, sitting down under the guidance of the staff. Chu Xing was so angry that she couldn't sit down. Halfway through the sentence, Chu Xing suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She looked at the back of Chu Mian, and saw that Chu Mian was also wearing a black dress, but with a little bit of gray in the front. Could it be that Li Tiang's companion was Chu Mian? No way. Chu Xing immediately rejected this idea in her heart. Chu Mian, a bastard with no parents, was only worthy of being a shoe polisher in the Chu family. How could she become Li Tiang's female companion? Just as she was thinking, the finals began on time. The lights in the arena dimmed, and the seats suddenly plunged into darkness. Unlike other competitions, the Obsidian Awards competition has no fancy PK, just the display of oil paintings. After the host explained the opening remarks and the rules of the competition, he began to display the paintings individually. Only 5 works were shortlisted. The curtain behind the stage slowly opened, and the audience was left in darkness, except for the slowly emerging oil painting on the screen, which gradually enlarged. Of course, the screen display cannot give a full view of the painting, so after that, a staff member pushed out a display stand with the original painting on it, which went around the track at the front of the stage for everyone to admire. As each painting was displayed, the audience burst into applause and comments. When the sunflowers in the blaze of fire was rolled out, the audience burst into applause. Xu Xing was very proud. When she looked up, she saw a tall figure walking into the dark from outside and heading towards the seats. It seemed to be Li Tianke. She looked up to see where he was sitting, but the light was too dim to see clearly. She could only sigh in frustration. Shumian sat there looking at the sunflowers in the blaze on display. The entire layout and meaning were very good, giving a sense of exuberant vitality. She was looking at it when suddenly a hand appeared on her shoulder. Li Tianke, who had returned, put his arm around her and looked at the painting on the stage with uninterested eyes. The next painting was from entry number 17881, Snow Maiden. The sound that reverberated throughout the venue fell, and the large screen slowly released the painting. The moment the painting was drawn, Shumian felt Li Tianke's hand on her shoulder tremble. She turned her head to look at Li Tianke. In the dim light, his face showed no expression, and his eyes were staring straight at the screen. The original painting was enlarged to absolute scale on the screen, and the entire screen was white. The girl in the snow, but there was no girl in the entire picture, only pure white snow, both low and high. The only bright colors in the entire painting were a few red spots, which looked like thickly colored flower petals on the snow, and bright blood. The audience was silent. If sunflowers in the heat brings out the vitality of life, then Snow Maiden brings out an inexplicable oppression, and people still don't know where the oppression is. When the painting disappeared from the screen, everyone was still in a daze. It wasn't until the staff pushed the painting out that everyone realized that the actual painting had a greater impact than the one on the screen. I have never seen anyone paint snow so delicately and beautifully in oil painting, and yet so dark. Someone sighed. Where is the girl? A guest asked in a low voice, not quite sure. Is that snow? Is the girl dead? Buried by snow? Someone guessed in a low voice. This painting really makes goosebumps rise all over, it's both beautiful and depressing. The snow scene is so beautiful, more beautiful than the snow you see in reality, but the red spots on it make people feel so depressed that they can't breathe. Shumian sat there calmly, suddenly feeling the heavy breathing of the man beside her. She didn't know when Li Tianke had taken his hand off her shoulder. She turned her head and saw Li Tianke staring at the painting, his eyes burning with a fierce light, his breathing growing more and more low. What does this painting have to do with him? Suddenly, Li Tianke withdrew his gaze and looked at her sharply, staring at her as if she had some kind of demon on her face. Shumian was puzzled. What was wrong with him? Li Tianke grabbed her wrist, his fingers clenching tightly, his fingertips digging deep into her skin. A horrifying light flashed in his eyes. You? Why? It hurts. Shumian felt as if her bones were being crushed, and she wanted to raise her hand and give him a knife. But Li Tianke suddenly let go of her hand again. He turned his head and continued to look at the painting on the display table. His face was already not very good, and his pallor could be felt in the dark light. Chapter 58, on stage under Li Tianke's watchful eye. Are you okay? Shumian was a little surprised. Was her painting so scary that it scared the president of the top conglomerate in the country pale? Yes, she painted this snow maiden. In order to submit her work, she had to work very hard in the Changyuan garden, where she was being watched closely, before she could successfully send the draft. Li Tianke ignored her and stared at the painting. The 5 shortlisted paintings have all been displayed, and now the judges will come forward to appreciate each painting one by one and decide which 2 paintings will enter the final round. The host said. The judges invited for the Obsidian Award are all people with absolute status in the art world. The appearance of these people also establishes the authoritative nature of the Obsidian Award. Over the years, the winners of the award have become a member of the art world. Several judges in neat suits, both male and female, came forward to appreciate the paintings, all of them solemn. This kind of finals is actually a bit boring, just watching the masters whispering to each other. I still think that Sunflowers in the Blaze is better. The charm of its brushwork is even better than the painting of last year's Obsidian Award winner. If this painting had been shown last year, it would have won the award outright. A female painter said. I think Snow Maiden has the style of Fong Laosher. The paintings of the old lady Fong Shirling are always known for leaving a sense of suspense. In Fishing Alone on the River, the fisherman is nowhere to be seen, and in Walking in the Woods, not a single tree is visible. This Snow Maiden also does not see the girl, leaving people to imagine a myriad of things. Xu Xing couldn't help but snort in disgust as he listened below. She's imitating me, isn't she? Although the Obsidian Award was initiated by Madame Fong Shirling, she doesn't need to be so flattering. Although her voice was low, it was still heard. Someone next to her looked at her in the dim light. Miss, you can't possibly not know that no one can imitate Fong's paintings, right? The essence of the old lady's paintings is too profound. Countless people have tried to imitate them, but in the end, they all failed. Even if they copied the painting, they couldn't capture the essence of it. Even the black market can't find a fake of Mrs. Fong's because it's too difficult to imitate. Therefore, being able to say that one has the style of the old lady is definitely the highest praise. Xu Xing had no idea about this, and her face turned red and then white as she was being praised. Fortunately, it was dark, so no one could see her face. What's the big deal? It's just a white blur. What's so good about this kind of painting? It definitely won't win the Obsidian Award. The judges discussed and discussed, always focusing on the two paintings. Shumian looked at the man next to her and saw that he was still staring at the painting Snow Maiden. For some reason, Shumian felt that he was looking at something through the painting. Seeing that the time was right, Shumian suddenly bent over and covered her stomach with her hands. It hurt. Li Tianke seemed to have not heard a word. What the hell, he's ignoring her again. Shumian was a little depressed and could only continue to pretend to have a stomachache and use her elbow to push against the man to get his attention. Instead, a female staff member who had been watching the situation in the arena came over, squatted down in the dim light, and politely asked her, Miss, are you feeling unwell? It hurts. Shumian covered her stomach and made a sad face. The staff looked at her expression with some surprise. It was like a child's, not an adult's. The staff member looked at Li Tianke again, but he wasn't looking in her direction, so she asked softly, Do you need to go to the bathroom? May I accompany you? Shumian nodded eagerly and stood up to follow her. During this time, Shumian glanced back at Li Tianke. It seemed that this person had not noticed at all that she had left, and was still staring at the painting. Does he really need to stare at the painting like that? It's good that Li Tianke is staring at the painting, so she doesn't have to worry about him checking on her. Shumian followed the staff into the bathroom. The staff smiled at her and said, Miss, please help yourself. I'll wait for you outside. I'm just going to the bathroom. Why are you waiting? What a great attitude. Shumian walked straight in, closed the door, and looked out the window. There were security guards all over the place downstairs. The organizers of this grand final are very concerned about security, as most of the guests are celebrities. She had already guessed that this would be the case, so she had Xia Aoran's people put the package not outside, but on the roof. She leaned out of the window, looked up at the roof, and then easily found a thin thread on the wall. With a tug of the thread, a package fell from the roof. Shumian easily caught the package, closed the window, and returned to the bathroom. Standing in front of the sink, she looked at herself in the mirror, took off all her jewelry, then raised her hand and tore off her long skirt. When she came out of the bathroom, the staff member no longer recognized her. Inside the venue on the third floor of the art museum, two works that had broken through the siege had been selected. They were Sunflowers in the Blaze and Snow Maiden. The art world is in an uproar over who will win the Obsidian Award. The final round was about to turn into a debate, so the host quickly stepped in to calm things down. The teachers were really heated up in their discussion, which proved that our two works were absolutely genuine. Upon hearing this, Xu Xing was full of pride. Wait, she is going to stand on the stage as the winner, in Li Tianke's sight. How about this? Let's invite the two contestants to the stage and have them talk about their creative process, okay? The host said that this was the only way to temporarily stop the judges' disputes. Li Tianke sat in his seat, his handsome face expressionless. Then we will invite the two contestants to the stage. One is the author of The Sunflowers in the Blaze, whose online name is Chu Chu Luing. The host looked up at the seats as he spoke. Xu Xing held her breath, stood up confidently, touched her hair to make sure she looked perfect, then walked forward with her long dress flowing behind her. There was a round of applause. The host stood on the stage and welcomed Xu Xing, exclaiming, "I was really surprised to learn that it was Miss Xu Xing who painted sunflowers in the blaze of fire. Your singing is so good, and I never imagined that you were also a talented painter." Xu Xing has a good reputation in Country A. Xu Xing stood in front of her painting, smiling gracefully and with a strong sense of camera presence. "No, painting is my hobby outside of class." "Then you are definitely a natural talent. You can't be a prodigy in oil painting without talent." "You flatter me." Xu Xing humbly lowered her head, maintaining a smile with all 8 of her teeth, and secretly looked towards the first row of seats. The stage was close to the first row of seats, and she finally saw Li Tianke sitting in the center. Even in the dim light, his figure stood out, tall and straight, with his own aura, like a crane among chickens. Xu Xing couldn't help but feel her heart beating. When she looked again, she saw that Li Tianke's gaze was always fixed elsewhere on the stage. Chapter 59. His gaze was like a cliff. She looked over and saw the Snow Maiden next to her. Her smile froze on her face. "Okay, now let's invite another contestant to the stage, the author of Snow Maiden. Whose screen name is the host?" He glanced at the handcard, and his voice got stuck. "His screen name is Spicy Crab." Xu Xing's online name is a little fresh, but this contestant's online name is like inviting everyone to have a late-night snack. The audience was silent, looking at each other. No one came on stage. The host also looked at the place where the contestants were sitting, and had to repeat, "Is Spicy Crab here?" Still no one. Xu Xing kept smiling, secretly pleased with herself. She must be afraid of this situation, and so she didn't dare come. This obsidian award must be hers. "Is the Spicy Crab here?" The host asked again, his face a little dark, feeling like he was a waiter in a restaurant hawking his wares. "I'm here." A coarse, hoarse female voice suddenly sounded. Everyone immediately turned to look, and the lights on the scene were turned on in time. It was only after hearing this that Li Tianke looked away and looked up. Xu Xing also looked, and was shocked. He saw a super-fat, bloated man standing in the light, wrapped in a coat, so fat that it seemed as if you could see the flesh inside jiggling. He had long hair tied up in a bun, a white mask covering his face, so you couldn't see his real face, and leather gloves on his hands. There wasn't a single bit of skin showing anywhere on his body. Li Tianke looked at the fat man, his thin lips pursed, expressionless. "What the hell?" The host was also shocked. It wasn't until the fat lady came on stage and stepped on him like a landmine that he came to his senses. "Are you Miss Spicy Crab?" "Yes." The fat woman was Chu Mian. She needed the money, but she couldn't let Li Tianke find out, so she had no choice but to disguise herself. She lowered her voice so that no one could hear. "Why are you dressed like this?" the host asked. "Is there a problem? You are judging paintings, not people, right?" Chu Mian said lazily, standing behind her painting and secretly looking in the direction of Li Tianke. She looked straight at Li Tianke. The man's gaze was extremely deep as a precipice, drawing people down. He probably wouldn't recognize her. Xu Mian thought to herself, but still lowered her eyes. The host was stumped by her question, and laughed. "Well, it seems that Miss Spicy Crab is not willing to show her true face to the public. Cut. She's just too ugly and fat to face people." Xu Xing wanted to roll her eyes, but she held back. The host asked, "Miss Xu Xing, what was your original intention in creating this painting?" Asked about herself, Xu Xing immediately said with grace and composure, "I want to express a current situation of contemporary youth in this painting. People always say that we are the lost generation, but I want to prove from my own experience that we are sunflowers, growing towards the sun, able to withstand the test. Even if we are burned by the fire, we will be reborn from the fire and contribute our strength to this country." Her voice was sweet and pleasant. After she finished speaking, the audience applauded. Xu Xing looked at Li Tianke, but saw that he was not clapping, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed. "It really is positive and meaningful." The host nodded and looked at Chu Mian again, but she was so fat that she couldn't finish her sentence. "Miss Fragrant and Spicy Crab, what was your original intention for creating this painting?" "To win an award." Xu Mian's goal was clear. The host was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and he couldn't catch up with the words. This is a Waterloo for the career of the host. The audience was silent again. Chu Xiang listened on the side and couldn't help but snicker, a good-for-nothing face. After a long time, the host finally found his voice again. He no longer wanted to ask any more questions, and looked to the judges and teachers for help. Teachers, do you have an answer now? Can we hurry up and decide on a winner? It's really hard to judge. One is full of vitality, while the other is a perfect representation of the style of Von Lauren. The judges are still struggling. Your painting is very much in the style of Von Lauren. Do you have any relationship with him? One of the judges asked. Master Fong is my teacher. Xu Mian did not hide anything and was very open. What? The judges were shocked. Where is Von Lauren now? Can you please invite her to come out and meet us? This is a big event in the art world. Everyone was in an uproar. She is in a faraway place now. She doesn't want the world to remember her. Xu Mian said indifferently. The painter who lost both hands had her own pride, and the old lady didn't want to face the public again. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Madame Fong has always been a maverick. If she doesn't want to come out, there's nothing we can do. Seeing that everyone's attention was on this fat man, Xu Zhengming, who was sitting below, was a little worried about his daughter, so he shouted, Xu Xing, you'd better come down. People are praising Fong Lao's style, but how can your work be considered good? Upon hearing this, Xu Xing also smiled and said, yes, how can I compare with Fong Lao's apprentice? After all, the Obsidian Award project is from Fong Lao, and it must be judged by Fong Lao's style. This sounds fine, but when you think about it, it's not right. It's clearly saying that Xu Mian won the award because of her background in imitation. Xu Mian stood on the stage, turned her eyes lightly and looked at her disdainfully. Miss Chu can draw such a work, but she doesn't know how to draw. What do you mean? Xu Xing looked at her unhappily, and her eyes turned and she began to pretend to be aggrieved. I am indeed not from a family of craftsmen, but can Fong's apprentice look down on others like this? She threw a pot of contempt at her. In normal times, Xu Xing's trick would have worked every time, but this time, she was facing the masters of the painting world, and no one was buying it. This lady's painting has the style of Master Fong, but it is not a copy. Master Fong is good at landscapes, and her paintings, in addition to having a delicate brushwork, are also more moving. One of the judges looked at Xu Xing. Miss Chu seemed to not understand painting very well. She can't even tell this. How could they be so moved by mere imitation? Are they all fools who don't understand painting? Hearing this, Xu Xing's face turned pale and then red, embarrassed to death, and for a moment she was at a loss. I am grateful to her for teaching me painting skills, but if I dare to show my paintings in a competition, it is because I have the real talent to win an award. Xu Mian said defiantly, and looked at Xu Xing again. Miss Chu, I advise you not to talk about painting if you don't know how to do it. The more you talk, the more you will make a fool of yourself. You and I. Xu Xing's tongue was tied and she couldn't say a word in reply, so angry she was. The judges below were all people who loved painting, so they didn't care about the swordplay on stage, and their eyes were all on the painting. One of the judges stood up and asked, I want to ask this lady, Miss Fragrant and Spicy Crab, a question. Is your painting a work of repression? This online name is really hard to describe. It seems that in the future, the competition will still have to use real names. Chapter 60. Are you going to buy this painting for 100 million? Xu Mian stood on the stage and said lightly, that depends on what you see. What a proud person. Xu Xing thought to himself, how can the judge tolerate this? But the judge didn't seem at all upset, and asked with a humble tone, what I saw was a young girl covered in blood, with snow covering her body, leaving only patches of blood stains, which will eventually be covered up. This is an absolutely sad story. It could be like that, but if you ask me, it's more than that. Seeing that the judge was a sincere lover of painting, Xu Mian softened his tone a little. How is it more than that? The judge stood up excitedly and was very eager to know the answer. Xu Mian stood on the stage without answering, allowing the inquiry to continue. Seeing this, several judges and some guests all stood up and walked over to the stage to admire the painting. This painting, which has a very traditional style, is indeed very layered, and there is always a feeling that there is an unfinished story, feeling, and flavor. What is it? There is clearly no white space, but it seems like there is too much. Freedom. The man's low, hoarse voice suddenly rang out. The venue fell silent, and everyone turned around from the painting to find that it was Li Tianke who had spoken. He sat in his seat, his back straight, his face expressionless, his thin lips pursed, and only his pair of gray eyes, which were almost eerily deep, made people afraid to approach him. Death is the oppression of the body, the freedom of the soul. Li Tianke said these words without any emotion, and after he finished, he suddenly looked directly at the direction of Chu Mian. His gaze was sharp and murderous. Miss Spicy Crab, am I understanding this correctly? Chu Mian stood behind his painting, his heart pounding as if he had been hit by something heavy. He actually understood. He understood very well. The two judges who had already entered the painting saw Chu Mian standing there without saying a word, completely unlike the arrogant person he had been just now. They already knew what was going on in his mind, and when they looked at the painting again, they suddenly understood a lot more. No wonder these splashes of red looked like blood in petals. Blood is cruel, and petals are beautiful. Who can say that freedom of the soul is a sad thing? Everything in the world is perceived differently from different perspectives. The beauty of this painting is that people who are optimistic and have a good life see oppression, while people who are oppressed see freedom. The judges looked back at Li Tianke. It turned out that the biggest man in country A was afraid to mention it. I have the answer in my heart. One of the judges went down, and then one after another, the judges left, all going down. Xu Xing was stunned. What's going on? Why are they all looking at the fat guy's painting and not asking her? If she had known that playing with the audience could have such an effect, she could have said the same thing. But it was already too late. Soon, the results of the selection were announced, and all the judges voted unanimously to pass Snow Maiden with a unanimous vote. Xu Xing's face turned pale. She had put so much effort into it, but it turned out to be a foil for the fat man, and she had to stand there smiling. Miss Xu Xing, I am willing to spend 2 million on your sunflowers in the blaze to motivate my son to work harder. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it. A rich man in the audience suddenly pointed at her. With the backdrop of the Obsidian Award, the second place and below are all overshadowed. At this moment, someone pointed to Xu Xing, proving that they appreciated her. Money was not important, but the fact that she had sold her work at the finals was a beautiful story to tell. It will not be a total loss. So Xu Xing smiled modestly and bowed her head. Your appreciation is a confirmation of me. That's great. I personally really like sunflowers in the blaze of fire. The host, as usual, bragged to Xu Xing. Then a celebrity in the audience asked if she would sell her work Snow Maiden and offered 6 million yuan for it. Xu Xing was still smiling for a few seconds before her face turned pale again. Her painting is worth 2 million, but the fat guy's painting has suddenly tripled in value? Do these people have money to burn? Miss Spicy Crab, what do you think? The host asked Xiang Zhaoxian. Historically, the value of the works that have won the Obsidian Award has been over 3 million yuan after they have entered the market, and the highest price ever paid was over 20 million yuan. Therefore, she can wait a little longer. Xu Mian didn't want to wait. She was trapped in the Qian Yuan garden and couldn't even get out. She couldn't wait to slowly find a buyer. The prize money of 3 million plus the 6 million was a good income for her who had nothing. She was about to say yes when someone shouted from the audience, I'll go up to 8 million. The finals suddenly turned into an auction. Xu Xing was already so angry that she was grinding her teeth. What was going on? Is the painting really that good? Xu Mian couldn't help but raise her eyebrows behind her mask. Mr. Fei has increased the bid to 8 million. It seems that he is very sincere about wanting this painting. I believe that Miss Spicy Crab also feels the appreciation of everyone. The host smiled and looked at the first bidder to see if he would increase the bid. The first person to bid is always very persistent about the painting. Sure enough, the boss started bidding, 10 million. It's still 2 million. Sick. Xu Xing sneered in his heart. 15 million. The others obviously also saw the value of the painting as being far greater than that, and began to bid. 16 million. More and more people joined in. For a while, the various bids came in one after another, all vying to get the winning painting of this year into their possession. Two of the most fierce bidders had already grown tired of each other and were glaring at each other with gritted teeth. The bidding has reached 22 million. This figure is almost the highest value of any winning painting in the history of the competition. As Chu Mian was thinking about what she could do with the money, she heard a deep male voice suddenly ring out in the hall. 100 million. Instantly, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone turned around in shock and saw Li Tianke sitting there, looking nonchalant, as if he wasn't the one who said 100 million. The host was stunned and asked, "Mr. Li, are you going to buy this painting for 100 million? Did he make a mistake? Are you questioning my wealth?" Li Tianke raised his eyes were gloomy and cold. The host was so scared that his legs went weak, and he hurriedly said, "No, no. How dare he say that Li Tianke is broke?" After that, no other rich man dared to bid. The bid was 100 million yuan, a record in the history of the Obsidian Awards. The host looked at Chu Mian next to him in disbelief. This fat girl was bound to become a miracle. Chu Mian was puzzled. Although she was confident in her painting, she was just an unknown artist after all. How could Li Tianke spend 100 million on her painting? Xu Xing stood there, her face as colorful as a paint tray that had been overturned, and her heart was trembling. Chapter 61. Congratulations, you've completely caught my attention. 100 million. If this fat woman's painting is worth 100 million, then who would pay 2 million for her painting? Are these people crazy? Is Li Tianke crazy too? After a long time, the host looked at Chu Mian. "Miss Spicy Crab, you don't want to show your true face, but the next procedures of receiving the award and selling the painting need to be verified, so this." His tone was careful. After all, the fat man in front of him was no ordinary fat man, but a fat man worth hundreds of millions. So the Obsidian Award verification is just based on identity information? Chu Mian whispered in doubt. What if someone buys a painting to gain fame? Ha! The host was stunned. The Obsidian Award is famous and profitable. Who would want their painting to be signed by someone else? Isn't this nonsense? What if there is a certain young lady who is not poor in power or money, but is just a little short of fame? Chu Mian asked in return. Xu Xing stood aside and heard a thud in his heart. He subconsciously retorted, "Who are you talking about? Does this fat guy know he bought the painting?" "Miss Chu, I wasn't talking about you. What are you so anxious about?" Xu Mian snorted. Xu Xing was dumbfounded and half dead with anger. "How about this, Miss Spicy Crab? Why don't you draw your own painting on the spot? We'll know if it's your handiwork just by looking at it. How about that as a way of verification?" One of the judges was very fond of Chu Mian. Artists are always a bit eccentric, so as long as it is really her work, it doesn't matter if she doesn't show her face. The other judges responded. Okay. Chu Mian agreed immediately, turned her masked face around, and launched an offensive against Xu Xing. "Miss Chu, why don't you verify it as well? That boss spent 2 million on your painting. He has to buy the real thing, right? Why are you so against me?" Xu Xing looked at her unhappily. What is the fat guy doing? Unexpectedly, the old man who bought the painting thought that Chu Mian's method of verification was very interesting, so he shouted, "Miss Chu, why don't you draw a corner as well? I'm presumptuous, but if the verification passes, I'm willing to add another million. It's useless to add another 10 million. She didn't paint the painting, and she can't copy it." Xu Xing could not find a reason to decline, so she anxiously looked at the seats and saw Chu Zhangming standing up and walking out. Seeing this, Xu Xing smiled and said, "Fine, I will prove to this lady that I am truly talented." The staff brought the oil painting supplies. Xu Mian did not take off her gloves and picked up the brush directly. "Excuse me, I want to go to the bathroom first." Xu Xing smiled and said, of course no one would refuse, so Xu Xing hurriedly left with her skirt in hand. Xu Mian stood in front of the canvas, watching her escape like back. The corner of her lips behind the mask curled up in a mocking arc, and her fingers deftly tossed the paintbrush in her hand, grabbed it, dipped it in the paint, and began to paint on the paper. Her movements were smooth and fluid, her brush strokes firm and unhesitating, and her fingers so dexterous that one would forget she was a fat and bloated person. Li Tianke looked at the delicate white strokes coming out of her brush, and his eyes grew darker. The snow that night when my sister died seemed to be reappearing little by little under her brush. How did she do it? She was able to draw into his memory and his heart. On the other side, Xu Xing hurriedly walked out of the event and was pulled into a corner by Chu Zhangming, who had been waiting outside. Dad, what should I do? I can't paint oil paintings at all. I'm going to be exposed. Xu Xing was so anxious that she was about to cry. If this was discovered, not only would Li Tianke stop favoring her, she would also be completely blacklisted on the internet. She absolutely must not be found out. There is only one way to deal with this. Xu Zhangming naturally knew the importance of the matter, grabbed her hand and pressed it against the windowsill next to him, and without mercy, raised his hand and chopped down on her delicate wrist. Ah! Xu Xing's desperate screams suddenly echoed throughout the art museum. Xu Mian listened, raised her eyebrows slightly, and continued to paint calmly. The staff rushed out and saw Xu Xing lying on the ground, pale and with one hand hanging limply. Xu Zhangming squatted beside her, anxiously saying, "How could you be so careless? You can't even walk without falling." He deliberately touched Xu Xing's hand, and Xu Xing cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts so much." "Did you hurt your hand?" The staff looked at each other. They had just said they wanted to verify it, and then he fell and hurt his hand. Is that so coincidental? But it didn't look like he was faking the pain. Should we go to the hospital directly? The staff asked cautiously. Since I came to participate, I will definitely wait until the finals are over. Xu Xing said with a pale face, looking like a righteous man. You're not the champion, so what's the point of waiting? The staff thought to themselves, but they still helped her back to the event. At this time, the judges had already verified Xu Mian's painting and were about to reach the final award ceremony. Xu Xing glared at Xu Mian on the stage with hatred. That fat girl was in the way. If it weren't for her, she would have been the winner of the Obsidian Award. Xu Mian stood on the stage, looking at Xu Xing sitting below with a pale face, and felt happy in her heart. At the time of the award ceremony, the guest of honor came onto the stage excitedly. The winner of the 100 million worth Obsidian Award was also honored to present the award. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he was stopped by a cold and forceful male voice. I will present this award. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Tianke again. What's going on today? Li Tianke seems to be particularly fond of this work. Li Tianke is Li Tianke. Even if he openly humiliates another guest of honor, no one dares to say a word. There were just too many unusual things about Li Tianke today. The host was dumbfounded again, and it wasn't until he was urged by the organizer in his earphone that he hurriedly stabilized the situation. Let's welcome the award-giving guest, Mr. Li Tianke, to present the award to the new winner of the Obsidian Award. The crowd looked at each other and applauded. Xu Mian pursed her lips and watched Li Tianke stand up from his seat, gather his suit with both hands, and stride towards the stage with long legs, his eyes always fixed on her. As if he was looking through the mask to see her true face. His aura was so strong that Xu Mian involuntarily held her breath. Li Tianke walked up to her step by step, his eyes staring deeply at her, and then casually raised his hand, and the hostess holding the trophy immediately came up. Li Tianke did not look away, and raised one hand to pick up the exquisite and gorgeous trophy in a wild gesture. Let's get this award ceremony over with. She felt a little faint when she was too close to him. She held her voice down as she accepted the trophy and thanked Mr. Li. Li Tianke, however, moved his hand back a bit. Xu Mian frowned, but Li Tianke slowly lowered his head closer to her, staring at her intently, turning his face to the side, his thin lips almost touching her ear, his voice low and muffled. Congratulations, you've completely caught my attention. It was ambiguous, like a sword flashing in the dark. Chapter 62, Xu Mian really came back for revenge. Xu Mian's heart skipped a beat, and she looked up at him. Shouldn't he be congratulating her on winning the award? Why was he congratulating her on getting his attention? She didn't want to enjoy this attention. Li Tianke stared at her eyes behind the mask, and his thin lips slowly formed a smile that was half smirking. His pair of strange gray eyes were like an endless purgatory, waiting for her to come. For a moment, Xu Mian felt a chill run through her body. That's it. The next second, Li Tianke casually threw the trophy in her arms, turned and walked down the stage, heading outside. He's just leaving? He's leaving, and he's not taking her with him? Xu Mian grabbed the host and said to him, I'm leaving first. I've left the power of attorney and the card number for the payment at the workbench outside. Just make the payment. Eh? No, you haven't said how you feel about winning the award. The host was stunned, and saw Xu Mian, a fat and agile man, run out of the room, and there was no time to say anything. This was truly the most unique event he had ever hosted. The presenter was speechless, and even the winner was speechless. So the end video was played in advance. The big screen behind him began to show the history of the Obsidian Award, which is always the usual practice. However, after just a few seconds of the opening scene, the style suddenly changed, and a secretly filmed video appeared. The location of the secret filming seems to be a private RV. A man takes out a painting and hands it to the person next to him. The painting is the entry Sunflowers in the Flames, and the man is the previous Obsidian Award winner. The person who received the painting handed over a card and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. and Ms. Chu will not let you down. You will be satisfied with the number." Is this a blatant transaction? Is this saying that Chu Xing's painting was bought? The audience was in uproar. Everyone looked at Chu Xing, who was still in pain. Suddenly, he felt that the voices around him were not right. He looked up at the big screen and his face suddenly changed. This is fake. Someone is trying to frame us. Chu Zhangming was the first to stand up and vehemently deny it. Then let Miss Chu go up on stage and draw a few strokes. The impartiality of the Obsidian Award is not to be challenged. A member of the organizing committee stood up and said sternly, "She can't draw it." Chu Xing's face was as bad as it could get. She didn't expect that breaking her wrist would lead to this situation. For a moment, she didn't know what to do, and she could only desperately say, "This video is fake. It's fake. Have money." Moreover, the reputation of Chu Zhengming and Chu Xing would be ruined once again. As she passed the entrance to the venue, she heard the sounds of an argument and Chu Zhengming's desperate attempts to defend himself. Chu Zhengming and Chu Xing. This is just the beginning. The fun is still to come. In the garden. The doctor couldn't find out what was wrong with Chu Mian, and could only say that it might be a stomach cold, so she should rest and drink some warm water. Once the doctor left, Chu Mian lay on the bed in a miserable state, her eyes half closed and dazed. Li Tianke stood in front of the bed, looking down at her with eyes that were half closed and unable to discern her emotions. "Why are you looking at her like that? Did he discover her secret at the art museum?" No, he was too focused on the painting. If he had really noticed, he would have noticed long ago. Shumian didn't want to face him, so she buried her head in the soft quilt and wrapped herself tightly. "Mr. Li, the painting is back." Meng Shu walked to the door and said. Shumian peeped out from under the covers to see that he was indeed holding a painting in his hand, which was the snow maiden she had painted. Ha! Fate is really interesting. This painting of hers has come full circle and returned to the Qian Yuan. Put it down. Li Tianke then shifted his gaze from Chumian. Yes. Meng Shu carefully placed the painting on the chest of drawers by the door, diagonally opposite the bed, and then said, "Hima has made 5 flavored porridge for Mississippi. Should I serve it now?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianke glanced at Chu Mian on the bed and said in a deep voice, "Bring it in." "Okay." Meng Shu glanced back, and immediately, Hima came in with a steaming bowl of congee. Chu Mian immediately smelled the fragrance. In order to show off her figure in that long skirt, the two maids had not let her eat, and she was already hungry. "Mother," he walked in with a smile, "Miss, sit up quickly. I've been boiling this porridge for more than 2 hours with Chinese ginseng, yam, cloud fungus, white lentils and white atractylodes. It's very good for the stomach and will help you not get sick. It smells good." Shumian was about to sit up when she heard Li Tiang's low voice, "Put it down and go out." The order was very brief, with absolute momentum. Hima was stunned. If the lady drank the porridge herself, it would probably spill everywhere. Li Tianke stood there, his eyes glowering at her unhappily. "Do I have to repeat myself twice now?" His voice was cold and stern. He was so intimidating that he scared her, almost making her spill the porridge. She quickly put the porridge on the bedside table and then left. Meng Shu followed her out and closed the door. The room was quiet, with only Li Tianke and Shumian left. Shumian was a little irritable from hunger and didn't know what Li Tianke was up to. Suddenly, Li Tianke leaned down and pulled her up from the bed, sitting her up. His fingers were hot and burning, and he had a lot of strength. Shumian was completely dragged up. She sat on the bed without saying a word. Suddenly, Li Tianke sat down next to her, took the bowl of porridge with one hand, and with the other hand, he went around her back and picked up the spoon and stirred the porridge in the bowl. Shumian was in his arms, her back against his chest, and her whole body was filled with the unique, refreshing scent that belonged to him. What does this mean? Just when Shumian was confused, Li Tianke scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to her lips. He wants to feed her? There's no need to be so polite. They don't know each other well. Shumian was shocked. Her tightly closed lips caused Li Tianke to become displeased. What, do you not want me to serve you? No, I don't want it. But one is under the same roof. Shumian opened her lips and slowly took a small sip of the porridge. It was moist and not greasy. Li Tianke stared at her as she swallowed, satisfied, and continued to feed her porridge. Shumian ate it bite by bite. It was nice to be quiet like this, but Li Tianke suddenly spoke. His eyes fell on her cherry lips, moistened by the porridge, and his voice was low and unintelligible. When my sister died at the age of 21, she died in the snow. A sudden topic. Heavy snow. Shumian lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Suddenly, she remembered the shock she felt when he saw her painting at the art museum. It was snowing heavily that day, and the entire Changyuan garden turned white. She stood in the snow and stabbed herself in the heart with a dagger. Li Tianke sat beside her, looked up at the oil painting on the chest of drawers, and I just watched her fall. I called out to her, calling out again and again. His voice was not sad at all, as if he were just describing something that happened to someone else. Shumian lowered her head and tasted a mouthful of porridge. Then she heard his voice ringing above her head. When I first saw you, I thought you looked a lot like her, but after looking at you for a long time, I realized that you were completely different. He didn't know her. How did he find out that they were different? Shumian thought to herself. Li Tianke circled her, feeding her porridge while continuing to say, she is more fragile than you. When I was born, my mother died and my father remarried. He sent my sister and me to the Chang garden. My sister is 12 years older than me. She is gentle and quiet, and she endured the bullying of the servants in the courtyard and raised me. I am also used to living in a world where I am not well fed or warmly clothed. Shumian was shocked. She didn't expect that Li Tianke had such a childhood. Wasn't he the young master of the Li family? Did he have such a miserable childhood? When I was 9 years old, I was almost crippled by the servants. She was finally so angry that she became ill and killed all the servants in the courtyard, as well as herself. Li Tianke said, his eyes darkened and his voice contained a hint of bloodthirstiness. From then on, no one could bully me or take care of me. His sister protected him until the moment she died. She also used her death to tell him that it was useless to swallow his anger, and that he had no other way to survive except to be ruthless. Shumian listened quietly. No wonder he was so lost in the painting. He had seen his sister's shadow in it. This is something she didn't know. When she painted it, she was only thinking of herself, of the 3 years she spent in the slums. She never imagined that it would match his experience. From then on, I began to treat the world as a game. I wanted to be the king of this game, and I wanted everyone to follow my rules. Li Tianke said slowly, his tongue touching the back of his teeth. Outside, people say I am ruthless and crazy. This is true. I am like this. Whoever gets in my way, I will destroy. Whoever gets in my way, I will ruin, even if that person is my own father. Li Tianke said the cruelest words, but his actions were still gentle as he spoon-fed her porridge. Childhood can easily affect a lifetime. Shumian felt a little sad and suddenly realized why he was telling her all this. She was thinking about it when her chin was lifted. Shumian looked up and saw Li Tianke's sinister eyes. He looked at her, and suddenly a faint smile appeared on his thin lips. Do you know why I told you all this? Chapter 64. Welcome to my world of games. She didn't want to know his secrets, did she? Shumian's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Li Tianke raised his hand, and the long fingers with distinct phalanges brushed a strand of hair off her forehead. The fingertips passed over her delicate skin. Little thing, welcome to my game world. His eyes were filled with a perverted excitement. Shumian's whole body went cold. Young master, she didn't ask him, he wanted to tell her, okay? There is one rule for those who enter my world. It's very simple. You can only have me. Li Tianke's finger stopped on her face, and his handsome face slowly approached her, leaving a cool kiss on her forehead. Shumian was shocked by the kiss. His childhood was really miserable, and he was really a pervert. Her world has hatred in slums, but not him. Remember that. Li Tiang's tone was like coaxing a small pet, pampering and doting, but still every word was cruel. If you forget, you will suffer a terrible fate. Xu Mian was numb, completely numb. Why did she feel that things between her and Li Tianke were becoming increasingly confusing? It seemed that he no longer saw her as a replacement. What interest does he have in her being a psychopath? Nothing. Come on, eat some more. After you finish, I'll sleep with you. Li Tianke once again picked up the bowl of congee and began to feed her. She didn't need him to keep her company, she really didn't. But when she finished eating slowly, Li Tianke still pushed her down on the bed. The quilt was lifted. Li Tianke hugged her into his arms and held her in that little retarded way, like a child holding a teddy bear, almost suffocating her. Just bear with it a little longer. When she's finished with the Chu family, she'll leave him. Xu Mian fell asleep in such self-comfort in the crisp breath of Li Tianke. That night, Li Tianke left, taking the painting Snow Maiden with him. It was not hung in the Chang garden. Where to hang it, Xu Mian was not quite sure. After dark, Xu Mian got out of bed, made herself a cup of hot milk, and sat in the study, turning on the computer to search for today's headlines. It must be the scandal of the famous painting bought by Chu Zhengming and Chu Xing. In the end, there was nothing. Except for the news that the organizer announced that the new winner of the Obsidian Award was the author of The Snow Maiden, and that it was sold on the spot for a sky-high price of 100 million, there was nothing else. What's going on? Did Chu Zhengming bribe the organizer? But she remembered that the organizer was very clean, so there was no shady business. Xu Mian opened her phone and found that Xia Aoran had already guessed what she would ask and sent her 2 photos. One was a back view of her getting out of the car in front of the art museum, with Li Tianke holding her hand. The other was of Li Tianke looking away from the camera at the girl beside him, the girl holding his arm and looking up at him with a deep, affectionate gaze, her face flushed. It was Chu Xing. Xia Aoran, a reporter, infiltrated the art museum and took the second photo, but was kicked out. Now all the media think that your good friend is Li Tiang's woman and they don't dare to expose her information. Xu Mian looked at the news and was speechless at the mess. Reporters are not allowed to enter the art museum to film the entire event, and the organizers themselves record and send out the competition results, so the reporters didn't see what the woman Li Tianke brought in looked like. He was wearing black and gray, and Xu Mian was also wearing black. The media, who were so clever, mistakenly thought that Chu Xing was Li Tiang's woman. Now they didn't dare write the news, and they all kept quiet. Headache. Xu Mian took a big sip of milk and pressed her temples. This man, Li Tianke, is really a big stumbling block on her road to revenge. What a good opportunity to make the Chu family's reputation stink to the gutter, but it was a failure. Suddenly, Xu Mian suddenly remembered what Li Tianke had said. He said he hated pretentious women the most. Her eyes lit up. Perhaps she could take advantage of the situation and push the Chu family further into the abyss of despair. Xu Mian immediately put down the milk, sat up straight, and opened an important program on the computer. Once, Meng Shu had urgent business to attend to and didn't bring his computer, so he logged in here. Xu Mian's slender fingers quickly tapped on the computer, logging into Meng Shu's office account by following the traces he had left. Meng Shu's account had a lot of authority. Once she was in, she was able to enter the secretary department of the Li Group with relative ease. She used her mouse to click around and finally found Li Tiang's itinerary. She once overheard Meng Shu on the phone, and he told someone to turn down Miss Chu, who wanted to make a donation. It was another Chu, and she wanted to make a donation. Apart from Chu Xing, Xu Mian really couldn't think of anyone else. Chu Xing asked for donations from the rich and powerful and young masters everywhere, but he was just trying to pave the way for himself. Wherever the steps were higher, she would jump there. Since Chu Xing has her heart set on jumping to the level of Li Tianke, then I'll help her. As she thought, she quickly typed on the keyboard, using Meng Shu's authority to add an appointment with Chu Xing to Li Tiang's schedule for tomorrow. The secretary department dared not execute the order issued by Meng Shu. Meng Shu is going on a business trip tomorrow and will not be in the imperial capital, so this matter can be arranged without anyone knowing. Xu Xing, I've sent you to the man you want. You have to make the most of it. Xu Mian raised her lips and picked up the milk next to her and started drinking. Xu family. Since returning from the art museum, Xu Xing had been feeling guilty for several days. Later, she asked her father to find out what was going on, and learned that the media had made a mistake and thought she was Li Tiang's woman, so they didn't dare to speak up. She was secretly relieved and sat in her room doing a live broadcast. "Thank you, my crazy brother, for the spaceship." Xu Xing was wearing a pure Japanese school uniform and sitting in front of the camera, saying sweetly, "I will donate all the gifts you have sent to poor areas abroad." "Thank you. I'm not doing this live broadcast for money. I just want to do something for the elderly and children in poor areas with my own abilities." After she finished speaking, the live broadcast room was once again filled with a group of people frantically swiping gifts, praising her for being beautiful, kind, and like an angel. Xu Xing smiled and said thank you, and suddenly the phone on the side vibrated. She picked up the phone with the pink bunny phone case and took a look at it. Then she took off her headphones, turned off the live broadcast sound, and answered the phone. "Hello? Is this Miss Xu Xing? I'm calling from the Secretary Department of the Li family's financial group." A formal female voice came from the other side. Hearing this, Xu Xing's whole body twitched. Was this person going to trouble her for a misunderstanding in the media? She became pale with nervousness. "It's me. What's wrong?" "This is it. Mr. Li will be at the private villa at 2 p.m. this afternoon. He has some free time and would like to talk to you about the donation. I wonder if Miss Chu is free." The person on the other end of the phone said. Chapter 65. He came to the private villa to mourn. Donation? It's not a reprimand. I'm free. I'm free. Xu Xing hurriedly said, and hung up the phone. The whole person jumped up excitedly, and the people watching the live broadcast were baffled. Xu Xing hurriedly turned off the live broadcast, rushed out, and quickly went downstairs. She told the maid to quickly make an appointment for her with a spa, makeup artist, and stylist. She wanted to be in the best shape to meet Li Tianke. Feng Shui was sitting in the living room, playing with a pot of flowers. She looked at her and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" "Li Tianke asked me out." Xu Xing jumped excitedly in front of Feng Shui. "Mom, he asked me to meet him this afternoon. He said he wanted to talk to me about the donation. He had already turned you down before, so why did he suddenly ask you out again?" Feng Shui looked at her strangely. Could it be that he was looking for trouble because of the media silence? No, Li Tianke doesn't need to see someone in person to make trouble for them. He's so busy, I'm afraid this little matter hasn't even reached his ears. Xu Zhengming happened to be back, and as soon as he stepped through the door, he heard the conversation between the mother and daughter, so he shouted, "Dad, you're back." Xu Xing happily threw herself into Xu Zhengming's arms, then looked askance at Feng Shui. "Mom always spoils my fun." Feng Shui was very helpless. She was just nervous for her daughter. "Where did he ask you to meet him?" Xu Zhengming asked. "Shanshui private villa." Xu Xing replied. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhengming was first stunned, then he laughed. Men are indeed one thing on the surface and another in their hearts. That day at the art museum, I thought he had no interest in you, but I didn't expect him to invite you to a private villa. Xu Xing stood there, her pretty face turning red. "Dad, does asking me to a private villa mean you have feelings for me? What do you think? It's just a matter of time before he asks you to a hotel." Xu Zhengming knew too well the fickle nature of men. "Ah. That's what you mean." Xu Xing's face turned even more rosy. It turned out that day at the art museum, Li Tianke still liked her. That's great. Then she had to prepare more thoroughly. June days, children's faces. The fine weather suddenly turned rainy, the sky became gloomy, and heavy rain fell. Xu Mian lay on the windowsill of the Qian Yuan garden, watching the rain beating down on the flowers in the courtyard. The houses in the slums leak here and there, and every time it rains on Wind Island, it's like the Grim Reaper has come to take one or two people away, either by cold or by the cold. It was rare that she could live in such a place that sheltered her from the wind and rain. In fact, strictly speaking, she should be grateful to Li Tianke, otherwise, she would still be trapped on Wind Island. Suddenly, the antique landline in the living room rang. Hima quickly went to answer it. When she did, her face changed. After answering a few times, she looked at Feng Ma and said, "What should we do? Master wants us to take Miss to the private villa." The driver will be here soon. What? Fang Ma's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. How could this be? Didn't the young master always like to be alone there? Why suddenly send the young lady there? Shumian sat at the window, looking at the two of them with a strange expression. Of course she knew that Li Tianke would be going to the private villa today, and for that reason, she had specially added an itinerary for him to let Chu Xing go over and seduce him. With Chu Xing's pretentious green tea style, it is feared that Li Tian's personality can abuse Chu Xing to the point where he cannot even cry. This leads to the mystery of the media's collective silence at the art museum. In this way, Li Tianke clarifies the situation, and the media then reports on the scandal of buying a painting for fame. This series of attacks would have made Chu Zhengming and Chu Xing kneel. She just didn't expect that Li Tianke suddenly became interested in having her go to the private villa, and she couldn't understand why the two maids were acting like they were facing a major crisis. What should she do? Fang Ma looked anxiously at Chu Mian, unable to contain her anxiety. What else can be done? The young master said to go, but we can't go. Hima was so worried that she suddenly heard a loud bang. The gate to the courtyard was pushed open from the outside, and a group of tall and muscular bodyguards came in under umbrellas, menacingly, in the rain. They were here to pick up Chu Mian. Chu Mian was escorted by Hima and Fang Ma to the car. The two women were nervous and trembling all the way. What's going on? Chu Mian was even more puzzled. It was just a trip to the villa, not the guillotine. And she could see Chu Xing being tortured, which would be a good thing, right? The journey to the private villa in the Qianyuan garden was not short. The car drove for 2 hours in the rain, and the further they drove, the more remote the destination became. The two maids became more and more uneasy. Even the driver and bodyguard driving the car looked more and more solemn, as if the place they were going to was terrifying. Slowly, the faint contours of the mountains in the distance appeared in the heavy rain, and a private resort gradually came into Chu Mian's view. The buildings were tall and the cobblestone road was smooth. It was surrounded by green trees on both sides, and the heavy rain was falling, churning up countless wisps of smoke. The scene before them was like a fairyland. It was especially beautiful. Chu Mian got out of the car and walked under the umbrellas held up for her by the bodyguards. Hima grabbed her by the arm and looked at her nervously. Miss, if the young master gets angry with you or tries to hit you, just run. Yes, you run outside, and we'll hold the young master back for you. Fang Ma also said. What's going on inside? Go in and find out. There was no trace of fear in Chu Mian's eyes. She stood behind the two maids and raised her foot, walking towards the door step by step. Inside was a scene that Chu Mian had never imagined. The mountain villa with its beautiful scenery and colorful flowers and grass was a perfect place for a summer vacation. Several white stone paths led to a circular area in the center, where two 3-meter-tall stone monuments stood on the ground. In front of the steles, there were many rare flowers and plants that bloomed undaunted in the wind and rain. The man stood in front of the stele with a black umbrella, his back to her. The raindrops fell heavily on the surface of his umbrella, causing small ripples. It was Li Tianke. His back is so recognizable, and his aura is so strong. I don't know if it's because of the heavy rain, but his tall back looked a bit lonely. Every time young master comes here to mourn his wife and daughter, he is in a bad mood. Hima sighed. Yes, and then he would scold the people below without asking for any explanation. Fang Ma sighed, which is why she was so worried that Chu Mian would be bullied by the young master. Hearing this, Chu Mian was suddenly shocked. The two tombstones were actually tombstones. Li Tianke didn't come here for a vacation, but to erect the tombstones of his mother and sister here to mourn them? Li Tianke, who was standing in front of the tombstone, seemed to sense something. He turned around and changed the direction of his leather shoes in the rain. The brim of the umbrella slowly lifted. Li Tianke's handsome face appeared under the umbrella. He raised his eyes, his deep eyes staring in her direction, expressionless and cold. Chapter 66, Heartless Dog. Their eyes met across the rain and fog several meters away. The moment he saw her, Li Tianke's thin lips curled slightly, even though he himself was unaware of it. He waved to her, "Come here." He was acting like a puppy or a kitten again. Chu Mian walked towards him, and the two mothers, Hima and Fang Ma, were extremely nervous. As soon as she got there, Li Tianke grabbed her hand and pulled her under his umbrella, away from the bodyguards' umbrellas. She leaned against him, her eyes fixed on the photos of the two tombstones. They were both first-class beauties. It's only natural that his mother and sister would be beautiful. This is my mother and my sister. Li Tianke stared at her, seeing her staring at the photos, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know how to worship people?" Xu Mian turned her head to the side, and Li Tianke handed the umbrella he was holding to the bodyguard standing nearby. Then he put his arms around her, holding her hands from behind and smoothing out her slender fingers. He taught her how to put her hands together. Xu Mian maintained her dumb look and let him do it, but she was very curious. Why did he want her to worship his dead mother and sister? She had nothing to do with his family. She once again suspected that Li Tianke had planted a listening device in her body, because as soon as she thought that, Li Tianke, who was standing behind her, lowered his head, pressed his lips to her ear, and breathed in an ambiguous breath, saying word by word, "You are the first person other than me to be able to pay tribute to them." Xu Mian heard her heart beating like thunder, and she was shocked. This means that he didn't even let his father come to pay his respects, but he let her come here to pay her respects? She would rather not have this honor. Hema and Fangma were completely stunned as they watched. How could the young master not be angry? And let the young lady pay her respects to the mistress and the eldest daughter? This is unprecedented. Li Tianke held her hand for a long time before letting go, looking down at her. She stood there with her head bowed, her eyes dull and lifeless, with tears falling on her hair like lotus flowers just out of the water, pure and beautiful. Why is she still wet? Li Tianke frowned and looked sideways at the direction of the bodyguard. The bodyguard who had escorted Xu Mian immediately knelt down in a puddle of water, lowered his head, and apologized, "Mr. Li, I was wrong." Li Tianke never needed his subordinates to explain themselves. Just admit your punishment. Seeing this, Li Tianke coldly ordered, "Just kneel here." After that, he raised his hand and wiped the water droplets off of Xu Mian's face. "Go, I'll take you in." Hema and Fangma exchanged glances. The young master is really special to the young lady. Li Tianke took Xu Mian's small hand and walked inside, and the other bodyguard immediately followed behind with an umbrella, not daring to let the two get even a drop of rain. The rain showed no sign of letting up. A green leaf was stuck to the window, and the rain washing it down was like a flowing painting, beautiful and eye-catching. Xu Mian sat down in the large living room. Li Tianke leaned back on the sofa, resting his head on her lap and playing with his phone, not knowing what he was doing. With his heavy head resting on her lap, Xu Mian could not find the words to ask him to leave, so she could only sit there. Outside, the rain was loud and boisterous, but inside, it was quiet. The contrast was striking. Xu Mian looked around. The building was huge and quiet. She looked up and saw the painting Snow Maiden hanging in the center of the wall. It turns out that Li Tianke hung the painting here. She now realized that this villa was not a vacation villa, but a tomb with mountains and water built by Li Tianke. Thinking about this, Xu Mian couldn't help but look at the time on the wall. 1:50. The time that woke Xu up was 2 o'clock. Although she wanted to use Li Tianke to discipline Xu Xing, she never thought of doing it in the place where her dead mother and sister were buried. Xu Mian immediately regretted it, but by this time, it was too late for her to do anything to stop it. "Young master, young lady, the ginger soup is ready." Mother He and Mother Fawn came in with the ginger soup. "Give it to her." Xu Mian got up from Li Tianke's lap. "Yes." Hema walked over to Xu Mian with the bowl, stirred the ginger soup with a spoon, and scooped up a spoonful to feed to Xu Mian. Xu Mian drank it down. The temperature was just right, but the aftertaste was too strong. The ginger flavor was too strong, and it was spicy enough to hurt her throat. She frowned, and suddenly heard the man next to her laugh. She didn't know when Li Tianke had stopped playing with his phone and was sitting on the side, resting his head on one hand as he watched her drink the ginger soup. A smile curved his lips, as if she drinking the soup was something very interesting. Hema fed another spoonful of soup to Xu Mian. Xu Mian ate it with a blank expression, holding back the ginger spice without frowning, so that Li Tianke wouldn't have any material for laughter. In the end, Li Tianke laughed again. Neither Mrs. He nor Mrs. Fong knew what to say. It seemed that the young master had met the young lady, and any previous behavior patterns had changed. But it's good this way. A smiling young master is more human, isn't he? Inside, they were happily drinking ginger tea. A bodyguard stood at the door, put away the wet umbrella, and then walked in, bowing and saying, "Mr. Li, Miss Chu is here." Xu Mian, who was drinking ginger soup, felt a chill in her heart. She knew it was coming. If she had known that Li Tianke was there to mourn his loved ones, she would never have done this. But you can't get back water that has been spilled. Li Tianke kept staring at Chu Mian, frowned when he heard the news, and turned his eyes to the bodyguard. What, Miss Chu? Miss Chu Xing, the daughter of Counselor Chu Zhengming. The bodyguard said. Chu Mian looked at Li Tianke in secret, and saw his face sink in an instant. His voice was cold as ice. How did she know about this place? I said that I was invited by you to talk about donating to poor children in Africa. I asked the secretary department, and they confirmed it. The bodyguard replied. At my invitation? Li Tian's eyes flashed. Chu Mian thought that Li Tianke would at least call Meng Shu, who was on a business trip, to ask him and the secretariat how they had arranged the itinerary. She wasn't afraid of this, because she had already wiped away all traces of her presence. But Li Tianke didn't. He just looked increasingly worse, his eyes filled with a cold chill, and his hand on his knee suddenly clenched. What's wrong with him? I'll go see her. Li Tianke said coldly, then stood up and walked out. Ha? Did he see her? Does he think that Meng Shu's arrangement is reasonable? Then Chu Xing is finished, isn't he? Chu Mian was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice that her nanny was feeding her ginger tea, and she had to be reminded several times by her nanny to drink it quickly before it got cold. Li Tianke suddenly turned around, his dark and sinister gaze falling directly on her, causing an inexplicable chill to run down her spine. Suddenly, Li Tianke walked towards her and swept the ginger soup in Hima's hand onto the ground. His eyes glared at her, and he growled. You heartless dog. Chapter 67. He took Chu Xing away. He took her out of the slums, fed her, clothed her, and indulged her, but she actually played tricks on him. And he dares to plot against him. Does she think he is just another pawn in her game? The ginger soup spilled all over the floor, staining the carpet. The bowl was broken and the pieces were scattered all over the floor. The thunder outside was getting louder and louder. Hema and Fangma were so scared that they hurriedly backed away, hunched over and not daring to make a sound. Why was she scolding someone for revenge? Your life is more important. I can't just leave. Chu Mian said without thinking. Once she arrived in the imperial capital, she had no intention of backing down. Chu Xing is already with Li Tianke, how can you fight against her? Xia Aoran frowned. She is too stubborn. Upon hearing this, Chu Mian's eyes turned completely cold, and she said resolutely, no one is going to get in my way, not even Li Tianke. If Li Tianke really has a change of heart and really wants to be the backing of the Chu family, then she will even push this mountain. She is a barefooted person, so she has nothing to fear. Chu Mian. Xia Aoran was helpless. Besides, it may not necessarily be a good thing for her to be associated with Li Tianke. Chu Mian clearly understood this. This is not a good thing? Then the Chu family must be drooling in their sleep. Li Tianke is ruthless and unscrupulous, and has a lot of grudges. There are many people who want to kill him, and if they can't kill him, it's not hard to kill a Chu Xing. Chu Mian said that she had personally seen a female assassin trying to kill Li Tianke. Xia Aoran finally realized that she was right. If Li Tianke didn't protect her with his best strength, she would be a target. Therefore, it is not yet known whether Chu Xing will be blessed or cursed. Let's just take things slowly and see how it goes. Not to mention this, have you done all the investments I asked you to make for me? Chu Mian asked about business. She was a black market resident, so she couldn't invest in her own name, and could only entrust it to Xia Aoran. You bought all the shops you wanted to buy, and all the stocks you wanted to buy. You are a billionaire. Xia Aoran said that her current status was very respectable. 100 million is not enough. I will need more money in the future. Chu Mian said, that's it. You help me make the investments and keep an eye on the Chu family. I will take care of the rest myself. After that, she didn't give Xia Aoran a chance to say anything else, and hung up the phone. As soon as she closed the computer, footsteps could be heard outside. Chu Mian's eyes flashed, and she quickly walked to the window and stared outside in a daze. Miss, you're here. Fang Ma stood at the door, looking at Chu Mian, who was alone inside, and sighed again. Miss is always looking outside, as if waiting for the master to come. If this continues, she might get sick of boredom. Hima said. Chu Mian was shocked. She really wasn't waiting for Li Tianke. Why don't we take Miss out for a walk? Fang Ma suggested. Hima thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Yes, that's a good idea. Going out and seeing the outside world might make her feel better. In this way, Chu Mian was dragged out of the Qian Yuan by the two maids. This was the first time that Chu Mian had gone out as a mentally ill person. Since there was nowhere else to go, they took her to the supermarket to buy some food. When they came out of the supermarket, the two maids had a lot of things in their hands. They were both old and had a hard time carrying things. Chu Mian looked on, and without saying a word, she went up to help them carry two large bags. The maids were moved to tears. Our young mistress is so kind. Yes, the young master doesn't know what he's thinking. The daughter of that Chu counselor is clearly not as pretty as Miss. She really isn't jealous. Chu Mian wanted to return the shopping bags to them. After walking for a while, two women in jewelry store uniforms suddenly passed by them, talking excitedly. Is that really Chu Xing? Oh my god, if she comes, will Li Tianke come too? I've never seen Li Tianke in person, he's so handsome. I heard about this too, so I hurried back to work in my uniform. Chu Xing is so lucky to be able to be Li Tiang's girlfriend. Chu Mian looked up and saw the two of them rushing into a jewelry store with a magnificent facade. She stopped and looked inside, and saw that inside the glass doors, Chu Xing was sitting with a group of well-dressed female friends, including Qian Nan Nan from the birthday party. As soon as Chu Xing got together with Li Tianke, these friends of hers came back. As she watched, Chu Xing inside moved, carrying several exquisite jewelry bags and swaying out of the door, her chin almost touching the sky. Chu Xing, you are too happy, one phone call and Li Tianke agreed to pay the bill for you. Qian Nan Nan was desperately fawning on the side. Chu Xing smiled and said sweetly, it's nothing. He said that even if I wanted the stars, he would pick them for me. Chu Mian stood there listening and almost threw up. She could hardly imagine how someone as moody as Li Tianke could say such a thing. Chu Xing's friends were all envious and applauded, and Chu Xing smiled coquettishly and continued walking forward, but she was uneasy inside. In fact, Li Tianke had no intention of buying jewelry for her, and he had made it known at the banquet that she was his female companion. He didn't even pay any attention to her in private. But now everyone thinks she is Li Tiang's woman, so she can't help but save face for herself. No matter how much jewelry she buys, it will be counted as Li Tiang's. This is a great benefit for her and the Chu family. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, she turned her head and met Chu Mian's gaze. The smile on Chu Xing's face disappeared in an instant. Chu Mian stood there, carrying two bags of groceries from the supermarket, looking at her with a lazy expression. Qian Nan Nan followed Chu Xing's gaze and saw Chu Mian, who was instantly furious. He walked over with a swagger. Oh, isn't this Miss Xie? What, are you here to pick on Chu Xing again? Chu Xing is now under the protection of Li Tianke, so she is not afraid to follow him. What are you doing? Go away. You've mistaken me for someone else. Hima immediately stood in front of Chu Mian and pushed Qian Nan Nan away. Qian Nan Nan was pushed to stumble, rushed up and hit Hima. You dare to hit me, you crazy. Chu Mian casually tripped her, and she heard a scream. Qian Nan Nan fell heavily to the ground. Chu Mian's movements were too fast, and he didn't see what happened at all. When he saw Qian Nan Nan fall, he said, how can a young girl like you touch porcelain? I didn't touch you. Chu Xing, however, saw clearly. She handed the bag in her hand to her friend, then walked arrogantly towards Chu Mian, sneering, this time, don't even think about running away. She had not caught him at the Diamond Mall, the Holy Seat Hotel, or the Museum of Destiny. This time, she won't let Chu Mian get away again. Even if Chu Mian is backed by the Xie family, she is still backed by Li Tianke. After that, Chu Xing picked up her phone and started calling Chu Zhangming, asking him to come and arrest her. Chu Mian sneered. Who could stop her if she wanted to leave? She turned to leave, but suddenly heard a car speeding down the road. Then there was a loud screeching sound. The tires scratched the ground. Several large black cars suddenly stopped on the side of the road. The doors were pushed open and a group of people wearing black hoods got out of the cars. Each of them was armed with a gun, some with assault rifles. Chapter 70. Anyone who touches him is asking for trouble. They are not here for good. Chu Mian subconsciously stood in front of Hima and Fang Ma. Ah! Chu Xing's friends were scared and screamed at the sight. Xu Xing was on the phone when he suddenly saw this scene. He was so scared that he dropped his phone and hid behind it, leaning all the way against Xu Mian. Xu Mian pushed her forward with one hand. Xu Xing screamed and ran into one of the men. The man looked at her and grabbed her. "Boss, it's her. Take her away." Someone spoke up. It was a kidnapping. Xu Mian realized. Xian Nannan hid in the corner and shivered as she called the police. The kidnappers pointed directly at her, saying, "If you're not afraid to die, go ahead and call the police." Ah! Xian Nannan was so scared that she dropped her phone. Xu Xing was dragged by the man to the car, and she shouted in fear, "What are you doing? Don't grab me. My boyfriend is Li Tianke. If you weren't Li Tiang's woman, we wouldn't have kidnapped you." The kidnapper dragged her away. It turned out to be Li Tiang's enemy. Xu Mian pinched her lips. She guessed that it would happen so quickly. She was protecting the two maids and was about to retreat, but Xu Xing was struggling there. Suddenly, she turned around and grabbed Xu Mian's hand tightly. "I won't go. I won't go. You take her. You take her. Xu Mian is her disaster catcher. As long as Xu Mian dies, she will be fine." At the critical moment, Xu Xing's mind went blank, and all she could think about was this. The kidnappers tried to drag her away, but Xu Xing didn't care about anything else and used all her strength to hold on to Xu Mian. "She's sick." Xu Mian looked at her coldly, raised her foot to kick her away, and a pistol suddenly appeared in front of her. The leader of the kidnappers was impatient and took her away with them. This is the center of the city, and the longer they delay, the less likely they are to get away with it. A person is powerless against a gun. Xu Mian glared at Xu Xing fiercely and was dragged away by the kidnappers. "Don't hurt our young lady." Seeing this, Fang Mianhima panicked, threw away their shopping bags and excitedly rushed over to try to save Xu Mian. "Miss, don't hurt our miss." In the end, the four of them got into the kidnappers' car together. This is a really valuable dish. It bought a kidnapping case. Presidential Palace, lunch meeting. In the resplendent dining room, a large circle of security guards and servants stood around, with only a round table in the middle. The table was set with state banquet standards, and all the people sitting there were important figures. At this moment, everyone is staring at one person. Li Tianke. He sat there with a pale face, ignoring everyone else, and with a silver fork in his hand, he stirred the noodles on his plate, but didn't eat them. "Mr. Li, the stock prices of your conglomerate are rising and falling, which is not good for the domestic economy." An elderly figure earnestly advised. Recently, Li Tianke has been acting recklessly in the economy, causing panic in the country. He has always been a hothead, but lately his hot-headedness seems to have gotten worse. I wonder if he's encountered some misfortune. Li Tianke didn't even bother to look at him, his eyes cold. For a week, he had deliberately brought the Chu family woman to attend banquets and appear in front of the media. Xu Mian had held her tongue, not making a single phone call or asking for mercy. She didn't even have the slightest intention of telling him the truth. He had ignored her for a week, and she really didn't see him as a person. Tianke. The president was sitting next to him. He was a young man in his 30s. He reached out and placed his hand on Li Tiang's shoulder. He looked at his face and pondered the words. He said politely, "Have you encountered any problems recently? Tell me, and I will solve them for you." This Li Tianke was in a bad mood, and many people had to suffer. Although he is the president, he can't do anything about Li Tianke. "I don't need anyone to solve my problems," Li Tianke said indifferently, stirring the noodles in his bowl into a mess. "The dog is so ignoring him. Who does he think he is?" Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside. The security guard reached out to stop him, but the president looked up and frowned. "You fools. Meng Shu is Tiang's man. How dare you stop him?" The security guard immediately stepped aside. Meng Shu walked over to them with a serious look on his face, bowed to the big shots at the table, then walked over to Li Tianke, leaned down and whispered, "Someone kidnapped Miss Chu Xing in the street." "Who?" Li Tianke didn't even remember the name. Seeing this, Meng Shu understood, and said the second half of the sentence. When the kidnappers were there, the one from the Chang Yuan garden was also there, and was taken away together. Li Tianke sat there, paused in his stirring of the noodles, then snorted coldly, "Good, the dog is finally going to suffer." Those who dared to kidnap and threaten him were all a bunch of desperate people. Without his protection, she will be in big trouble. "You're not going to save her?" Meng Shu asked in a low voice. He knew that Li Tianke had never liked being threatened. Even when his half-brother had his fingers chopped off, Li Tianke had not compromised, nor had he even frowned. But he felt that the one at the Chang Garden was somewhat different from Li Tianke. So he couldn't help but ask one more question. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke smiled and looked at him. "Do you think I would be threatened for her? You have been by my side for a long time, have you become slow-witted? Is he the kind of person who? Threatened by a woman? Ridiculous." Meng Shu was embarrassed by what he had said and stood there in silence. "What's wrong, Tianke? Is there anything I can help you with?" The president couldn't help but ask, seeing Meng Shu's pale face. "Nothing." Li Tianke's slender fingers idly twirled the noodles in the dish. "Someone who is arrogant and defiant against me is about to suffer." "That's good. It's just a replacement. How dare he plot against him? He's got some nerve. He'll regret it on his way to the underworld," he said, then looked down and took a bite of the fragrant noodles, chewing slowly and gracefully, as if he was even more carefree than before. Seeing that he was acting as if nothing had happened, I thought that what Meng Shu had said was not a matter of great importance, so everyone laughed and said that it was good that everything was fine. "Who has the guts to go against you, Mr. Li? Such people are not worth dying for." "Yes, yes." Li Tianke listened to everyone's conversation with a careless smile on his lips, took a sip of the strong liquor, and picked up the silver fork again to prepare to eat the noodles. But before he could take a bite, he suddenly stood up, chuckled, and said, "I have some business to attend to. I'm not going to eat." Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Why are you leaving so suddenly?" "Meng Shu, take the men and leave." Li Tianke suddenly turned around, slowly raised his eyes as he walked, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. A deep line appeared under his eyelids, and his eyes were no longer indifferent, but extremely fierce. Anyone who touches him is tired of living. An additional chapter, the new book period needs everyone's support to go further. Please comment more, rate 5 stars. Thank you. Chapter 71, Xu Mian's Desperate Counterattack. He casually threw the silver fork in his hand back, and the tiger's mouth and deer's antler tattoo was fierce. The silver fork pierced the tablecloth and stuck into the solid wood tabletop, standing there arrogantly. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously touched their necks, feeling very scared. Fortunately, the fork was not aimed at them. Meng Shu stood there for a long time before following up. Has General Li's face changed too quickly? The black car was driving forward furiously, and the sirens were already sounding outside. Inside the car, several black guns were pointed directly at them. Hima and Feng Ma protected Xu Mian in the middle, pushing Xu Xing away with all their might and kicking her. Xu Mian sat silently, the car was a bit bumpy. Xu Xing was held down by the two kidnappers, scared and trembling. "Don't kidnap me, let me go, I beg you, I'll give you whatever you want." "Money?" The leader of the kidnappers sneered, "We dared to kidnap Li Tianke's woman. Do you think we only want money? Who doesn't know how ruthless Li Tianke is? They're willing to risk their lives just to do it." There was the sound of a police car chasing them. The window was pressed down, and one of the kidnappers poked his head out, holding a gun and firing indiscriminately into the back. The gunshots were deafening, accompanied by sharp screams of fear, which pierced Xu Mian's ears. The two maids jumped on Xu Mian and shivered, protecting her. Xu Mian sat there with no expression on her face, her eyes calm and clear. After the gunfight, the police car was clearly farther away. The black car sped up and drove recklessly down the road. After an unknown amount of time, the car finally stopped. The car had been speeding and bumping all the way, and the frightened Xu Xing vomited. Her face was pale and unrecognizable. The car was filled with a pungent smell. Xu Mian pressed a finger under her nose and looked at Xu Xing with disgust. She was so calm when she was thrown to the old man and to the Wind Island, but she was so scared by a kidnapping? "Get down!" The kidnappers couldn't stand the smell either, and dragged Xu Xing down. Xu Mian and the two maids were also dragged down. She followed the kidnappers obediently, looking around. There was nothing but green fields and empty buildings. except for an abandoned building in front of her. It was probably built to house a factory, but construction was halted and the building was left unfinished. The windows and doors were covered with temporary curtains. This place is well chosen. Snipers can't find a high ground. As long as you hide inside, you can see everything clearly if there is any movement outside. Get in. The kidnapper pushed Shumian in, and Fang Ma looked at her and shouted, "Don't touch Our Lady." "Do you know who Our Lady is?" "She is." "Pop." The kidnapper slapped her and said impatiently, "I don't care who you are. I only want Li Tiang's woman. You're all going to die." "What?" Fang and he were shocked and opened their eyes wide. They hurried to say that Xu Mian was also the young master's man, but they didn't have time to speak before they were gagged. Xu Mian was also taped up, with her hands tied behind her back with rope. Mother, he tried desperately to make a sound, but she couldn't. "Take them away and kill them. Just keep the woman who is the wife of Li Tianke." The leader of the kidnappers gave the order after looking at them. In front, Xu Xing, who was in a terrible state, was being pushed up the dusty concrete stairs. When he heard this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Xu Mian. A light of hope suddenly appeared in his frightened eyes. Xu Mian sneered in her heart. Xu Xing believed that if she died, she would be able to live. "Go up." The kidnappers pushed Xu Xing up the stairs and into a room, where they lowered a makeshift curtain. Xu Mian and the two maids were pushed into another concrete room. Xu Mian was knocked down by them, and the three of them fell to the ground and rolled over. Two men came in one after the other, took off their hoods, revealing the faces of desperate criminals, and looked at them disdainfully. "3 women, don't waste bullets, right?" The voice was loud. "Agreed." The other one nodded. The two hung their guns on the wall, bent down to pull up their trousers, took out a military knife from the sheath tied to their calves, and walked up to them. They said, "You're out of luck. You took the wrong road. Come on, we'll send you on your way." The daggers in their hands were cold and sharp, and the barbed tips were so sharp that they made people's hearts stop. Xu Mian looked on coldly. Hema and Fang Ma sat together, trembling in fear and shaking their heads desperately. But when the kidnappers approached, the two of them instinctively leaned together and stood in front of Xu Mian. Even if they die, they must die in front of the young lady. Quite loyal. The man laughed and glanced at Xu Mian, "But it seems that your young lady doesn't care about your lives or deaths." Xu Mian knelt behind the two women with her hands tied behind her back. At this moment, she didn't even look at the maids who were guarding her, but only calmly glanced at the furnishings in the room. There was almost nothing in it, except for a few stacked wooden boxes not far from her. "Fine, I'll send you two to the afterlife first," the kidnapper said, raising the dagger in his hand. "Now." Xu Mian's eyes hardened, and she stood up abruptly, rushing towards the wooden boxes. She stepped on the tallest one, then spun around and landed a roundhouse kick on the thinner kidnapper. Bang! The kidnapper fell heavily onto the cold concrete floor, dropping the dagger in his hand. Mrs. He and Mrs. Fong watched in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What is going on? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The burly kidnapper standing nearby was dumbfounded, completely unable to imagine that a skinny, weak girl would suddenly do this. But in that instant, Xu Mian glanced at the position of the dagger, fell backwards at lightning speed, and fell on top of the dagger, precisely placing the rope around her wrist on the dagger's hook. Without any hesitation, she lifted her hand up, and the sharp hook of the dagger instantly cut through the rope, leaving a deep cut on her arm. It hurt. But she didn't even flinch. Damn, this woman knows kung fu. The kidnapper who had fallen to the ground let out a cry and realized that Xu Mian had just hit his waist, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even get up. Xu Mian jumped up, half squatting on the ground, tore off the tape on her mouth, and blood flowed down her pale, slender arm. Her eyes were clear and cold, and she didn't even seem to feel any pain. She reached out and picked up the dagger with blood on it, placed it in front of her, and looked at the kidnappers who were still standing in front of her. She said, "You only want to capture Xu Xing, so let us go." "I can let you go." Chapter 72, Cut a Bloody Path. Hema and Fong Ma were stunned and opened their eyes wide. The young lady was able to speak such a clear, complete and normal sentence. Is this still the same little miss with the problem in her head? Let you go? Spare us? The burly kidnapper laughed disdainfully, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed muscular arms thicker than Shumion's legs. I am the national Sanda champion, and no one has ever spoken so arrogantly to me. Fine, I'll spar with you. The kidnapper rushed forward and punched Shumion. Shumion fell backwards and swung the dagger at him, accurately cutting across his chest. The kidnapper retreated in pain, and Shumion took advantage of the situation to attack. After a few rounds of fighting, the kidnapper was actually losing. Looking at Shumion's slender figure, her agility and speed were restraining him. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. No matter how many attacks Shumion had, he would not resist, but would instead attack directly, fiercely, accurately, and mercilessly. The skinny kidnapper, who had fallen to the ground, reached out to grab Shumion's ankle and pulled with all his might, dragging Shumion downwards. The burly kidnapper immediately took advantage of the difference in their physical sizes, using his thick arm to lock her neck in an unexpected move, then threw her up in the air and slammed her down hard onto the concrete floor. Ah! Mrs. He and Mrs. Fong shouted in alarm, but they were unable to make a sound because their mouths were sealed shut. Bang! A loud noise. Shumion was thrown onto the cold, hard ground, and the pain was so intense that it felt as if her entire skeleton had shattered. The kidnapper was crouching behind her, preventing her from pushing back, and his arm, with its bulging muscles, was locked around her neck. Shumion was choked to the point of suffocation, completely unable to breathe, and her face turned purple. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The kidnapper was beaten up and his clothes were slashed with several knives, which made him even more unhappy. He loosened his grip a little, but it was still locked, giving her room to speak. What last words did she have to say? Miss. The two maids almost burst into tears. Shumion was stunned by the blow and felt dizzy and weak all over. Last words. Shumion thought of her life in the slums, where she had nothing. She had spent 3 years on that island. Who knew how much pain she had endured? She didn't spend 3 years of her life just to give her life to a few kidnappers. Sanda champion, is that it? Shumion laughed softly and said in a lazy tone, have you ever fought a python? When fighting, pythons like to wrap their thick bodies around people and strangle them until they die. She's encountered this more than once on Wind Island. What? The kidnappers were stunned by this, and then heard her say with a smile, I have. After she said that, her originally pure eyes gradually began to bleed, and she was filled with murderous intent. Her hands, which had been completely powerless after being strangled, suddenly regained their strength, and she grabbed the dagger on the ground, which was stained with blood, and stabbed the kidnapper in the back. The knife was thrust deep and hard. Ah! The kidnapper let out a cry of pain and was about to let go, but Shumion bit down on his thick, muscular arm like it was made of stone. Her teeth were like the teeth of a wild animal deep in the forest, fighting desperately in the midst of the struggle, biting down recklessly. The kidnapper suddenly felt as if a piece of his flesh was about to be bitten off, and he screamed in agony, raising his other hand to strike. Shumion released her mouth, grabbed his arm and used it as leverage to jump back. Her soft body almost flipped over him, and she kicked him with all her might. Bang! The kidnapper's huge body collapsed heavily to the ground. Shumion knelt on his body with one knee, grabbed the dagger with his bloodied hand and pressed it against his neck. With the other hand, he wiped his lips to wipe away the blood in his mouth. Do you still want to practice with me? Awesome! Fangma and Hima looked at Shumion in disbelief. This young lady has an aura that reaches 3 meters high. No more practice. The kidnapper was discouraged. Big sister, what kind of kung fu are you practicing? It's completely reckless. If you stay on a deserted island for 3 years, you can also learn it. Shumion said coldly. The other kidnapper, who was thinner, had already crept up to the wall and was trying to stand up to get the gun. Shumion sneered and threw the dagger in her hand directly. A scream. The dagger pierced the kidnapper's shoulder blade and stabbed into the cement wall, immobilizing the person. Outside, there was a flurry of footsteps. Apparently someone had heard the screams and was coming to investigate. Shumion half-kneeled on the kidnapper's body listening to the noise, and without bothering to rest, he stood up and walked towards the wall. What's going on? Killing 3 women makes such a big noise? 4 hooded kidnappers came in through the curtain, cursing and swearing. When she looked down, she saw the strongest one of them, a Sanda champion, lying in a pool of blood, his face pale. Then, he looked again and saw the skinny kidnapper pierced through the wall by a dagger. The young girl sat gracefully on top of a tall wooden box, her long hair a little messy, her long dress covered in blood, and her slender arms covered in blood, though it was unclear whether it was hers. At this moment, she was holding a rifle in her hand, the muzzle of which was pointed at the skinny kidnapper. She looked at the kidnappers who had just entered with a cold gaze. "What the hell? Who the hell are you, showing off like that?" The four kidnappers immediately raised their guns in panic. "If you move, he'll die." Shumian sat on the wooden box and said indifferently, pushing the muzzle of the gun against the head of the skinny kidnapper. "Take me to see your boss. I don't have any other requests. Just let the three of us leave." "Who are you?" The four kidnappers were extremely surprised. How could such a skinny girl defeat a national kickboxing champion? "Who cares what I am? I'm not the one you want to catch. If you insist on killing me, then I'll have to take you all down with me." Shumian held the black rifle in one hand, the gun was loaded, and the black muzzle was pressed against the kidnapper's temple. The skinny kidnapper was in pain and fear, his legs shaking so much that he was about to cry. She sat on top of the wooden box, her imposing presence making her words hard to resist. The kidnappers looked around and, not wanting to risk their own lives, said, "Okay, I'll take you to see our boss. First, go out." Shumian gave the order. The kidnappers obediently backed away. Shumian sat on the wooden box and let out a deep breath. She looked at the two maids who were still sitting on the ground and said in a softer voice, "Mahi, Ma Fong, come to me." Hima and Fong Ma were shocked and their eyes widened. The young lady was able to call out their names so clearly. The two women quickly struggled to their feet and walked to Shumian. Shumian held a gun in her right hand and a dagger in her left, and cut the ropes around their wrists. Not a scratch on them. Hima tore off the tape on her mouth and looked at Shumian with surprise and joy. "Miss, aren't you mentally ill?" Shumian raised her blood-stained lips. "What, are you disappointed?" Chapter 73, Li Tianke really came. Fong Ma shook her head as if she was saying no, no, no. "It's great that Miss is not a psychopath. This is not the time to talk about this. We have to get out of here first." Shumian jumped down from the wooden box, looked between the two kidnappers, and finally pulled out the dagger from the thin kidnapper's shoulder, forcing him to walk out. The skinny kidnapper was in pain and almost fainted, but he was forced to walk outside by Shumian, who held a gun to his head. "You two follow me." Shumian ordered the two maids to push the thin kidnapper forward with a gun. More than 10 guns were pointed at her. In the narrow corridor, the leader of the kidnappers stood there, dressed in a smart outfit, wearing a hood that hid his face, only his eyes showing, as if admiring the young lady's ability. She actually beat a martial arts champion to the ground. "We're leaving." Shumian spoke concisely. "What about Chu Xing?" the leader of the kidnappers asked. "She has nothing to do with me. You can kill her or kidnap her, it's up to you. We won't say a word when we get out. You can rest assured." Shumian said coldly. "You were with Chu Xing when they took him. How do I know you two aren't related? You're not going to do anything?" Shumian was a little impatient and said indifferently, "So you want to fight? Come on," she said, and pushed the two maids back with her hand. As soon as she finished speaking, a kidnapper ran up the stairs in a panic. Boss, Li Tianke said that our demands can be met, but he wants to come and see for himself that the hostages are okay." "What?" The leader of the kidnappers was shocked. "It seems that we really caught the right person this time. I thought we had to send Chu Xing 2 fingers to get some results." Shumian was also a little surprised to hear this. Indeed. The kidnappers next to him were all very happy. They had kidnapped Li Tiang's half-brother before, and he had not even bothered to respond when they cut off his fingers. They had thought that he was cold-blooded and ruthless, with no weaknesses at all. They had never thought that they had kidnapped the wrong person, and that he would always give in when they targeted his woman. He doesn't care about his relatives, but he cares about women. Since Li Tianke has a weakness, then this matter is half done. Tell him the address here and only allow him to bring one person in. After giving his orders, the leader of the kidnappers looked at Shumian. "Miss, you are very capable. I am almost done with this. How about this, you wait a little while, and when I finish the deal here, you can leave. I won't stop you." This is to prevent them from becoming a variable in the kidnapping case. If she insisted on leaving at this time, it would make the kidnappers think that she had some kind of plan. Thinking this way, Shumian nodded lightly and said yes. She had a gun in her hand, so she could fight her way out. Great. The leader was very impressed and said, "You two, accompany this lady. Don't let her get hurt." That being said, they are still being watched. After saying that, the leader of the kidnappers immediately hurried down with everyone to prepare for the next deployment to welcome Li Tianke. Shumian took the gun and protected the two maids as they retreated to the room they had just been in. Hima whispered in her ear, "The young master is too much. He is so moody with the young lady, but he is so precious with that daughter of the Chu counselor. He even came to the gang hideout for that woman." Shumian looked at them. The kidnappers heard this, and they might think that they were also bargaining chips. It would be difficult for her to escape then, and Li Tianke would not be able to save her. He only came to save Chu Xing. "You're really good at this, even the Sonda champion can't beat you." The kidnapper next to her was wearing a hood, but his eyes showed his endless admiration for her. "How did you do it?" "You'll find out if you fight me." Shumian leaned against the wooden box, covered in blood, and glanced at him casually. No, I can't even beat your defeated opponent." The kidnapper waved his hands in a hurry. "I just want to learn a few moves from you." Upon hearing this, Shumian turned her eyes. "If you want to learn, I'll let you watch how your boss negotiates." She wanted to know how much Li Tianke cared about Chu Xing, and how that would affect her future dealings with the Chu family. "What's there to see?" The kidnapper was puzzled. "I've only seen Li Tianke on the news. I want to see him in person." "Can't I?" Shumian said casually. The two maids stood silently on the side, looked at each other, and dared not speak. This reason convinced the kidnapper. After all, Li Tianke was indeed a rare and important person, and he also wanted to see him. So he nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you don't mess around, I'll take you upstairs to secretly take a look in a while." "A deal." Shumian nodded. Time passed by little, and she casually taught the kidnapper a few things to watch out for when fighting with people. Outside, the sound of a car speeding by could be heard. From the sound alone, it was clear that the driver was driving very fast. Shumian walked to the window, lifted the curtain and looked out. She saw a dark gray supercar making a swaggering turn in place, leaving a curved tire mark on the ground. A supercar, entering a lair full of kidnappers and guns. So arrogant, so reckless, just to wake up Chu. Shumian once again felt that he had made a mistake. Damn, Pagani, a luxury car that you can't buy with money. The kidnappers came over to take a look and exclaimed in amazement. Shumian looked down and saw the kidnappers rushing out with guns, surrounding the sports car and pointing their guns at the car doors. The gull-wing doors slowly opened, like a dark bat emerging. Li Tianke and Meng Shu walked out of the car. Li Tianke looked lean and tall in his dark shirt. There were only two of them, but as soon as they appeared, the kidnappers next to them all became extremely nervous, as if they were facing thousands of troops. "Raise your hands and let us search you," one of the kidnappers said. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke looked at him disdainfully. "Search me? Are you qualified?" "You." The minion looked back at their boss, and Shumian looked at the head of the kidnapper and took out a scanning gun and threw it to his subordinate. The subordinate scanned Li Tianke and Meng Shuzhou, but didn't find any dangerous items. "Mr. Li, please come in," the leader of the kidnappers politely said, not like a kidnapper, but like a guest. Li Tianke put one hand in his trouser pocket and walked in with his feet raised, looking calm as if he had just come to visit, not as if he had just entered a gangster's lair. Shumian followed the kidnapper who was guarding him and walked out. Standing in the corridor of the high-rise building, which smelled of concrete, he stood behind a pillar and looked down from a high place. The view was excellent. The lobby downstairs was filled with armed kidnappers in every corner, and the second and third floors were also full of kidnappers. As soon as there was the slightest movement, bullets would immediately shoot Li Tianke and Meng Shu into holes. There was an extra-long wooden table in the hall, and Li Tianke sat down in a chair. Soon, a sound of footsteps came. Add more. Chapter 74. Who gave you permission to do this? A man in his 60s wearing a suit and tie and with gray hair walked down the stairs. I never thought that the man who was so powerful in the business world was actually a hopeless romantic. If I had known this, I would have acted sooner. He laughed loudly and walked over to Li Tianke, sitting across from him. After a brief glance, Xu Mian recognized the old man as the head of a certain consortium, surnamed Ling. The news reported that he and Li Tianke did not get along very well, and Li Tianke had nearly driven him out of business. It seems that he is the mastermind behind this kidnapping. Li Tianke raised one leg and leaned back in his chair, looking at him coldly. Ling, you're already half dead, why are you still playing such a thrilling game as kidnapping? Be careful of a heart attack. Ling Lao was cursed and looked ugly. He forced a smile and said, Li Tianke, according to the order of seniority in the circle, you still have to call me uncle. My father can't even control me, and you want to correct my words? Li Tianke said nonchalantly. Ling Laosher was so angry that he could not help it. At this point, do you still want to continue to be crazy? Your woman is in my hands. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke's long eyelashes twitched slightly, and when he looked up again, his eyes were gloomy. Kill her. If you see her dead, I will cut you, old man, into 1,000 pieces. You. Ling was so angry that he almost jumped up, slapping the table hard. Li Tianke, I'm not going to waste time with you. Since you're here, it means you want to talk to me. I want you to give me half of your air and sea transportation. Now, the air and sea transportation in Country A are all in the hands of Li Tianke. With these two things, Li Tianke makes a lot of money and is the only one who is respected, not caring about the lives of others. If others want to do business, they have to beg Li Tianke with tears in their eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the kidnappers handed him a pen and a document, which they placed directly in front of him, waiting for him to sign. Li Tianke glanced at the documents and didn't move an inch. Ling's appetite is too big. He's talking about air and sea transportation, can you handle it? Meng Shu said coldly. How dare he open his mouth? Xu Mian stood upstairs and watched. This old man Ling is also a glutton. He held the chips in his hand and forced Li Tianke to spit out the biggest piece of fat in his mouth. She wanted to see if Li Tianke would make this concession for Chu Xing. Don't worry about whether I can eat it or not. Ling looked at Li Tianke defiantly. You should be worried about the delicate beauty in my hands. The people I find are all used to being rude. In case you bump into your beauty. He paused. Li Tianke sat there, heard this, and a dark look flashed in his eyes. He took the person out. He didn't even directly refuse. It's true, since he's already here, Li Tianke naturally cares about Chu Xing. Xu Mian hid behind the pillar and looked down with lowered eyes. Ling looked at the kidnappers beside him. After a while, he saw two kidnappers carrying the trembling Chu Xing down the stairs. Chu Xing was tied up with her hands behind her back, her dress was messy, her hair was messy, and there was vomit on the side of her mouth. She was so scared that she was pale and could hardly walk. She was completely dragged down by the two kidnappers. Mr. Li, look, your people are safe and sound, right? Mr. Ling said with a smile. Although he said that, there were several guns pointed at Chu Xing, and if one of them went off, she would be gone. Hearing the sound, Chu Xing suddenly looked up and saw Li Tianke sitting at the table. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Usually, Li Tianke treated her coldly and indifferently. Whenever the two of them were alone, he would just ignore her and not even look at her. It must be that Li Tianke's way of expressing himself is different from ordinary people. She looked at Li Tianke as if she had seen a god descend from heaven, and suddenly burst into tears of grievance. Mr. Li, save me! Mr. Li, save me! It turns out that he loves her so much that he is willing to risk his life to save her. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke turned his head and looked at Chu Xing expressionlessly. He quickly looked away and looked at Ling Lao. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Ling Lao was stunned, and the kidnapper's leader immediately whispered in his ear, when I was kidnapping him, Chu Xing was holding on to someone else and wouldn't let go. To avoid causing trouble, I brought the person back with me. I originally wanted to kill them all, but that woman is a thorn in my side and is very good at martial arts, so I temporarily pacified her there and will see what to do later. Whether to kill or release is a later matter, and has nothing to do with the kidnapping. What kind of person? Ling asked. Just a passerby. The kidnapper's leader said. Ling understood. Li Tianke had always been ruthless, but if this incident got out, everyone would know that he had a weak spot, and he would have a lot of trouble. So Ling smiled and said, Mr. Li, don't worry. I killed everyone except your woman. As for my people, as long as you sign this document, I guarantee that not a word will leak out. That's the most straightforward way to handle things, and it will quickly bring the negotiations to a close. Kill? Upon hearing this, Meng Shu's face changed drastically. Xu Mian is dead? Li Tianke sat there and smiled when he heard this. His thin lips curved into a deeper arc, and he picked up the pen on the table and twirled it on his fingertips, smiling at Mr. Ling. His tone was light and casual. Did he really kill her? Yes, I did. My men are very efficient. Ling repeatedly emphasized, staring at the pen in his hand, sign it. Sign it and he can make a comeback. Well done. Li Tianke appreciated the praise and continued to twirl the pen in his hand, asking casually, how was it done? Ling was a little surprised by his question, so he glanced at the kidnapper leader next to him. The kidnapper leader stood there, making a motion with his hand to wipe his neck, and then he stabbed him. He wiped the neck. Li Tianke understood. He sat there, his handsome face full of a smile, but on closer inspection, the smile did not reach his eyes. In his narrow eyes, there was clearly a frost. Li Tianke stopped turning the pen in his hand, slowly took off the cap, and said leisurely, Old Ling, you're going to kill me with a knife when I wouldn't even touch someone? Xu Mian had been hiding in the dark above and heard this and was stunned. What does this mean? Ling Lao was obviously confused, sitting there with a look of surprise on his face, and then he saw Li Tianke's face suddenly change, his eyes full of murderous intent. Who the fuck allowed you to do this? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his hand. A pen without a cap flew towards Ling. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before Ling could even react, the pen's tip pierced his throat. He fell from his chair in pain, unable to speak as he covered his neck, which was bleeding profusely. He could only desperately wave his hands around for help. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Chapter 75. What, are you still pretending with me? Li Tianke stood up with a pursed lip, looking at him coldly, exuding a chill from his entire body. Kill him. The leader of the kidnappers yelled in a panic. All the guns were immediately aimed at Li Tianke and fired. Meng Shu picked up the chair in front of him and smashed it at the kidnappers, creating a gap. Li Tianke and the two of them quickly hid behind a pillar, and Meng Shu quickly took two guns and handed one to Li Tianke. Bang bang bang. The entire abandoned building was suddenly filled with deafening gunfire. The two maids were so scared that they covered their ears, and downstairs came the hysterical and frightened screams of Chu. The kidnapper who was standing next to Xu Mian also forgot about her and hurriedly picked up his weapon and walked down. Xu Mian looked down at the sudden turn of events and saw Li Tianke pick up his gun and walk out from behind the pillar with a stern face, shooting one after another. The kidnappers had clearly made the most sophisticated deployment, and although they were numerous, they could not hurt him at all. It was as if they were in no man's land. He's really something. Xu Mian looked at Li Tianke's extremely gloomy face and turned to look at the two maids. Bullets don't have eyes, let's go. She didn't want to analyze what Li Tianke had just said. Her experiences since childhood had taught her one thing: don't rely on others, and if you want to survive, you have to save yourself. Oh. Hema and Fanma were already scared out of their wits and completely obeyed her orders. Meng Shu took a submachine gun and swept the area. Li Tianke walked majestically through the hall, which was covered in blood, holding a gun in his left hand and surveying the surroundings with cold, piercing eyes. The coldness in his body almost froze everything. Meng Shu looked at Li Tianke and asked, Mr. Li, shall we go out first? There are still kidnappers hiding in the building. It's easy to get trapped if we stay here. I'll go pick up her body. Li Tianke said coldly. He raised the man, and he will collect the body himself. Xu Xing fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding a round of bullets in the panic. Seeing Li Tianke walking past, he desperately shouted with a hoarse voice, Mr. Li, help me. Li Tianke didn't even lower his head, kicking her aside with one foot and continuing to walk inside. Xu Mian hurried downstairs with two maids, carrying rifles, and prepared to leave through a passage outside the hall. But as soon as they reached the next floor, the gunfire stopped. How could the gunfight have stopped so quickly? How could two people win against so many enemies in an instant? Or had Li Tianke and Meng Shu already fallen? Xu Mian frowned. Before she could even peek out to take a look, footsteps could be heard coming up the concrete stairwell. Shumian's eyes narrowed, and she quickly led Hima and Fong Min to the room next to her. With her back pressed against the cold wall, she held her gun tightly and kept her eyes on the door. The person outside seemed to be deliberately making his footsteps come and go, making it impossible to tell where he was going. Are they kidnappers? If it were Li Tianke or Meng Shu, they would have retreated in an instant to seek a way out, and would not have run up so recklessly. Xu Mian analyzed, and suddenly the curtain on the door moved. It was outside the door. Xu Mian quickly thrust the muzzle of the gun in her hand outwards. At the same time, the black muzzle of the pistol was pressed against her forehead. The man stood at the door, staring at her with cold eyes, his gun arm extended like a sword. Li Tianke. Not a kidnapper. Her hand, which was about to pull the trigger, trembled, and she almost pressed it down. The two of them stood face to face in the dusty, smelly concrete room. Two guns pointed at each other. The moment she saw him, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. When she saw him, she didn't have time to change her emotions. Her eyes, which were usually dull and lifeless, were cold and ruthless. The air was frozen for a moment. This was a bit awkward. Xu Mian looked at him, and she even felt like posting a message online to ask what she should do in this situation. What is he doing here? Isn't he afraid that there are kidnappers hiding in the dark? Hema and Fangma stood silently by the side. The scene before them seemed to have been paused, and the young master and young lady had not moved for a long time. After a long time, Li Tianke finally moved. He threw his gun away and, without fear, held the muzzle of her rifle, pushing her back until she was up against the wall. Xu Mian was pushed up against the wall, and her back was cold. Li Tianke placed the rifle in front of her, holding her between himself and the wall. He looked down at her fiercely, his burning gaze sliding to her unharmed neck. I knew you little shit wouldn't die so easily. He then lowered his head and bit her neck. Xu Mian's head jerked back in pain. Her body was held up by the rifle and she couldn't resist, so she just let him bite her. His sharp teeth scraped against her skin. Just when she thought he was going to bite her to death, Li Tianke changed his game again. He sucked on her neck like a vampire, greedily sucking on her artery. It was ambiguous and erotic. Xu Mian was soothed by the suction. After a moment, Li Tianke let go of her, licked the red mark on her neck that he had sucked out, and a trace of melancholy passed through his eyes. His voice was hoarse. Your neck will be reserved for me, Li Tianke. No one can take her life without his permission. She didn't understand what he was going to do, so she just looked at him without saying a word. Hima and Fangma had already turned their heads away, not daring to look. Mr. Li, the building has been taken control of. Meng Shuxing rushed in, and then saw Li Tianke holding a rifle and wallbanging Xu Mian, and he was dumbfounded. Li Tianke threw the rifle aside and looked at Xu Mian with lowered eyes, from top to bottom, from hair to toes, not missing a single spot. Her skirt and feet were splattered with dried blood. The blood on her arm was fresh. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly grabbed her wrist and lifted it, wiping the blood off with the palm of his hand. He saw a barbed wire wound on her fair skin, very deep, and it had torn open a small hole. His breath caught in his throat. Did the kidnapper do this? She hurt herself when she untied the rope. Xu Mian was thinking about whether or not to answer when she was picked up by Li Tianke. Li Tianke easily picked her up and walked out with a stern face, suddenly looking down at her and leaning against me. Xu Mian was silent. What, are you still pretending with me? Li Tianke looked at her coldly. Miss Xu Mian. Xu Mian suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at him in shock. She only thought that he might have guessed that she was not a psychopath, but she didn't expect that he even knew her name. He knew everything, but he never exposed her? What exactly is he up to? Lean on me. Li Tianke gave another order, and his tone was already very bad. Xu Mian held her breath and chose to lean against his chest. Chapter 76, Blow Up the Building. Li Tianke carried her downstairs, step by step. Downstairs, the place was a mess, covered in blood. Li Tiang's men were already cleaning up the battlefield. Xu Xing struggled to her feet, terrified and disheveled, looking pleadingly at the men Li Tianke had brought with him. Little brother, please help me untie these ropes. No one paid any attention to her. Xu Xing had no choice but to walk over to the pillar next to her, lean her back against it, and use the pillar to cut the ropes on her hands. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't cut the rope. Why is it so difficult? Xu Xing stood there with her legs shaking, tears falling non-stop, when she suddenly heard the people around her shouting respectfully, "Mr. Li! Mr. Li!" She immediately burst into tears. When she looked up, she saw Li Tianke carrying a woman out of the stairwell. She couldn't see her face clearly. The woman was snuggled up in his arms, very close. "Isn't this the dress that Chu Mian wore today?" Xu Xing was shocked. Could it be that Li Tianke had come to save Chu Mian instead of herself? No, she didn't believe it. This is impossible. She must have seen it wrong. "Mr. Li, Mr. Li." Xu Xing tried to catch up, but tripped and fell heavily to the ground, causing her to see stars, her nose to turn blue, and her long hair to cover her head like a bird's nest. She looked up in embarrassment, only to see Li Tianke walking away with the person in his arms without even turning his head. The tall figure was getting farther and farther away from her. She looked on in despair. How could this be? This can't be true. She was Li Tiang's woman. Li Tianke came to save her. Li Tianke came to save her. She fell to the ground in pain and despair, screaming hoarsely, but Li Tianke didn't even turn his head for her. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Chu Mian was carried by Li Tianke to the passenger seat of his Pagani Zonda. Li Tianke sat in the driver's seat, the gull-wing doors closed, and he stepped on the gas pedal. The car sped down the road. The car was silent. He was right next to her, his breath so strong it overwhelmed everything else. Xu Mian glanced at his cold, stern profile, then looked away and stared straight ahead. Li Tianke held the steering wheel in one hand and pressed a button on the car with the other. Meng Shu's voice came from inside the car. "Mr. Li, what can I do for you?" "Blow up the building," Li Tianke said coldly. "Blow up the building?" "Mr. Li, we've already taken control of it. Do we still need to blow it up?" Meng Shu asked in puzzlement. "The little thing is hurt, I don't feel well," Li Tianke said with a blank expression. "Anyone who makes him uncomfortable will have an even more uncomfortable fate." Chu Mian, the little thing, silently looked at him and said quietly, "Yes, Mr. Li." Meng Shu didn't find this reason absurd at all, and agreed immediately. Not long after the phone call, the car was driving, and a loud explosion sounded in the distance behind them, and a thick red smoke billowed into the sky. Xu Mian was shocked by the sound of the explosion, and was about to cover her ears, but Li Tianke raised his hand and pushed her down on his lap. He held her head with his palm, pressing his palm against her ear to cover the sound for her. The loud explosion was blocked by his palm. He drove the car with one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand blocking all the sounds for her. Xu Mian fell on his lap, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The heat from his skin through his pants made the position as ambiguous as it could be. After a while, she couldn't help but struggle, took his hand away, sat down in the passenger seat, and quickly fastened her seatbelt in case he tried to do it again. She reached up and ran her fingers through her hair, then looked back in the direction of the abandoned building, which had already become a sea of flames. Was the fireworks display beautiful? Li Tianke held the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes looking straight ahead, his face expressionless, and his tone unreadable. He called the explosion fireworks? That's really romantic. Xu Mian thought to herself, licked her dry lips, and asked calmly, "When did you know that I wasn't mentally ill?" "Take a guess." He didn't answer. "The night market incident?" "Smart." Xu Mian frowned. It was indeed that time. That was the first time she had left the Chun Yuan garden, and she was seen through? That's really unfortunate. She looked at his cold, side profile and asked, "Why didn't you expose me right away?" "We only unmasked each other when we got to the point of guns against guns. I'll see how long you can play." Li Tianke glanced at her. She wasn't playing with him, she was afraid that he would give her a bullet at any time. The sports car sped down the road, and after an unknown amount of time, the car drove arrogantly into a road where security guards were on duty, and drove onto a white marble bridge. From afar, Xu Mian saw the towering castle and some villas and houses scattered around it. The scenery was picturesque, as if she had arrived at a scenic spot. On both sides of the road, security guards stood all the way. As their car passed, the guards bowed and lowered their heads, their attitude very respectful. Xu Mian recalled the saying that the Li family owned half the city. Is this the Li family estate? Why did Li Tianke bring her here? After a short acceleration, the sports car came to a sudden stop in front of the towering Roman columns. The butler and servants in uniform came out one after another and bowed to greet them. This is the prince returning to the palace? Shumian thought to herself. Li Tianke had already come around from behind the car to stand in front of her, bent down and deftly unbuckled her seatbelt, his breath brushing her face at close range, carrying her out of the car and walking towards the outside. In the master bedroom, the current head of the Li family, Mrs. He, was dressed in a graceful and luxurious outfit, sitting by the window with a shawl draped over her shoulders, her eyes sadly looking at the man in bed. The middle-aged man was fast asleep in bed, with a bottle of wine by his head. It was Li Qingsong, Li Tiang's father. Since being forced out of office by his own son with a gun, Li Qingsong has become like this. When he is not having fun with women, he drinks and sleeps every day, doing nothing. She, who should be the wife of the largest consortium in the entire country, can only stay at home every day and live her life by the color of her stepson Li Tiang's face. Knock, knock. The door suddenly opened. She looked up and saw a servant walk in, whispering mysteriously, "Madam, madam, the young master is back." Upon hearing this, He stood up nervously. "Hurry up and get the kitchen ready with the dishes that the young master likes. Pick the most flexible servants and send them to serve the young master. Hurry up." Every time Li Tianke returned, He would be very nervous and had to make sure that the young master was well taken care of. Otherwise, the family will suffer. "The young master has brought a woman back," the servant said. "What?" He's eyes widened in shock. Li Tianke was the one who most opposed Li Qingsong bringing a woman home, and now he's brought one back himself? He's so cold-blooded. Would he play with women? Chapter 77. Will he be worried about one person? Really, he's already gone to the hot spring, the maid said. Hot spring? He was very shocked. This was really a surprise. What girl could make Li Tianke so interested? On the lawn of the manor, He's adopted daughter, He Xingli, was sitting in a white Western-style pavilion watching a few servants fly kites. The kite was flying higher and higher, drifting into the sky. She hugged her coat tightly and looked into the distance, coughing lightly from time to time. When He married Li Qingsong, she had no children, so she adopted her as her only daughter. She became the third daughter of the Li family, but because she was not born to the Li family, she could only take He's surname. He Xingli is 21 years old and has always been in poor health. She cannot do any strenuous exercise and cannot even fly a kite, so she can only watch the servants fly theirs. Now, the only people living in the house are her, He, and Li Qingsong. The original wife and eldest daughter of the Li family have passed away, and the second son, Li Tianke, occasionally returns. The fourth son, who was born after Li Qingsong and He got married, is her younger brother and is currently studying abroad and rarely returns. Third young lady, third young lady. A servant ran up to her, panting. The young master had returned, and he had brought a woman with him, and they were heading straight for the hot spring pavilion. Second brother? He Xingli was shocked. Didn't the hot spring house belong to her second brother's late mother? Since Li Tianke forced his stepfather to give up his position with a gun, no one has been allowed to enter the hot spring house. Now he's brought a woman back with him? Yes, the young master wouldn't even let Miss Third go in to bathe, but he brought a woman in. I took a quick look, and the woman was covered in blood, and she was badly injured. The servant said. The late madam once got a medicinal spring from somewhere, which had the miraculous effect of healing people. When Miss Third was young, she could still go and bathe in it, but now the young master won't let her go at all, which has caused Miss Third's health to deteriorate. Would the second brother be worried about one person? He Xingli could not imagine such a scene. In her impression, Li Tianke was terrifying and cold-blooded. Early last year, she was at home painting when suddenly there was gunfire, doors and windows were blown apart, and countless armed men rushed into the castle. The servants and bodyguards were all knocked to the ground. She sat on the sofa in fear, watching Li Tianke descend like Satan, wearing a black trench coat, his eyes bloodthirsty, his blood-stained hands holding a gun, stepping over the bodies of the guards as he walked in, passing her by and rushing straight into Li Qingsong's study. After that day, the Li family changed forever. She never knew that Li Tianke could be nervous about someone. What would that look like? At this time, Shumian did not know that her arrival had caused a tremor throughout the Li family. At this moment, she was carried all the way by Li Tianke into the extremely elegant hot spring building. The door opened and closed automatically. In the bright and spacious room, Xu Mian immediately saw an irregularly shaped oversized hot spring, complete with audiovisual equipment, massage chairs, and a leisure area. The surrounding windows were covered with white gauze, making it a beautiful and romantic place. What was the purpose of bringing her to the indoor hot spring? She was thinking about it when Li Tianke put her on a recliner and then walked over to the hot spring pool and pressed the switch. The water slowly rose. Xu Mian looked around, stood up and walked to the transparent bathroom next to her, where she washed the blood off her hands. There was no time to bandage it. Now that the cards are on the table, there are some things that need to be said. She looked around and took a thin towel to quickly wrap her wrist wound. She lowered her head and bit the towel with her teeth, tying it to stop the blood from flowing. After taking care of her own wound, Xu Mian turned around and saw Li Tianke standing by the edge of the hot spring pool. The water behind him had already risen, its color as milky white as milk, but with a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. He looked at her, his eyes falling on the towel on her wrist. He snorted coldly. Is that all it took to get rid of her? She's not at all precious. It's just a small wound, Xu Mian said indifferently, walking towards him. Seeing her talk to him like a normal person for the first time, Li Tianke couldn't help but take a second look at her, and jumped off the cliff. Take off and jump in? He wouldn't be in such a good mood to ask her to accompany him to the hot springs, would he? Xu Mian looked at him strangely. Mr. Li, we should have a chat. Let's chat, Li Tianke said directly. Impossible, Xu Mian said without thinking. What does he think of her? Did I give you the chance to refuse? Li Tianke sneered and pushed her into the hot spring. Xu Mian's eyes hardened, and she tried to dodge by planting her feet on the ground, but Li Tianke pushed her precisely onto her spine. After the fall at the kidnapper's hideout, she almost broke her bones and was in excruciating pain. When he pushed her like that, she couldn't even use her strength for a moment, and the whole person just fell into the hot spring pool. The hot spring water soaked over her head. The suffocating feeling that came over her made her feel like she had fallen into the sea in the slums. The strong desire to survive made her immediately rush out of the water, raising her head, her wet hair flinging out countless water droplets. All of it landed on the trouser legs of Li Tianke by the pool. The hot spring water reached her chest, not as deep as it seemed. She turned her head and saw Li Tianke standing there, looking down at her. Milk-like water droplets hung on her pure face, adding an indescribable charm that made his throat tighten. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt and kicked a lounge chair towards the hot spring pool, then sat down on it. Don't be ungrateful. This medicinal spring was discovered by my mother. I don't let many people in, even if they pay a lot of money. Medicine spring? Xu Mian only then realized that he had just pushed her, deliberately pushing her in the most painful place. He knew that in addition to her wrist injury, she also had internal injuries, so he had specially given her a medicinal bath. She misunderstood him. Thank you. Xu Mian didn't climb out. It would be foolish to climb out when she was soaking in the priceless medicinal spring to help her recover. Don't you have something to talk to me about? Yes. Li Tianke looked at her, his eyes unfathomable. Xu Mian walked along the pool to the edge, resting her injured hand on the edge of the pool without immersing it in the water. Then she looked up at his handsome face and said indifferently, My name is Xu Mian. I am the adopted daughter of the counselor Chu Zhengming. He is superstitious and adopted me to protect his daughter, Chu Xing, from misfortune. When I was 18 years old, I was sent to the slums. The Chu family used me to ward off the evil spirits that killed him in a foreign land. The mental illness was made up by Chu Zhengming. Finally, she began to introduce herself. Li Tianke listened lazily, taking a sip of the water next to him. Then you brought me back here. I was going to take revenge on the Chu family, but you rescued me from the slums. I should tell you the details. Chapter 78, You're leaving? But you know I'm ruthless and crazy, so I'm afraid I'll kill you, so I can only keep it a secret. Li Tianke interrupted her and finished her sentence for her. He really knows himself. Xu Mian observed his expression, and seeing that he didn't seem to want to settle the score with her, she nodded. Yes, that's how it was. She was also very direct. What is your relationship with Feng Shenjun? Li Tianke lowered his eyes and idly twirled the glass in his hand. Why are you asking about Feng Xinjun? He is Chu Xing's boyfriend. Xu Mian replied. I asked about Li Tianke. He suddenly looked at her, his eyes unable to distinguish between anger and joy. What is your relationship with him? It's none of his business what relationship Chu Xing has with Feng Xinjun. It's fine. They used to know each other. Xu Mian was immersed in the hot spring pool, and her skirt was tightly pressed against her body, which was not very comfortable. What about Xia Aoran? Li Tianke asked again. He really knows everything. On Wind Island, I saved him, and he was able to return to the Xia family and become the head of the family because of me. Xu Mian felt that he was inexplicable, and kept asking why he was asking all these questions. Is he after you? Li Tianke raised his eyebrows. Ha? Xu Mian was stunned. Does he have any thoughts about you? Li Tianke asked in a deep voice. Thoughts? The kind of thoughts between a man and a woman? No, he just thinks of me as his savior. She and Xia Aoran only have a life-saving relationship. Xu Mian looked at him and said, Is that all you want to know? Li Tianke sat there, his hand that was turning the cup stopped, his eyebrows relaxed slightly, and his thin lips curled up in a wicked arc. What else should I know? Naturally, she is lurking around him with other intentions, and she might harm him. This is what normal people think. Why does he keep asking Feng Xinjun and Xia Aoran about all that nonsense? Xu Mian stood in the warm hot spring, her face slightly flushed from the steam. She thought for a moment and said seriously, Mr. Li, I am a black sheep in the entire country of A. I don't have my own identity, so I want to survive by staying by your side and take revenge on the Chu family. I have no intention of harming you. I don't think you would dare. Li Tianke's arrogance seems to be innate. But now that we've talked about it, I naturally won't stay here with a face full of shame. Xu Mian said in his serious tone. Upon hearing this, a trace of melancholy flashed across Li Tianke's eyes. You want to leave? She is so calm. She took off her mask and hurriedly fled. Mr. Li is looking for a replacement for my sister, and since we don't look alike, I naturally have to leave. She said calmly. She never thought of staying by his side for a long time, and now that it's been said, it's a good idea to part ways amicably. Where to? He asked, calmly taking another sip of water. I'll stay in country A. Xu Mian gave an ambiguous answer. Mr. Li saved me from the fire and water, and I am in his debt. Although I know that Mr. Li lacks nothing, I still hope that I will have the opportunity to repay you for your great kindness in the future. She said a lot of nice things, leaving no room for a response. Li Tianke looked at her, his thin lips curled slightly in a smile that was half smile, half scorn. You, a woman from the slums, have nothing, not even an identity. How can you repay me? He was mocking her. I won't always be like this. Xu Mian's gaze was awe-inspiring. She can go from having nothing to having everything. Really? Li Tianke asked in a light tone. With one phone call from me, the relevant department will arrest you, sentence you to the harshest punishment, and then send you back to the slums. Mr. Li, things change all the time. Maybe one day I can help you. Why kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? It's not worth your while, is it? Xu Mian said calmly. She had thought about it. If Li Tianke wanted to deal with her, he wouldn't have waited until now. He had saved her and given her the medicinal spring. Obviously, he had no intention of harming her. So you must leave? Li Tianke looked at her with his deep, penetrating eyes. I want to leave. If Mr. Li needs a replacement, I can go back to the slums and find another one for you. I know the place well and will definitely find the most suitable candidate for you. Xu Mian held him in her arms and spoke in a firm voice, but her offer was soft. Upon hearing this, Li Tianke put the cup in his hand aside, stood up, and said in a tone that was neither happy nor angry, By the way, you can soak it first. Is that it? Xu Mian frowned. Did he agree or not? She looked at him and saw that Li Tianke was standing by the window, his tall and slender back making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. But no matter what, he shouldn't hurt her. She should first take care of her own body. Xu Mian leaned against the pool wall and sank down, allowing the water to cover her shoulders and soak her completely. She had to admit that the medicinal spring was truly miraculous. After just a short time in the water, the aches and pains in her body had disappeared, and she could feel a heat coursing through her body, helping her regain her strength. After soaking for nearly half an hour, Shumion's face was steamed red and pink, and it was time to get out. She looked at the man standing in front of the window and felt a bit embarrassed. After soaking, she had to shower, but the shower room was transparent, so she couldn't just. "I really want to see, can you stop me?" Li Tianke said without turning his head. "That's right." Shumian also stopped being pretentious, and used her uninjured hand to press against the edge of the pool and climb out. She stepped onto the ground with her bare feet. As soon as she stood up, she looked up and saw that Li Tianke had already turned around and was staring at her. Her whole body was soaked in the milky pool water, and her skirt clung tightly to her slender but not straight body, revealing her curves. The water droplets dripped down the hem of her dress, but instead of concealing her beauty, they made her look even more beautiful, inspiring 1,000 thoughts. Li Tianke stood there watching, a dark look passing through his eyes, and his throat was so dry that he reached out and tugged at his tight collar. Shumian didn't cover herself up, only staring at him in silence. "I thought you meant you wouldn't look back. Obviously, you were wrong." Li Tiang's eyes wandered over her body, his voice hoarse. "Shameless." Shumian was out of breath and turned and walked towards the bathroom. She opened the closet door and took out a thick pile of bath towels from inside, hanging them all on the glass wall of the bathroom to form an enclosed space. She waited for a while inside, but Li Tianke didn't come in, so she showered. She finished quickly, picked up the bathrobe and put it on, wrapping herself up to just her feet, then walked out. As soon as she stepped out, Shumian realized that Li Tianke was not there. The whole hot spring hall was empty. Shumian was a little surprised. Suddenly, a woman's voice could be heard outside. "Tianke, I heard you were at the hot spring. Is there anything I can help you with? Have you eaten yet? I've already asked the kitchen to prepare some food. Would you like to come out and use some? Or I can have someone bring it in." Chapter 79, Don't Let a Single Mosquito Out. The voice was cautious. But she wasn't the maid who called Li Tianke by his name. "Oh, I heard you brought a girl home. Is she your girlfriend? Your father and I have prepared a red envelope and jewelry. Is it appropriate to show them to you today?" The woman outside continued to ask. Hearing this, Shumian could roughly guess that the woman outside was Li Tiang's stepmother. The Li family is indeed ruled by Li Tianke, and his stepmother speaks so cautiously. Shumian did not say a word, but instead sat down on the lounge chair next to her, and used a thin towel to cover the wound by lifting her sleeve. There was another coughing sound from outside, and it was a young girl. "Brother, this is Shangli. I made some macaroons. Do you want to eat some?" The girl was also very careful with her words. "Sister? Macarons." Shumian had not eaten well for 3 years in the slums, and after she came out, she especially liked sweets. As soon as she heard the word, she felt a little empty in her stomach. She turned her head, walked over, opened a door, and hid behind it, only showing her hand and beckoning. "Eh?" The girl was obviously very surprised, and it took a while for her to react. She handed over the dessert box in her hand and said, "Brother, you." Bang! Shumian took the macarons and closed the door, blocking out the girl's voice. He and he Xingli looked at each other outside. What was going on? They just wanted to see what this woman who was the wife of Li Tianke looked like, but they couldn't see anything? "What are you standing here for?" A cold and stern voice fell. He and he Xingli were both startled and quickly turned around to see Li Tianke standing there with a medical kit in his hand, staring at them with cold eyes. He Xingli stood there weakly, looking up at him. "Brother, I'll bring you some. Get lost." Li Tianke coldly said one word and walked forward, pushing open the door to the hot spring hall and walking in. Bang! The door closed in front of the mother and daughter again. He Shengli and Hiya stood there with a look of embarrassment. As soon as Li Tianke walked in, he saw Chumian sitting on a recliner, leisurely eating a macaron, and asked in a low voice, "Did they see you?" "No, I was just hungry and I took something without letting them see my face," Chumian said, continuing to shove a macaron into her mouth. Li Tianke pulled a chair over and sat down in front of her, staring at her with his eyes. "Is it because they shouldn't see you?" Chumian swallowed the food in her mouth and explained in a clear voice, "That's your stepmother, right? From the way they speak to you so carefully, I know that they are not having a good time under your control right now. Now they mistakenly think that I am your woman. If they hate you, they might come after me just like they came after Chu Xing. If they don't hate you, they will try to win me over to be an intermediary and improve your relationship. Li Tianke put the medical kit in his hand on the ground and opened it. I don't like any of it, and I'm too lazy to deal with it. Now that they can't see what I look like, it's easier. She has her own business to attend to and no time to waste in Li Tiang's family. You're good at avoiding work. Li Tianke said, forcibly took the dessert box from her hand and put it aside, pulled her injured hand, and ripped off the towel she was covering herself with. Her hand looked tiny in his palm. Realizing what he was going to do, Xu Mian quickly withdrew her hand. Mr. Li is so polite. I can do it myself. She quickly leaned over and grabbed a bottle of medicine inside, read the description and sprinkled it on the wound. Li Tianke looked at her, a deep furrow appeared on his face, and his eyes were deep and unclear. The medicine dripped into the deep wound, causing her to wince in pain. Xu Mian frowned slightly, but she forced herself to endure the pain. Then she picked up a roll of gauze, cut off a piece, quickly wrapped the wound, and then applied medical tape. The series of actions were done with great ease, and there was no need for anyone else to help. It's too sloppy. Li Tianke despised her method. I could do it messier than this in the slums. Xu Mian didn't care about this. After finishing, she stood up and said, I've troubled Mr. Li for a while, so I'm leaving now. Leave? Li Tianke raised his eyebrows at her. Are you leaving without your wooden box? He even knew about the wooden box she buried. Xu Mian nodded. Yes, I'll go to the Chang garden to get it later. I'm free right now, I can accompany you back to get it. Li Tianke got up and said. No, I can go back by myself. She wanted to part ways with him right away. You have no money, and you're dressed like this. How are you going to take a taxi or walk to the Chang garden? Li Tianke looked at her. What's wrong with the bathrobe? It's quite covering. Xu Mian thought to herself, but still said, Can you please ask your stepmother or sister to lend me a set of clothes to wear, or even the maid's clothes will do. She doesn't care. Why should I wear theirs? They're dirty. Li Tianke snorted coldly, lifted his foot and walked forward, not looking at her again. Go, I'll take you back to the Qian Yuan. Can't we just say goodbye in a peaceful manner? Xu Mian bit her lip and her eyelids began to twitch. She didn't know why, but she always felt that she wanted to leave, and it wasn't that easy. She followed him out. All the way out of the hot spring hall, there were many people hiding around, all wanting to see what the woman the young master had brought back looked like. In the end, everyone saw the woman next to the young master put on a bathrobe and hat, holding the hat with one hand and covering her face tightly. From the time she came out to the time she got into the car and left, no one was able to see her face. Hiya and He Xingli were sitting in the tea room brewing tea. When the servant reported back, Hiya was shocked. She couldn't see her face? Even you don't know who she is? The servant shook his head like a rattle. Hiya was brewing tea, frowning. Could it be that the woman Tianke had brought back had something to hide? Was she ugly? Cough. He Xingli coughed twice and looked at Hiya helplessly. Mother, my second brother is a godlike figure, how could he fall for an ugly woman? Then why hide her face? Hey aside, alas, what kind of woman is she with what kind of man? We were hoping to find her to help ease our relationship with Tianke, but in the end we can't even see her. No, we have to find out more. I've never heard of such a person by Li Tiang's side. I must find out. Cough cough. He Xingli coughed violently after choking on the tea, covering his lips and turning his eyes to look out the window, where the sun was shining brightly. What exactly is the second brother like? Xu Mian got into Li Tiang's Pagani. The sports car was extremely comfortable, and the wind rushing in through the open window made people feel comfortable. Li Tianke and Xu Mian are not talkative people, so they were comfortable with each other and didn't say much. The sports car drove into the rose garden. On the steps at the entrance, Mrs. He and Mrs. Fong were already waiting there, and even Meng Shu, who had been taking care of the abandoned building, had returned and was now standing in the courtyard. Xu Mian got out of the car and as soon as she saw her, the two maids rushed over excitedly, grabbed her with red eyes and said, Miss, you're back. Did you get your injury treated? Does it hurt? Meng Shu opened the car door for Li Tianke. Li Tianke walked down and gave them a cold glance, as if he was the one paying their salaries. The two maids stood awkwardly to the side. Shumian looked at Li Tianke and said, "Mr. Li, thank you for sending me. I will take the wooden box and leave, and I will not take anything from the Chang garden." "Leave?" The maids were stunned. Shumian turned and walked towards the backyard. After taking 2 steps, she heard the cold voice of Li Tianke in the wind, "Meng Shu, surround the Qian Yuan and don't let a single mosquito out." Chapter 80, She was under house arrest. Upon hearing this, Shumian looked back in shock, looking at Li Tianke in disbelief. Li Tianke stood still, looking down at his cuffs, and then suddenly looked up, meeting her gaze. His eyes were bottomless like an abyss, and his thin lips curled up in a cruel arc. "When did I say I was going to let you go?" Shumian was shocked. Listening to the frequent footsteps of the bodyguards outside, she realized that Li Tianke had never intended to let her go. Several bodyguards rushed in, each with a pistol at his waist, and the courtyard gate was slammed shut. The sound was so loud that it shook the roses off the branches. Shumian's breathing became heavy. "What do you want?" "Tie up the two maids." Li Tianke ordered Meng Shu, but his words were directed at Shumian. "Young master?" The two maids, Hima and Fang Ma, looked confused, and were then pushed down by the bodyguards next to them, screaming in pain. Shumian's face turned cold, and he raised his foot to step forward. Seeing this, Meng Shu quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Hima's head. Shumian raised her hand to chop, but her wrist was grabbed. Li Tianke stood in front of her, staring at her with a look of superiority. "Amian, you'd better remember one thing, I'm not unable to move you, I just don't want to. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for putting shackles on your hands and locking you up." He called her Amian. The 2 words were licked between his teeth, and the cruelty burst out with infinite ambiguity. Shumian looked at him. Oh, this is his true face. What he said about giving her medicinal springs to heal her wounds was just a temporary illusion that had made her confused. She gritted her teeth and said in a defiant tone, "Mr. Li, this is not a slum, and I may not be able to escape your shackles." "Try it." Li Tianke curled his lips. "As soon as you take a step forward, I will bury these 2 maids as flowers. She can escape alone." "What about the 2 maids?" Hema and Fangma looked at each other in confusion and trembled in fear. "Their lives or deaths are none of my business," Shumian said coldly. "Ha!" Li Tianke chuckled. "Then you can only blame yourself for exposing your weakness to me too early." When he was about to break the legs of the 2 maids, she risked being discovered and saved them. "Weakness, obvious. You." Shumian glared at him. She never imagined that he was testing her that time. "I'm despicable, I'm shameless?" Li Tianke stood in front of her, his voice hoarse, and finished her sentence for her, then shamelessly admitted, "Yes, I am." Shumian was so angry that her heart was pounding. Li Tianke slowly let go of her hand and said coldly, "From today on, Miss is not allowed to leave the Qian Yuan until she has figured it out." After saying that, Li Tianke walked straight inside and stepped on the stairs. Is she being imprisoned? Shumian stood in the courtyard, watching as 2 maids were tied up by the bodyguards and led away. The entire mansion was surrounded by bodyguards, as if to trap her here. "Miss, you must be in shock today. Would you like something to eat?" Meng Shu put away the gun in his hand and looked at her. His gaze and voice were gentle. "Tell Amma to cook for me," Shumian said in a cold voice. Mother He and Mother Fong failed to protect the young lady and put her in danger. Now they are only being tied up and not fed, which is already a very light punishment. Meng Shu stood in front of her and said, "You still won't feed me?" Shumian looked at him coldly, and Meng Shu lowered his head and stepped aside. "What is this?" She was picked up from the slums by Li Tianke, and now she is imprisoned in the Chang garden? He is the god and the devil. No, she can't be trapped in the orchid garden. She hasn't finished her work yet. She can't stay here forever. The quiet and secluded garden was suddenly surrounded by a small walled city. The roses on the wall were unaware of what was going on and were still waving in the wind, sending waves of green across the wall. Shumian stood at the door of the study with a plate of fruit she had cut up into tiny pieces. After taking a few deep breaths, she pushed the door open and walked in. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but the curtains in the study were closed, and even with the lights on, it felt like she was in a secluded place. In front of the desk, Li Tianke was sitting in front of the computer and working. He had just taken a shower and was now wearing a gray bathrobe. His short hair was still wet, and transparent water droplets slid down the contours of his deep-side face, falling from his chin and not into his collar. He didn't even look up when he heard the voice, staring at the computer and saying, "You figured it out so quickly? What the hell?" Shu Mian wanted to swear, but she held back and solemnly placed the fruit plate next to his hand, saying, "Please eat." Li Tianke lowered his eyes. Watermelon, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, cherries, hawthorn, bayberries. A plate of fruit, bright red and fresh, cut a little too finely, like a plate of bright red blood offered to a vampire. And he was the vampire. He was being so tactful. Li Tianke pinched a small cherry between his fingers and twirled it around. He looked up at her and said, "Next time, just say what you want. Don't waste time." Shu Mian stood in front of him, her hands resting on the desk with its excellent texture, looking down at him and calmly saying, "Mr. Li, what exactly do you want me to understand?" Seeing this, Li Tianke raised his hand and closed the laptop in front of him, putting the cherry in his mouth. His teeth broke the cherry, and the bright red juice stained his thin lips, making him look sexy and bloody. His Adam's apple rolled. Li Tianke then slowly opened his mouth, looking at her with deep eyes, pretending to be stupid with me. "Didn't you hear everything that night at the night market when you hid in the trunk? Strictly speaking, this is the real showdown." Shu Mian pursed her lips. "You pretended to be crazy and fooled me, and I let you get away with it. You ran out to get revenge, and I let you get away with it. You pretended to be fat to accept an award, and I let you get away with it." Li Tiang's voice was low and hoarse. "I have let you get away with it so many times. Why do you think that is? I carried you home when you got drunk on the soccer field. I rushed in to save you when you were kidnapped. I sent you to the medicinal spring to soak when you were injured." Li Tianke sat there, tapping his index finger on the table, his eyes staring deeply into hers. "I have pampered you so much, why do you say that? Do you think I don't want anything in return?" At this time, he came to talk to him about leaving lightly, and he wouldn't be so heartless as to raise a dog. At this point, Shu Mian knew that she couldn't pretend anymore. "What do you want in return? What do you think?" Li Tianke raised his eyebrows. "Heart? Body? These are the only things she has to offer him now." Li Tiang's gaze was gloomy. "Try to take away one of them. He'll skin her alive." She took a deep breath, lowered her eyes, and said seriously, "Mr. Li, a forced melon is not sweet, and a forced flower is not fragrant.